Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the annual town meeting to order. Will the clerk please read the call of the meeting and the return of service?
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Duxbury, Town Meeting, warrant, Saturday, March 12, 2016, at 9:00 a.m., Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street. Plymouth SS, greetings to either of the constables of the Town of Duxbury in said county. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury, qualified to vote in elections and in town affairs, to meet in the Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street, in said Duxbury, on Saturday, the 12th day of March, 2016, next, at 9:00 in the forenoon, for the transaction of any business that may legally come before said meeting. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting attested copies thereof as prescribed by Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 10, and by Chapter 2, Section 2.3 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws, 7 days before the time of holding said meeting. Hereof fail not, and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of this meeting. Given under our hands this 11th day of February 2016, Board of Selectmen, Theodore J. Flynn, Chair, Sean Dolan, Vice Chair, David J. Madigan, Clerk. Plymouth SS, February 17, 2016. Pursuant to the warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury, herein described, to meet at the time and place and for the purposes as described by the bylaws of the town. A true copy attested, Alden E. Rehnquist, Constable of Duxbury.
Thank you, Sue. Unless there are some objections, we will dispense with the reading of the warrant. Thank you. Unless there's some objection, we will dispense with the reading of the warrant. Please stand for the presentation of the colors by the honor guards of the Duxbury Police and Fire Departments. Gentlemen. You'll now say the Pledge of Allegiance. I, to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Before we get into the usual introductions, the selectmen have asked for a moment to speak, so whichever one is going to speak. Ted Flynn, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a couple of quick notes. The Board of Selectmen, on behalf of the entire town, would like to acknowledge our former town moderator, Charlie Fargo, who will be celebrating his 90th birthday on March 23rd. We're deeply appreciative of his service to the town, and we convey our sincerest best wishes to him. On the subject of moderators, we have another recognition today, a resolve to honor and recognize Friend S. Weiler, Sr. Whereas Friend Weiler served the town of Duxbury with distinction as the moderator from March 2009 through March 2016, admirably filling the role after the previous long-standing moderator had stepped down. And whereas prior to his tenure as moderator, Friend Weiler Sr. served for 6 years on the Duxbury Conservation Commission, and whereas Frenweiler also served on the Town Manager Search Committee and prior Town Government Study Committee, and whereas Frenweiler also was elected and served for 2 terms from March 1991 to March 1997 as a Duxbury selectman before stepping down, and whereas Frenweiler prepared for his later roles by serving for a 3-year term on the Finance Committee. Throughout his tenure, he has used his thoughtful, fair, and level-headed approach to put the interest of the town first and foremost. Be it resolved that on this 12th day of March 2016, the town of Duxbury, through the Board of Selectmen and Town Manager, offers Frenweiler Sr. its grateful thanks for his many years of dedicated service to the town. Friend?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Jed. Kind of snuck up on me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I was,
We're not done yet, Fred.
Mr. Cutler, Josh Cutler, our state rep. Mr. Cutler, you have the mic.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the state delegation, Representative Tom Coulter, who was unable to be here this morning. We wanted to come as well to offer our warmest wishes and appreciation to Frenweiler. I'm hoping that town meeting today will be a little bit less drama than your first town meeting, which I remember very well. I'm sure many of you do as well. Probably one of the most interesting town meetings I've ever been to. And but one that was handled, as everyone since then has been, with civility and respect and grace. And I think that has been the hallmark of town meeting under Frenweiler. I know we're going to miss him. I certainly will, although he's not going anywhere. Although Candy tells me you're going on some fun trips. But I really wanted to acknowledge that in a time, in our political discourse where civility isn't always the case, it's all the more important that we honor and respect it. And I think Frenweiler has been someone who's really elevated our debate and our dialogue. So, on behalf of the men and women of the Massachusetts State Legislature, be proud to bring you a citation. This is not the kind of citation that Friend Jr. Writes, but rather a good one. Stand next to me. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts House of Representatives, be it hereby known to all that the Massachusetts House of Representatives offers its sincerest congratulations to Town Moderator Frenweiler in recognition of your many years of service to the town of Duxbury. The entire membership extends its very best wishes and expresses a hope for future good fortune and continued success in all endeavors. Given this day of March 2016 at the State House, Boston, Massachusetts, signed by Robert A. DeLeo, Speaker of the House, State Representatives Josh Cutler and Thomas Coulter. Congratulations, friend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, John. Very nice.
I'll never forget that first one.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cutler and members of the Board of Selectmen, and of course all of you in the audience. I owe all of you a debt of gratitude for giving me the opportunity to serve you over these years. I've enjoyed it immensely. I've tried my best to give you a good meeting, and I think in the future our successors will continue to do so as well. So thank you all very much. Regards to our former moderator, Charlie Fargo, while it was Alan Bornheimer who served here for the preceding 29 years of my tenure, who really appointed me to various committees over the years, it was Charlie Fargo who first introduced me to getting involved with town government in Duxbury. He and I both worked at the former First National Bank of Boston, and while our paths crossed there a couple of times, he said, "Oh, you're from Duxbury. When are you going to get involved?" And it all started with Charlie, so I owe him a debt of gratitude as well. So thank you all for your patience, and let's go on with the meeting. Let me first introduce the people facing you in the front of the hall. They are on your right, my left, the members of the Board of Selectmen, Chairman Theodore Flynn, Vice Chairman Sean Dolan, and Clerk David Madigan. Seated with them are Rainey Reed, our Town Manager, and John Madden, the Finance Director. Here on the stage with me to my left and your right, or the far side, are the lawyers from our Town Council, Anderson and Krieger. Present today are Arthur Krieger and Nina Pickering Cook. To my immediate left is the town clerk, Susan Kelly, and the assistant town clerk, Linda Salvati. In front on your left, my right, are members of the Finance Committee. And I'm not sure what order they're sitting in, so I'll read their names and they can acknowledge them as I do so. Up first is Elizabeth Sullivan, the chairman, Lawrence Friedman, Mark Kelly, Adam Earl, Nathaniel Taylor, Eleanor McKay, Thomas Sheehan, Frank Mangione, who is absent today, and Kathleen Glynn. And of course, I am Fred Weiler Sr., I am the town moderator. And with us today, as you've already found out, is our state rep, Josh Cutler, and thank you for joining us. The hall is traditionally divided up into 6 sections. As you know, we're using electronic balloting today for town meeting, but we still have the 6 sessions actually a need if we need to identify people from where they are and what they're doing. So the hall is divided again. Section 1 is to my left. Section 2 is in the center. Section 3 is to my right. The balcony is similarly divided. Section 4, Section 5 in the middle, and Section 6 to the left. Visitors will be seated in the far rear of the balcony to my left in the last few rows of Section 4. Actually, they're in the front rows of Section 4. That's my eyes correct. I can see the markers. Microphones for your use are located in the back of the hall behind the center balcony, Section 5, at the foot of each of the balcony areas, aisles, and where the stairs meet to go to the main floor, behind voting Section 1 and voting Section 3 on the floor, and of course the mic between the Selectmen and the Finance Committee table in the front. Andre Martacchini has been sworn in as Assistant Moderator and will assist if necessary. Lunch will be served today in the cafeteria by the school staff, as usual. The cafeteria is located right across the hall from the main entrance to this room. I want to point out to you, too, it's cash only, no credit cards. Assisted listening devices are available at the table next to the entrance to the main floor, right behind Section 1. They are provided by the Municipal Commission on Disability. Also, the help desk for any voting device issues is located there as well. There are the fire exits I've been asked to point out to you. There are exits to my right and, of course, to my immediate left. Exits also in the doors you came in through. And for those seated in the balconies, there's exits up at the rear on the left and the right side. Please refrain from sitting in any of the aisles or in the stairs between the balcony and the main floor. I request that all cell phones be turned off while the meeting is in session, except for the public safety officials. And for your information, this meeting is being taped and broadcast live. Depending on your wishes, I suggest that today's meeting run till about noon, break for lunch, reconvene about 1 p.m., and go to around 5 p.m. this afternoon. Then recess till Monday at 7 p.m., if necessary. If additional sessions become necessary, I'll recommend that we recess to Tuesday at 7 p.m. Hopefully we'll be done by Monday, but time will tell. As you entered the hall today, you've all been presented with the handheld devices for electronic balloting, and I just want to walk through the procedures on that as we did last year during our test program. At last year's annual town meeting, the use of electronic balloting was approved for future town meetings. During the last year, the Electronic Balloting Committee, with the assistance of Scott Lambiase, our procurement officer, issued an RFP, and subsequently Option Technologies, Inc. was awarded the contract. They are here today and provide voting devices which we'll be using. At this time, I'd like to express my gratitude to the members of the Electronic Balloting Committee who have worked over the last 3 years to bring electronic balloting to fruition. Those members are Jim Sullivan, Ken Beebe, Bob Doyle, Janice Scammell, Dave Tobin, Florence Gregg, Ann Ward, and Ellen Lee Jordan. The check-in procedure was conducted by the wardens under the direction of the town clerk. The town, as you know, is divided by precinct. Each table had a warden when you checked in. There was a second volunteer who distributed the voting device to each voter. Once a voter is checked in by the warden and handed the device, you'll recognize that there's a barcode which will be matched with that registered voter. In the event of any interruption of service of the electronic balloting process, the handheld device can be used in case of a hand count, as the former color strips were used in the past. So for any reason, if it shuts down, which I doubt it will, This is what you'll hold in the air if we have to do a hand count. You remember those little colored strips we used to use. Any voter who is unable to use the handheld device will be asked to sit in a reserved section and will be assisted during the voting. That's up in the back of Section 2, and you can feel free to sit there if you have a difficulty using the device. The votes will be, those hand votes will be taken there, and they'll be handed to the moderator, so I will include those in the count. A help desk will be located at the rear of the PAC floor near the entrance. It's staffed by volunteers and members of the Electronic Balloting Committee. They also will be available to assist any voters with issues concerning the use of the handheld devices. The voting process will be conducted as follows. Motions will be made and seconded, as is customary. Explanations will be given and debate will follow. Once debate is over, the moderator will summarize the article or motion and announce that a vote is to be commenced, saying, "Prepare to vote." A light will be illuminated, light right here to my right. Lost my place, apologize. Light will be illuminated next to the podium. Then I will announce, "Please vote." You will have 30 seconds to vote. When the 30 seconds are over, I'll announce the voting window is closed and the light will go out. Shortly after that, the vote will be announced. It will be displayed for me on this screen to my right. To use the handheld device, a person should press 1 for yes and 2 for no. A 3 button can be used to clear the vote if you've changed your mind during that 30-second period. In any event, the last button pushed will be your vote. The screen on the right hand of the device, the screen on the handheld device will display the vote of 1 for yes or 2 for no. If during the procedure a person had any issue with the handheld device, she or he should raise her hand, and a volunteer will assist you. In the event of any audit, 10 voters will be selected to come forward to the town clerk's desk, and voters will be verified with the assistance of a representative from Option Technologies. Once the vote is confirmed, it will be announced by me. What I tend to do is just to test the system is the last vote we take before lunch. I will call for an audit after that and randomly select people to come up. Their devices will be checked against the system, and that'll just be the audit for the day, unless it's necessary to do one otherwise. In the unlikely event that there's any significant interruption of service from the closed-circuit network, operating a handheld device or power outages, etc., voting will revert back to our customary manner, voice vote or hand count. The meeting will proceed in this fashion until the conclusion of town meeting. The electronic voting process will be used for all sessions of the annual town meeting and the special. During any session, if a person leaves the meeting room for any reason, lunch, visit the restroom, etc., the person may keep the device. If, however, you're leaving the building, please turn the devices in at the table at the back. There's gray bins, and then if you're coming back in the afternoon session, you'll get rechecked in and get a new handset. But just don't take them with you when you leave the building. Like I say, if you're going to lunch or otherwise just moving around, feel free to keep them with you. The devices will not work outside of the building. As you have been notified, this morning we will shortly be holding a special town meeting within the annual town meeting. This was called by the selectmen to deal with certain issues which require our immediate attention or which arose too late to be included in the warrant for the annual. The warrant for that special meeting is the white handout, which is captioned Special Town Meeting, which is this one here that was handed out at the tables as you entered the hall. The procedure will be as follows. Upon completion of the preliminary announcements, I will entertain a motion to recess the annual town meeting until the adjournment of the special town meeting, which was called for today. We will then convene the special town meeting. Upon completion of the business of the special town meeting and upon its adjournment, we will automatically reconvene this annual meeting where we left off at Article 1. At this point in our town meetings, we customarily vote to give persons permission to speak to town employees and officials who are not registered voters in the town of Duxbury. Accordingly, I will entertain a motion to allow our town employees, officials, and town council to speak should the occasion arise. Mrs. Sullivan? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to allow those people to speak. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, the motion carries. I will typically use the voice vote for these simple parliamentary procedure issues, but all articles we will revert back to the device. Motion has been made and seconded, and we now have permission for the employees, officials, and the town council to speak if the occasion should arise. Unless I hear some objection, I will treat this vote as your permission for these people to also speak at the special town meeting if the occasion should arise. This meeting is governed by the statutes, our town bylaws, and town meeting time. In addition, I suggest that we abide by the following procedures so that we may conduct the business of the meeting in an orderly fashion. After I have announced that we are considering an article, the article will be moved by the Finance Committee and their recommendations will be heard. In the case of certain major capital expenditures and similar type items, we may hear the recommendation of the Fiscal Advisory Committee as well. I will then give the proposer of the article the opportunity to making his or her opening remarks. In those cases where there is an organized or recognized opposition to any article, which has been identified to me, I will then give the opponent of the article the opportunity of making his or her opening remarks. Upon completion of these remarks, the matter will be open for general debate. If you wish to speak, I request that you go to one of the microphones. After you have been recognized by me, would you please identify yourself by name and street address? I also request that all speakers limit their remarks to a maximum of 5 minutes and ask that speakers do not attempt to be recognized for a second time on the discussion of any article until every other person who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so first. Any lengthy or complicated motions or amendments should be submitted in writing so we know precisely what we are being asked to vote on, and so that we can maintain an accurate record of the proceeding. Town Council is available to assist. Do you have any questions about the drafting of such a motion? I will now entertain a motion to recess the annual town meeting until the adjournment of the special town meeting, which is called for this date.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of recess of the annual town meeting, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. The special town meeting was called for Saturday, March 12th, 2016 at 10 a.m. This place will now come to order. Will the clerk please read the call for the special town meeting and return of service? Okay.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Duxbury, Special Town Meeting warrant, Saturday, March 12th, 2016, at 9:10 a.m., Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street. Plymouth SS, greetings. To either of the constables of the Town of Duxbury in said county, in the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury, qualified to vote in elections and in town affairs, to meet in the Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street, in said Duxbury, on Saturday, the 12th day of March, 2016, next, at 9:10 a.m. for a special town meeting for the transaction of any business that may legally come before said meeting. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting attested copies thereof, as prescribed by Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 10, and by Chapter 2, Section 2.3 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws, and by publishing a copy of this warrant in a Plymouth County newspaper as prescribed by Article 2, Section 2.3 of the Duxbury Bylaws, at least 14 days before the time of holding said meeting. Hereof fail not, and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of this meeting. Given under our hands this 11th day of February 2016, Board of Selectmen, Theodore J. Flint, Chair, Sean Dolan, Vice Chair, David J. Madigan, Clerk. Plymouth SS, February 17, 2016. Pursuant to the warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury, herein described, to meet at the time and place and for the purposes as prescribed by the bylaws of the town. A true copy attested, Alden E. Rehnquist, Constable of Duxbury.
Thank you. We will dispense with the reading of the warrant for the special town meeting. Now for the business of the special town meeting. Mrs. Sullivan, will we now have motion under Article 1 for the special town meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Weiler. I move that the town appropriate by transfer from available funds sums of money to supplement appropriations previously voted under Article 5 of the annual town meeting of March 14th, 2015, for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2015, for line items in the budgets of various town departments as follows. Reserve Fund, an adjustment of $75,000 to $260,700. Town Manager, an adjustment of $5,000 to $17,650. Town Clerk, Personal Services, $23,653 to a total of $159,754. DPW Administration, $11,000 adjustment to a new total of $278,657. DPW Vehicle Maintenance, an adjustment of $48,000 to a new budget of $167,000. Snow and Ice, an adjustment of $20,000 to a new budget of $80,400. Snow and Ice again, an adjustment of $110,000 to a revised budget of $221,000. And DPW Transfer Station, an adjustment of $125,000 to a revised budget of $598,000.
Second.
It was seconded.
Okay, I heard it. Is anyone from FinCom going to say anything to it?
Finance Committee voted unanimously to support. This is a routine adjustments that are made at this point during the year. The purpose of doing it now is so that the funds can become available before the beginning of the next fiscal year.
Any questions concerning Article 1 under the special? None appearing. I am going to call for a vote. Now, handheld devices. If you wish, as soon as this light goes on, you will start the process. If you wish to vote yes, press 1. If you wish to vote no, press 2. We ready? The light, please. Light? It's coming. It worked earlier very quickly. Oh, I see. We're updating the file of who's just checked in. There's been a few people checking in. He wants to make sure he gets all of the most recent check-ins into the file. So hopefully after this it'll go smoothly. Here we go. You now have 30 seconds to vote. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. We may want to shorten this up to 20 seconds. The light's still on. The window is now closed, and the vote is 118 yes, 9 no. The motion carries as proposed. Article 2.
Article 2. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $43,381.24 to pay the following unpaid bills of previous fiscal years, which may be legally unenforceable due to the insufficiency of an appropriation, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sums of $43,381.24 from free cash. Ahold USA Pharmacy, Veteran Services, $172.95. Verizon for the DPW administration, $361.99. Brody, Hardoon, Perkins, and Keston, Legal Services, $26,613.36. Ace, Duxbury Solar, Police, $5,058.19. Ace, Duxbury Solar Fire, $1,945.46. Ace, Duxbury Solar DPW Transfer Station, $218.90. Ace, Duxbury Solar DPW Cemetery, $61.28. Ace, Duxbury Solar Pool Enterprise, $8,949.11 for the total of $43,381.24.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan. This vote requires a 9/10. We're paying old bills that are due from the past year, $43,381. So I ask for your vote. All those in favor, please illuminate the light. All those in favor, when the light goes on, press 1. Opposed, press 2. The light is on. We now have 30 seconds to vote. The light is distinguished, and the motion carries 131 to 4, receiving the requisite 9/10 vote. Article 3, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 3, I move to indefinitely postpone this article. We have no contracts that have been settled and need to be paid at this time.
Second.
Been moved in second to IP Article 3, no union contracts. Because this is a simple indefinite postponement, I'll take a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Article 4, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $30,000 for assessors' legal and appraisal services, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $30,000 from overlay surplus to be expended under the direction of the town manager. The assessor has an ongoing abatement case that needs some special assistance and has asked for this money to accommodate.
See no questions. Again, go back to the handheld device on Article 4. All those in favor, press, when the light goes on, press 1. Opposed, press 2. The light, please. The light is on. Please vote. 1 for yes and 2 for no. Voting window is closed, and the motion carries 123 to 12. Article 5, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $480.04 from fiscal 2009 overlay, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $480.04 from overlay surplus to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
This is to accommodate an abatement case from '09 that has finally been settled.
All right, all those, I don't see any questions, so all those in favor of Article 5, when the light is illuminated, please press 1 for yes and 2 for no. Light, please. The voting window is closed. The motion carries 125 to 3. And going forward, we're going to shorten the window to 20 seconds. And if things go as well as we can hope, maybe it'll be 15. But at this point, we'll go to 20 seconds, maybe speed things up a little. Article 6, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,648 to supplement appropriations previously voted under Article 5 of the annual town meeting of March 14th, 2015 for the Percy Walker Pool Enterprise Fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $1,648 from the Personnel Plan appropriation approved under Article 4 of the March 14th, 2015 annual town meeting to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Finance Committee approved. This is an adjustment that was made to accommodate a salary line item shortfall.
Do you have a question? No, just standing near the mic. Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to make sure you didn't have a question. All righty, we're going to try to do this in 20 seconds this time. So all those in favor, when the light goes on, please press 1 for yes and 2 for no. Light, please. Window is closed, and the motion carries 126 to 7. Article 7, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $147,800 for the Mary property purchase costs, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $147,800 from Community Preservation Fund undesignated fund balance to be expended under the direction of the Community Preservation Committee. Thank you. Finance Committee supported. Mark Kelly from the Finance Committee will speak.
Good morning, everyone. This was for the Mary purchase last year at the town meeting. We all approved that purchase. It was a very complex purchase. It was 277 acres of land, 19 different parcels. The owner passed away slightly after the purchase, and there was a lot of legal activity that went back and forth. There's also some markers that we want to put for the abutters to keep the land. No disputes on where the land is. So the total here is $147,800. It was approved by the Conservation of the CPC, and it's typical that they would fund this for the purchase. It typically comes from that fund. So the Finance Committee approved it 7-0.
Any questions concerning Article 7? The $147,800 to complete the Mary property purchase. All right, prepare to vote. Please illuminate the light. We have 20 seconds. Push 1 for yes, 2 for no. When the light goes on, the light's on. The voting window is closed, and the vote is 123 yes and 10 no. Motion carries as presented. Article 8, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 for the purchase of a submersible irrigation pumping system and any associated costs at North Hill Country Club, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $100,000 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Finance Committee supported this article unanimously. Tom Sheehan will speak for the committee.
Good morning. This is to replace a water pump for irrigation at North Hill Country Club. The expense will have to be incurred before July 1st. I believe Mr. Cushing may have some more information about this if you'd like to come up and speak to the matter.
This is Mr. Gordon Cushing, Recreation Director for the town of Duxbury.
Gordon Cushing, 318 Tremont Street. I'm the Recreation Director as well. The original pump system and irrigation system was installed in 1995, so we're getting into the 21st year. Last year we had a failure of this submersible pumping system in the middle of the summer. So we are only able to use part of the system and irrigate greens and tees. We need to replace this. That's why it's in front of you in special, because our intention is we have the bid ready to go out. We've already gone out once. The price came in a little bit too high, so we went back to the drawing board. And we're going out to bid, hopefully with the positive vote here, and our intention would be to replace this pump this spring so that we can water the golf course. Obviously, just like your yards, if we cannot water the golf course, we're going to have a large problem on our hands. We have gotten everything out of it. As I said, the life of it was 20 years. It's now in year 21. And it just failed in the middle of the summer last year. So I hope you will support this, as it's absolutely critical that we're able to water the course.
Any questions concerning Article 8? Yes, would you please go to one of the microphones?
James Lampert.
Excuse me, Mr. Lampert, there is a citizen that's going to speak. Are you speaking for the Fiscal Advisory Committee?
We have a question for Mr. Madden about this.
Okay, why don't you go ahead, and then you'll go next.
Basic question for Mr. Madden. This is the first of a series of articles that refer to paying things from free cash. I know practically everything Fiscal Advisory does is that. Now, we wanted to ask John, just so people are clear of exactly what is free cash, how do we get it, et cetera.
Mr. Madden?
Good morning. Through you, Mr. Moderator. Free cash is more or less an accident of budgeting. The town collected more than they anticipated, or they spent less than they had budgeted. A combination of those two items and some adjustments made by the Department of Revenue arrive at free cash. It's considered, because of how it's created, it's considered one-time revenue. It's certified by the Department of Revenue as such. And so we try to limit our expenditures of free cash, not to ongoing expenses, but to one-time expenses, such as this submersible pump, a truck, an ambulance, things like that, of that nature. But basically, it's collecting more in local receipts, mainly, than we expected. And again, spending less than town meeting had voted at previous town meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Madden. And lady to my right.
Tanya Trevison from 21 Tinkers Ledge Road. My question is whether there's been any consideration of replacing the pump in Coppins Field for the soccer fields there. I see that the North Hill Golf Course is up for that, but if the two are combined, perhaps there could be a better bid for that amount.
Well, a couple of things on that. One is the North Hill pump is kind of a separate situation, but you are exactly right on the Coppins irrigation. I want to speak for school or DPW, but there is a plan in place right now to handle that within the current budget structure. We went also to the Ellison Fund and received an award from them to go towards that project. The DPW department is working on an above-ground storage tank, and not to get into all the minutia, but basically it's a very shallow well system up there. We pump the wells dry typically almost every year, so we would do what we did at the Keene Street location and pump from the wells into an above-ground storage tank, and then have that storage tank capacity to be able to water the fields every day. So the long answer to a quick question is there is a plan within the town as we speak now between the schools, the town, and DPW to address that as we go forward, and hopefully this spring.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Mr. Cushing. Mrs. Breyer?
Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. Thank you for your description of free cash, but I must have missed, how much are we starting with in free cash, please?
Mr. Madden, will you answer that question?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, the current free cash as certified by the Department of Revenue is $2,176,782.
Thank you. We have no other questions at this time, so I'll remind you, this is Article 8. The vote is to spend $100,000 to replace the submersible irrigation pump at North Hill Country Club. Again, when the light is illuminated, you'll have 20 seconds to cast your vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. The light, please. 1, you have 20 seconds to cast your vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. When the voting window is closed, and the motion carries 123 to 28. Motion 9, Article 9, excuse me, Article 9 under special. Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,846.47 to the police outside detail account. To meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $1,846.47 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Finance Committee voted to support. There was a miscalculation in some detail compensation that, once discovered, had to be made right.
Any questions under Article 9? None appearing. When the light is illuminated, press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light, please. You have 20 seconds to vote. Voting window is closed, and the motion carries 131 to 14. Article 10, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $80,000 to the pension reserve fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $80,000 from free cash.
Second.
Finance Committee voted to support. The pension reserve fund is used to help accommodate spikes in our obligation to cover this account, and we have this fund to help us manage through unforeseen expenses. So it is our practice to add to this fund, even though you will see that we use it perhaps in the same year, but we need to maintain a certain balance. Thank you.
Any questions under Article 10? None appearing. When the light is illuminated, press 1 for, oh, excuse me, we do have a question. Gentleman's moving to the microphone now. Either one. Straight up to your left. Yes, sir.
Mark Smith, King Caesar Road. I don't see this as a pension shortfall as a one-time cash adjustment. I see pensions, future responsibilities, financial responsibilities as a long-term obligation, not as a short-term. So for me, it doesn't fit your free cash flow definition.
Anybody wish to respond to that? It's more of a comment than a question, I believe. All right. That being said, there wasn't a question there. It was just a comment, I believe an observation made. Article 10, remind you, is the transfer of $80,000 to the pension reserve fund. When the light is illuminated, you'll have 20 seconds. Vote 1 for yes, 2 for no. Window is open. Please cast your vote. Window is closed, and the motion carries 117 to 28. Brings us to Article 11, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 11, I move that the town appropriate the sum of $300,000 to the Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund, otherwise known as OPEB, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $300,000 from free cash.
Second.
Finance Committee voted to support. unanimously.
Any questions concerning Article 11? This is to put $300,000 into the other post-employment benefits trust fund, otherwise known as OPEB. Yes, Mrs. Breyer?
Hi, Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. We're doing this in a special and we're taking it from free cash. I'm wondering if we are going to be making a line item in our budget for the future to start whittling down the OPEB, and what I guess your plan is for the future of that.
Mr.
I'm
Madden?
going to defer to our finance director. Frank Mangione usually handles these questions most capably, and in his absence, John will step in.
Mr. Madden?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I'm no Frank Mangione. You're absolutely right. At some point, this does need to work its way into the operating budget, just as the pension assessment payment has been part of the operating budget for a number of years now. At this point, with levy capacity so difficult to come by, our course of action, at least for the foreseeable future, is to fund it in the special with free cash. But you're absolutely right. Eventually, this is going to become probably an obligation by law, and that we'll need to make this part of our operating budget.
Thank you, Mr. Madden. To my right?
I just had a further question. to
Sorry,
Mr.
introduce yourself,
I'm
please, and your
sorry.
address.
Mary Lynn Carson, 21 Washington.
Thank you.
I wondered if Mr. Madden would just elaborate a little more on that, because he mentioned levy capacity. Are we currently taxing up to the 2.5 prop levy capacity?
Mr. Madden?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, as of FY 15, we were approximately $150,000 short of our levy capacity. For all intents and purposes, that's rounding. So you could say that, yes, we are. We are, while we're not technically up against our levy limit, by the time we set the tax rate, which is November, several months following town meeting, at that point, it's expected that we're using all of our levy capacity.
Okay, but the 150,000 is half of this amount here, and if we want to address this in terms of a long-term plan, it seems to me like we would be better off to use up some of that levy capacity each year, because that pushes it up from the preceding year every time, and it would give us more to address these kinds of needs. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Absolutely, it does. I think that you need to understand that one of the difficulties of municipal budgeting for everyone involved, truly not just town meeting, but the department heads, myself, the town manager, the school superintendent, is we're assuming a revenue source in this particular case of August of 2015. Here we are in March of 2016, and we won't know what some of our values are from new growth and other available funds through real estate value until November of 16. So that's a drawback, but it doesn't make Duxbury different from any other community in the Commonwealth. We're doing our best projections on new growth, 2.5, local receipts, all kinds of revenue, and but not knowing that the final number will not truly be available until sometime in November. But it's our anticipation when we go into town meeting that for all intents and purposes we're going to use our levy.
Thank you.
One other note is that 150,000 may be half of this 300 number, but it's a very small piece when you look at the total budget for the town is $73 million. Not a lot of wiggle room for them to play with. I think the gentleman to my left was first, and then I'll come back to the right. Yes, sir. Mr. Smith, I believe?
Yeah, Mark Smith, King Caesar Road, yes. Can you just comment on what this adjustment was, the supplemental adjustment for last year, Mr. Madden? I'm presuming that there was a supplemental on this again last year.
Sure, we have voted this article now for, I believe, 3 years in a row. We've had an actuarial study done with regard to our outstanding OPEB liability. And it's large. It's approximately $44 million. It's not something we should shy away from. But in working with the actuary, if we provide $300,000 a year, and we need to provide more, but if we provide $300,000 a year, we will be, what that did was drop our unfunded liability from $86 million to $44 million.
What's our percentage funding today? What percentage funded are we?
10, about 2%.
My only comment would be that this is a long-term budget issue, and we're curing it out of short-term money. Not a very healthy position.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And we're doing what we can to provide for those funding sources. We just can't do it at this time at the risk of affecting services to the town.
Yes, sir, to my right.
Fred Von Bargen, 62 Toby Garden Street. I just like to remind people that this 2.5 is the maximum that the rate should go up. I would hope that as we fund all these projects, that we remember these are taxpayers' dollars, and I'm fortunately one of those taxpayers. So I would really not want to encourage everyone to say, well, the minimum we're going to raise everything is 2.5. I think we should try to start looking at all of us are required to cut our expenses, and I'm just wondering, just going to a meeting saying, well, we'll start at 2.5. I think we should start looking to go down. Let's start with 1.5. Thank you.
I do not see any other questions at this time. Just a reminder, we're Article 11, and this is a request to transfer $300,000 to the Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund, otherwise known as OPED, $300,000. Again, handheld devices, please. When the light goes on, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light, please. You have 20 seconds to vote. Even the 20 seconds seems like it takes a long time. The voting window is closed, and the results are the motion carries 121 to 35. Mrs. Sullivan, Article 12.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $100,000 to the stabilization fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $100,000 from free cash to such fund. Second. Finance Committee voted unanimously to support. The stabilization fund is our rainy day fund. It had become very perilously low in previous years, and we've worked very hard to bring it up to 5% of the operating budget, and I'm happy to report that it is at 5.1 with this contribution.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan. Any questions under Article 12? This does require a 2/3 vote. So when the light is illuminated, please vote 1 for yes and 2 for no to transfer $100,000 into stabilization. Light, please. You have 20 seconds to vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting light is lit, is extinguished, excuse me. Motion carries 141 to 14. And finally, Article 13, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $125,000 to the accrued liabilities and compensated absences fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $125,000 from free cash to such fund to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Finance Committee voted to support. This is a fund that we use to help accommodate retirements and expenses that cannot necessarily be predicted within our annual salary line items, and helps us to accommodate those occurrences as they happen. Thank you.
Mrs. Breyer?
Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. I understand this fund. I think it's a good idea. 125,000, it seems high to me. I don't know how much was in there still. Could you explain what these amounts are that we're talking annually that we are not aware of?
Could I
Thank
explain
you.
what, Colleen? I'm so sorry. I didn't understand what you said.
We're putting 125,000 in there now. I understand the use of the
Sure.
fund. What has been the liability each year? What have we been taking out of that account? Typically, I understand it's not a typical, it's a unforeseeable thing, but I'm just curious what these amounts have been and how much was still in the account from previous years. Thank you.
Mr. Madden, could you address that, please?
Sure. Up until the most recent report that I have, there's a balance of approximately $30,000 in that fund. That was before the treasurer collector gave his notice and moved on to greener pastures. There were a number of retirements. This is actually our first year of utilizing such a fund. It was passed into law by the legislature in 2015. We adopted it for 2016. Not knowing, truthfully, how many retirements we were going to have, how many people would leave service, so what the contractual obligation would be. So we were really testing the waters there. And it really has been very beneficial. A number of small departments, the Treasurer Collector's Office, for example, that basically budget to the penny, this will allow them to carry on without having to come to special town meeting in order to get additional funds. So it has worked out very well. It is subject to the, it's subject to terminations in service, be they retirements or just people leaving, and those contractual agreements. So from year to year, it could be a roller coaster ride, or we may find that it's consistent. But this is really our first year that we've implemented it.
Thank you, Mr. Madden. I see no other questions on Article 13. Therefore, I'll call for the vote. Again, handheld devices, 1 for yes, 2 for no. The light, please. 20 seconds to vote. The light is out, voting is over, and the motion carries 144 to 16. That concludes the business for the special town meeting, and I will now entertain a motion to adjourn the special town meeting sine die.
So moved.
Second.
I hear it moved and seconded. All those in favor will take a voice vote. All those in favor of adjourning the special town meeting sine die, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Special town meeting is hereby adjourned. Sine die. We now will continue with the annual town meeting for 2016, and we will continue where we left off at Article 1. Mrs. Sullivan, Article 1 on the annual town meeting.
I move that the town bring in their votes for the following offices: 1 selectman for a term of 3 years, 1 moderator for a term of 1 year, 1 town clerk for a term of 3 years, 1 assessor for a term of 3 years, 2 school committee members for a term of 3 years, 1 planning board member for a term of 5 years, 2 library trustees for a term of 3 years, 1 Duxbury Housing Authority member for a term of 5 years, 1 Duxbury Housing Authority member to fill a 2-year unexpired term, and for any other matters that may be brought forward to the voters on the town ballot.
This article does not require a vote. It is a simple notice to the inhabitants of a coming townwide election. I would remind you that 2 weeks from today, March 26th, is our town election, and please keep that on your calendars. Article 2, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town receive the reports of town officials, boards, committees, and commissions.
I believe at this time we have one report, with the interim report from the Town Government Study Committee, and I believe Mr. Tuffy is going to address that. Phones on vibrate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is John Tuffy. I'm a member of the Town Government Study Committee, and I'm here to deliver their interim report. There's a copy of this report on the table outside where you signed in to vote if you'd like to get a copy of it. The Town Government Study Committee was formed over the summer of 2015 pursuant to Article 18 passed at the 2015 Annual Town Meeting. The article reads as follows: to see if the town will authorize the moderator to appoint a 9-member government study committee comprised of a representative from the Board of Selectmen, Fiscal Advisory Committee, Finance Committee, School Committee, and 5 at-large members to study the town's present form of government organization structure and general bylaws, and to provide a progress report to the annual town meeting of March 2016, and to further present their recommendations to the annual town meeting of March 2017, or take any action relative thereto. The moderator appointed the following committee members: Eugene Blanchard as a citizen at large, Alexander Chin from the Fiscal Advisory Committee, Susan Curtis as a citizen at large, Martin Desmarais as a citizen at large, Ted Flynn from the Board of Selectmen, Kathleen Glynn from the Finance Committee, Gay Shanahan as citizen at large, myself as a citizen at large, and Ann Ward from the School Committee. The Town Government Study Committee has held 7 meetings to date. They've been held every month except for the month of November, as well as several subcommittee meetings exploring the town's general bylaws, developing a survey to explore public opinion, and reviewing Duxbury's governmental structure. Our emphasis to date has been gathering input on which areas need study and developing information about those areas. We organized a lengthy list of possible areas of study into 3 tasks and set out in the authorizing article, and developed a broad outline of work. We've looked at the form of government, open town meeting versus representative town meeting, forms of open town meeting, organization of town meeting, timing of town meeting, and specific rules of town meeting. Under organizational study, we've reviewed the organizational chart, the number of selectmen, reviewed roles and activities of boards, elected versus appointed positions, areas of potential town-school coordination, and possible new service positions. Under general bylaws, we're conducting a review for clarity and consistency and possible suggestions of changes. In furtherance of our task, the Town Government Study Committee has met with the following officials and has developed a list of others with whom we would like to meet. So far, we have met with Rainey Reed, Town Manager, Brian Cherry, Facilities Manager, Dr. Ben Tantello, Superintendent of Schools, Betsy Sullivan, Finance Committee Chair, Frank Mangione, Finance Committee, Friend Weiler, Town Moderator, John Madden, Finance Director, and 2 representatives from the Department of Revenue's Bureau of Technical Assistance. The Town Government Study Committee has asked for input from the public through the Clipper. We've also invited the public to give input through a brief survey. The link to the survey was made available on the town website, as well as through schools, the Clipper, and private email blasts. We received approximately 600 responses to this survey. We thank the Duxbury community for its responses and participation in our project. The results have been summarized graphically and will be available on the Town Government Study Web Committee page, which is on the town website, the link of which is provided in the report that's out in the outer area. The committee met with the Department of Revenue, Division of Local Services, Technical Assistance Bureau in January to explore the possibility of utilizing the Bureau's free consulting services offered through them. The committee is exploring the possibility of asking them to examine the town government structure, our capital and long-term planning process, and town-school collaboration to seek efficiencies. The Town Government Study Committee is actively working to develop recommendations pursuant to the mandate which it expects to present at the 2017 Annual Town Meeting. Any ideas from the public on areas to explore or suggestions for changes in the way the town conducts its business are welcome. Please feel free to email the Town Government Study Committee. The address is in the handout. We also welcome participation at our meetings, which are posted at the Town Hall and are on the town's website. Respectfully submitted, Gay Shanahan, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tuffy. No further questions? That concludes the activity under Article 2. Article 3.
I move that the town fix the compensation of the elected officers for the 12-month period beginning July 1st, 2016, as set forth in the column entitled Finance Committee Recommended FY17 in Article 3 of the warrant. Finance Committee voted to recommend.
If you have the town warrant with you, that would be on page 7. This is the annual compensation of town employees, elected officials, excuse me. I don't see any questions. Again, Article 3 is to fund the compensation for elected officials. The light is illuminated, please. Vote 1 for yes, 2 for no on your handheld device. The light, please. Window is open for voting. Excuse me. Voting window is closed. Motion carries 155 to 6. Article 4.
I move that the town amend the town bylaw known as the Duxbury Personnel Plan as originally accepted on March 12, 1955, and last amended as of March 14, 2015, by replacing it with a new revised bylaw, a copy of which is on file in the town clerk's office to become effective July 1st, 2016, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $119,000 to implement the personnel plan, hire a consultant to conduct studies relative thereto, and provide funding for other salary compensation not a part of the personnel plan to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Finance Committee voted to support 6-0. Nathaniel Taylor will speak for the committee.
And for record, this is Article 4A.
4A, sorry.
I forgot to mention the A.
Good morning. This is just an annual article in which the town votes the language and the funding relative to non-union employees, which are included in the personnel plan. The amount to fund for fiscal year 17 is $119,000. Finance Committee voted unanimously to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Reed would like to address this article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody. Under this proposal, you'll see copies in the back, hopefully you got them, of the small booklet, which is the amended personnel regulations. Under the proposal, we are suggesting the removal of the years of service in position for this year. We have found that it's a bit too cumbersome and it's challenging for acquiring new hires. So what we're doing is we're keeping in place the salary ranges, which include the minimum and the maximum salaries, to allow us more flexibility when we do hiring. During the coming months, the Personnel Board, the HR Director, and myself, along with the Board of Selectmen, will be further reviewing and defining the compensation guidelines going forward, which I know it's a little bit ahead of time, but in the next motion, you'll see that Article 4B will be indefinitely postponed. So this is just sort of the standard procedure that we have year after year.
Any questions concerning Article 4A? Not a question, it's a photographer, okay. Okay, all in favor of Article 4A, which is approval of the personnel plan revision for the coming year and the funding of $119,000. Again, when the light is illuminated. Electric devices, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light, please. 20 seconds to vote yes or no. Article 14A. Light is extinguished, voting is over, and the motion carries 150 to 19. 4B, Mrs. Sullivan.
We move to indefinitely postpone this article. Mr. Reed will explain what the purpose of the indefinite postponement was. A last-minute change and is not
Mr.
reflected
Reed?
in your...
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As I had noted earlier, this is the article that we were going to suggest that be IP'd. The article and the explanation language are in conflict with the proposed bylaw. It was we'll call it a clerical error, but I'll take responsibility for it. It was nobody's fault but mine. The possibility existed of making a motion to amend this main motion, but there wasn't enough time to prepare handouts, and the ensuing confusion that could arise would only serve to defeat the purpose, and the object here is not to make things harder on you, it's to make things easier on you if we can. So what we did was conclude that it would be best to recommend indefinitely postponing Article 4B at this time. And as I said earlier, once we've ironed out any of the confusion following town meeting, we'll bring it back to the voters for your consideration at a future town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. No, I thought that may have been someone rising to speak, but he's just walking down the stairs. All those in favor of indefinite postponement, please take your device when the light is illuminated. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light, please.
Okay, here we go.
Light is extinguished. The voting window is closed. Motion carries 163 to 2. We now come to Article 5, which is the annual operating budget for the town of Duxbury. I will have some remarks about the procedure and how we conduct this particular article. But first of all, we're going to hear the annual presentation from our town manager, Rainey Reed. Mr. Reed, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for attending this year's annual and special town meeting. We certainly appreciate you being here. Today I present you with the fiscal FY17 operating budgets for the General Fund, the Water Enterprise Fund, and the Percy Walker Pool Enterprise Fund. Together they total $73,151,614. Supporting these budgets is a combination of taxation, state aid, local receipts, user fees, and available funds. During this entire process, we have stayed true to the practices that have helped serve management in the community so well. The budgets are balanced on conservative estimates of renewable revenues. A conscious decision to allocate one-time revenues to sustain a viable capital plan remained intact. We remain unwavering in our continued efforts to increase reserves, and finally, we remain vigilant in our efforts to contain health insurance costs. The FY 2017 budgets are based on projected renewable revenues. Factually speaking, little has changed from prior years regarding renewable revenues. State aid and local receipts remain stagnant. During this town meeting, you will be asked to consider a number of articles, one of which, Article 13, contemplates voting to adopt a local meals tax. This tax, which equates to 75 cents on a $100 dinner tab, is estimated to raise approximately $94,000 for the town of Duxbury. Many of our surrounding communities, and almost 200 statewide, have adopted this statute in recent years. An upside to the tax is that it will be paid by non-residents as well as residents of the town of Duxbury. Beyond that, there are no new revenue sources on the horizon. The combination of limited revenues and the rising costs of services present a formidable and seemingly never-ending challenge. While we have been up to the task, ultimately something will have to give. As we commence this town meeting, the town is in the process of wrapping up the middle school and high school project. Although there are still some landscaping projects to complete, we have begun the exercise of the MSBA post-completion audit, which will result in the final allocation of construction costs. With the completion of one project, we turn our attention to addressing the needs of another sector of our population, the elderly. For quite some time, the Duxbury Senior Center has been a focal point of the community. Not only has this building been a second home for over 4,000 seniors, it has provided meeting space for countless civic groups as well as town boards and committees. The Senior Center has provided over 3,400 programs for the town seniors. It has stood as a warming center during storms and power outages. It has, through various day programs, promoted respite for the caregivers of Alzheimer's victims. In short, it has definitely earned its award-winning reputation as a nationally accredited senior center and is ranked 3rd in the nation. This segment of our population is growing at a rapid pace. The needs of our seniors are ever increasing, while the needs of the community as a whole are ever increasing. The burden of caring for Alzheimer's and other dementia-related afflictions is increasing. The time has come to undertake the task of expanding this all-important facility to meet these needs. At this time, the Council on Aging Board has undertaken a feasibility study to review the needs of the senior center, and it is anticipated that this study will be completed not long after town meeting. The study will then be open for review by the public through a series of presentations. This body can expect to see a request for funding a schematic design at the March 2017 town meeting, followed by a construction project funding request in 2018. During this town meeting, you will also be asked to vote favorably on funding a feasibility study for the future construction of a new public works facility. This project is long overdue. However, we also recognize that it would have to wait until after the completion of the school, fire station, police station, and crematory projects. The DPW staff is housed in various buildings throughout the town, some of which provide no bathroom facilities. There is inadequate storage, which can result in leaving very expensive equipment exposed to the elements. During storms and other events, there is no area to rest and rehabilitate the staff that are required to remain on scene for extended periods of time. The existing facility does not provide the environment necessary to do repairs to certain vehicles and equipment, which leads to the more costly option of having to outsource this maintenance. Finally, the various buildings in the public works yard are becoming a public safety issue. Corrugated metal walls are rusting and left to flap in the wind, exposing interior areas to wind, snow, and rain, while presenting a real possibility of personal injury due to flying pieces of metal. While still a couple of years away from actual construction, the condition of the existing facility must be addressed, as the current situation is simply untenable. With regard to state aid funding to the town of Duxbury continues to flounder. The Governor's House 1 proposal increases Duxbury's share of Chapter 70 by 1.28%, or $62,220 over FY 2016 levels. These numbers are nearly identical to the increases recommended for FY 2016. Overall, the Governor's House 1 proposal provides an increase in state aid of $124,817, or 2.11%. For purposes of budgeting, we had estimated that local aid would increase for FY 2017 to $121,512, or 2.06%. That being said, we still rely on state aid to provide slightly more than 9.12% of funding for the town's operations. It is important to keep in mind that the state's budget process is in its earliest stages and must still be reviewed and vetted by the House and Senate. The House 1 assessment proposals did provide an unexpected surprise. Nearly all categories experienced minimal increases as well as a few minor decreases. The largest increase by far was in charter school tuition, which spiked by more than $52,000. It is hoped that the prior year's downward trend would continue. Last year saw the first decrease in several years. The 5-year average annual increase in this category still stands at approximately 126% each year since FY12. All other assessments, such as mosquito control, GATRA, which is the Greater Attleboro-Taunton Regional Transit Authority, and special education, among others, showed nominal increases and decreases. Overall, the state and county assessments rose $50,891, or 30%. Excuse me. Local receipts. Local receipts actually declined from the previous year for the first time in a number of years. The major items within this group are motor vehicle excise, beach revenue, crematory revenue, transfer station revenue, and ambulance receipts. Only ambulance receipts showed a significant increase of 14.2%. Motor vehicle excise was down 5.5%, crematory revenue was off by 12.7%, while trash revenue was level from the prior year. Over the last 5 years, local receipts have increased on an average of 2.38%. The average annual increase of the last 5 years has been 1.53%. For FY 2017, we are projecting an increase in local receipts of about 2%. We project that local receipts will provide slightly more than 10.2% towards support of the operating budget. Taxation. This leads us to the real and personal tax revenue, which provides over 80% of the revenue support to the town's operating budget. Under the constraints of Prop 2.5, which was passed by the voters in 1980 and caps revenue growth at 2.5% of the previous year's tax levy, the amount added to this year's levy will amount to $1,225,048. In addition to this amount, we have projected an additional $500,000 in new growth. New growth is additional revenue derived from construction or improvements to existing properties. New growth for FY 2016 saw an incredible $631,476 addition to tax revenue. Increases in building permits have remained strong, suggesting that new growth revenue for FY 2017 is showing no signs of slowing down. While this news appears promising, we will remain cautiously optimistic. Rises and falls in the building industry are often unpredictable. We believe that, as was the case in FY 2016, the increase in the FY 2017 tax levy will increase minimally. Further, there will be no unusual increases in taxes due to extraordinary debt assumed by the town for recent project authorizations. We are making every effort to craft our future bond sales in such a manner as to appear seamless as possible to the taxpayers of Duxbury, of which I am one, by the way, so I empathize with the plight. The townwide increase in revenue generated by the tax levy from FY 2016 to 17 is projected to be $1,485,347, or 2.63%. In FY 2016, the town raised through taxation over $151,886 less than was available. In order to meet the needs of the residents of Duxbury and satisfy the assessments of outside obligations, we do not foresee any unused levy capacity resulting from this budget cycle. Free cash and other available funds have historically been used to fund one-time expenditures, and this year is no different. With $1,370,852 of free cash, $518,755 from bond premium reserves, $114,000 from the Waterways Improvement Fund, and $169,000 from other sources, we have accomplished two important goals. First, by carefully utilizing certain replenishable funds, we are able to mitigate increases in various areas of the budget. Second, we have provided for a robust and productive capital improvement program. Once again, we have been able to meet our target of $1 million for the purchase of vehicles, equipment, and other important infrastructure needs. With regard to expenditures, the general fund operating budget, which can be found on page 10 of the warrant, if you have it in front of you, and I will be referring to a couple of lines within it. On page 10 of your annual town meeting warrant that I present to you totals $70,547,261. Additionally, I am presenting a water enterprise fund budget of $2,223,258 and a pool enterprise fund budget of $381,095. All of the appropriations equal $73,151,614. This represents a total increase of 2.2%, or $1,516,235 over the budget voted for FY16. These figures are prior to the actions taken in the special town meeting. A further breakdown of the increases in the general fund operating budget shows an increase of 2.56% to provide services to the town and its residents. Member benefits and insurances increased by 4% due to increases in a number of areas, including Medicare, health insurance, workman's comp, and property and liability insurance. Debt service for FY 2017 will increase by 2% from FY 2016. This includes a reduction in exempt debt service over $182,000, despite the addition of the second school construction bond totaling $4.5 million. The FY 2017 budget being presented does not contain funding for any collective bargaining agreements. While these settlements, once achieved, will ultimately have a profound impact on the budget, we believe that we will be able to meet all reasonable negotiated financial commitments. No new full-time positions under my authority have been added to the FY 2017 budget. With regard to health insurance, which can be found on page 16, line 80, this year the town's share of health insurance will increase by 4%, or $258,000 over FY 2016. There are many changes in health care on the horizon, but most notably the support of the Affordable Care Act, which does come at a price. The town will be required to contribute nearly $70,000 in FY 2017 to support various programs under the Act. The town has done a very good job of holding the line on health costs. However, increases in health care, and especially prescription drug costs, will force us to take another further look at our current plans. The general government function of the operating budget increased by $102,172, or 3.6%. Over half of this increase is related to a $25,000 increase in the legal services line and an increase of $35,000 in the town clerk's budget to fund electronic voting at town meeting. A question was raised in this week's Clipper asking why the legal budget was increasing by $25,000 to $280,000. As you will see on page 11 of your warrant, budget line 17 was originally estimated at $300,000. However, after additional consideration of the cases we see on the horizon, we were able to reduce the proposed amount to $280,000. This amount still represents an increase of $25,000, the purpose of which is to fund an increase in the amount of labor council costs and the associated aspects of collective bargaining, including mediation and arbitration, should the need arise. Other noteworthy changes to the budget include the consolidation of the accounting department and the finance director's department to take advantage of some budgetary flexibility. This change is reflected on page 10 of the warrant under lines 8 and 9, which have been reduced to $0, and in lines 10 and 11, which have been increased to reflect this transition. The public safety function of the operating budget increased by $126,198, or 1.73%. More specifically, within the police department, page 12, line 32, we have budgeted $19,500 for the leasing of laptops to be installed in police cruisers. As with other technology, we have determined that it is better to lease than to purchase. Additionally, $15,000 was added to cover the expenses incurred in providing academy training and certification for new recruits. Finally, $72,000 was added to provide for Narcan program and additional training supplies. During the current fiscal year, we filled the vacant lieutenant's position due to a retirement, providing a full complement at that level. Also, the Duxbury Regional Emergency Call Center, or the DREC, continues to be a beehive of activity as it looks to expand its presence in the area. It is important to note that while taxation provides the majority of our funding, other sources of funding are diligently sought out as well. All of our departments continue to keep a watchful eye for grant opportunities as they become available. By way of example, over the past year, the fire department has obtained grant funding for a number of important projects that benefit not just that department, but others as well. Specifically, $175,000 for a new brush truck, $198,000 for the DREC, $7,000 for improved security at the Ashdod Fire Station, $150,000 for FEMA reimbursement as a result of last year's winter storms, and $7,500 for fire prevention programs benefiting the school department. Through the hard work of all of our departments, not just the fire department, we continue to constantly look for opportunities such as these to help alleviate the tax burden we all share. The education function of the operating budget, which can be found on page 15 in lines 75 and 76, increased by $880,000, or 2.6%. Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Tantillo, has a presentation that he will be making shortly that will explain that aspect of the budget. The public works function of the operating budget increased by $122,486, or 3%. As we had mentioned at last year's town meeting, the town engaged in negotiations regarding the disposal of residential waste, which resulted in a very favorable outcome for the town. The town's current contract with CMAS expired on December 31st of 2015. The per-ton cost based on the new agreement with New Bedford Waste Services was reduced by nearly $50 a ton from the previous agreement with CMAS. Excuse me. However, it appears that the pendulum has swung the other way in terms of the cost for recycling, since that market has recently experienced troublesome times and the rising cost of recycling will take some of the gains found in our new solid waste contract. As such, the cost of waste disposal was increased by $87,000, in part to cover anticipated recycling costs. Most of this increase will be funded by users through increased fees approved by the Board of Selectmen. At the same time, the pay-as-you-throw supplies budget was reduced by $2,400 to reflect historical costs. The entire scenario plays out in the resulting figures found on page 14, line 57 of your warrant. The library and recreation function of the budget increased by $19,000, or 1.28%. Changes in this area include the transfer of the celebrations budget, which is on page 15, line 74, to the Veterans Service Department, which is on page 14, line 65. The celebration budget is for the purposes of funding the Memorial Day activities, which are overseen by the Veterans Agent. You will note that there is a decrease in the line from FY 2016 to 2017, which is the result of anticipated veterans benefits expenses. The Recreation Department expense budget, found on page 15, line 70, was reduced by $1,800 to reflect the off year of the biannual national conference attended by the director and the assistant director. The Human Services function of the budget increased by $8,482, or 1.28%. Basically, the budget for this function remained flat. The Council on Aging budget was increased to fund a 9-hour-per-week volunteer manager. Within the member benefits and insurance, the biggest contributors to the 4.03% increase were the $258,000 increase in the employee and retire health insurance appropriation and the $98,492 increase in the contributory pensions assessment. While it may not seem like it, a $150,000 increase is a modest sum in light of the increases seen around the Commonwealth as is the nation. I am recommending that $80,000 be transferred from the Pension Reserve Fund to offset pension assessment increase and as such reduce taxpayer liability. Property insurance increased by over $75,000 due to a property valuation that was performed by Maya, our insurance carrier. Finally, while the town does an excellent job in the area of job site safety training, previous on-the-job injury experience drove up the cost of the town's workers' compensation policy by nearly $55,000. In order to help reduce future claims experiences, the town is conducting pre-employment physicals for all new hires to establish suitability for these jobs, increasing safety training, implementing stronger enforcement of our existing policies and procedures, assessing our active risk management committee accessing our active risk management committee to help look for ways of making both the department-specific and town-wide improvements and using additional risk management resources through our provider. The debt service appropriations remain stable for FY 2017. As I stated earlier, it is our intention to continue in this manner, thereby avoiding sticker shock that has been felt in the past. This year, the town bonded $4.5 million for an additional funding of the middle school, high school project. Although this added approximately $500,000 on the debt service budget, overall the cost of debt decreased by $180,000 for FY 2017. This is the type of stabilization that we are trying to maintain. The water fund budget for FY 2017 is expected to decrease overall by $36,476, or 1.6%. The operating budget is set to increase by $22,643, due primarily to the same forces as we saw in the general fund, which were insurance and workers' compensation. The water enterprise fund debt will decrease from FY 2016 by slightly more than $59,000, or 9.8%. This is due to the roll-off of a PCE pipe replacement bond of $50,000. The Water Department has several capital requests this year above and beyond the usual Water Department mains replacement and PCE pipe replacement ongoing projects. Additional requests include the replacement of 2 vehicles, the rehabilitation of the Millbrook and the Lakeshore Drive wells, and the improvements to the Partridge well site facility. Funding for these projects will come from the retained earnings within the Water Department fund, within the Water Enterprise Fund. In addition to these projects, a borrowing authorization will be requested for the installation of water mains on Mayflower and Temple Streets. The cost of these projects is estimated to be at $1,110,000 and will be borrowed over a period of time as yet to be determined. The Pool Enterprise Fund. The FY 2017 operating budget for the Percy Walker Pool totals $381,095, a 0.81% decrease over FY 2016. While the pool remains a busy and vibrant focal point in Duxbury, revenues necessary to meet the support of the budget have consistently fallen short. Partially due to the closing of the pool for a short period of time to replace the water and make repairs, the pool finished FY 2015 with a deficit of over $79,000. Funded primarily through rentals and other fees, the fund does receive a small 5% general fund subsidy. For FY 2017, we will be increasing the subsidy to 10%. That increase, coupled with increases in the other fees and rentals, will allow the pool to be a self-supporting entity. Short of that, we will need to reconsider the facility as an enterprise fund and perhaps return it to the general fund where it resided prior to its 2010 rehab. I can tell you from my own personal experience that the Percy Walker Pool is entering a new era. And as a result of the terrific staff that we have in place with Rob and Christian managing the facility, both residents and non-residents alike are enjoying a very positive environment with a strong focus on family-friendly aquatic programs and activities. I encourage you all to visit the pool sometime soon. As I mentioned from the outset, this year's budget process was certainly filled with its share of challenges. Each of those challenges were met through the hard work and the tireless efforts of the departments you see assembled here this morning. Working closely with the department heads, and they with their respective staffs, we have again provided a budget for your consideration that I believe illustrates our ability to live within our means while delivering the same quality and caliber of services we have all come to expect. I would like to take the time to thank each of them and their staffs for their hard work and dedication, and let them know that I appreciate all of their efforts. I'd also like to thank Finance Director John Madden for his assistance in this process. I always enjoy our conversations while working through this together, and it's comforting to know that we agree far more than we rarely disagree. I'd also like to thank the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee for their continued support, encouragement, and direction throughout this process. I truly appreciate their observations and insights along the way as we try new things together to help make this process clearer and more open for all involved. We all realize that the fiscal waters ahead won't always be calm, but we share a commitment of working together to find safe passage. Also, I would like to personally bid a fond farewell to our moderator, Friend Weiler, for all of his help and assistance over the past few years in helping me better understand the inner workings of how Duxbury conducts its town meeting. In my eyes, you have certainly lived up to your name, Friend, and I deeply appreciate all of your help, and I certainly wish you all the best in the future. And just remember, Friend, town moderators never die, they just get a little out of order. One more thing. One more thing briefly. And finally, much to her probable horror and embarrassment, I would like to wish a very happy birthday to my coworker, where are you? Nancy O'Connor, whose birthday actually falls on this date. Earlier this week, I mentioned that I suspected we would have a small gathering in her honor, and so with all of you here today, I would kindly ask that if you see her, wish her a happy 39th birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, for your comments and your kind comments in my regard. Betsy Sullivan will now give the report for the Finance Committee, and then we'll move on to the motion 1 of Article 5.
I'm a lot shorter. Happy birthday, Nancy. I wanted to just, as we do annually, have some remarks from the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee is appointed by the moderator. We start meeting in September, and even last year it was August was our first meeting. And we work with the town manager and the finance director and the Board of Selectmen to communicate with the department heads, review budgets, and make recommendations. We're your eyes and ears. We're the community, and we are grateful for the access that we have at Town Hall. The town manager and the finance director attend every meeting that we have. We meet twice a week in the fall. We take a bit of a break over the holidays and come back in January to review articles and capital, and again meet twice a week. That's quite a burden on their schedules. They never complain. They bring handouts. They answer questions, whether they think they are germane to the process or not, and do it with good grace. And we thank them very much. And I'd just like to take a moment to offer a round of applause because we're very lucky. First, the good news. We're a well-run community. I think that the committee agrees that as we sit through these meetings and we talk to the department heads, that we're very lucky that we have a well-run community where we turn in a balanced budget. We have my personal favorite AAA rating with the rating agencies, which is, if you're not into bonds, it's not as exciting to you, but it gives us a lower interest rate. It is a reflection of how well run we are. Do we have challenges? Absolutely. Every single town in the Commonwealth, and I would dare say the nation, faces the push and pull of enough resources to satisfy the type of environment and the services that they want to provide. Good news this year, the stabilization fund. This earlier on, and I don't think I was a selectman, I don't remember, but we had gotten to the point where our stabilization fund was around $600,000, and it was 07, 08, which was scary. With this is our rainy day fund. This is our savings account. This is the money that we turn to when we are in a situation that was unforeseen and of huge importance. We made a commitment through the great guidance of our finance director and Ken McCarthy, a previous chair of the finance committee, working together some financial guidelines, which called for us to have a stabilization fund that was 5% of the operating. We've reached that goal, and we feel really good about that. It makes us feel as though we are managing. And although I certainly have empathy for Mark's comments about what we need to be doing as far as pensions and OPEB, we needed to have this cushion to handle immediate concerns, and we need to preserve it. And you will, as long as I'm involved, see an annual contribution to that stabilization fund to keep it there and keep it healthy. Our buildings are mostly in good shape. There's a couple of exceptions. The DPW barn is, it doesn't owe us anything. It's been here a while. It's going to be something that we will be coming to you, and I think that there's been fair warning on that, and we're going to be doing some plans to make sure that what we present to you is cost efficient and provides a long years of service. We have a capital plan in place. Every department that we speak to that is dealing with our new facilities director, Brian Cherry, who I'm sure is probably crawling under his chair right now, cannot say enough positive things about his attention to detail, his planning, his ability to take the long view to keep what we have given the town and each other in good shape and keep the services provided at top notch. So he was a great addition, which was a recommendation of the previous government study committee as the finance director was, and both were strategic hires that help us be better and maintain what we have. Our environment it's unparalleled. I pinch myself every time I drive in this town that I actually get to live here. And I think we all feel that way. And our spending and our policies and our budgets reflect that partnership, that we need to protect the environment, we need to protect the gift that has been given us, and provide services and make this as wonderful a place to live as it is. So these are all good things. And dredging is done in time for boating season, which is a huge plus. We have challenges. There's always the unknown. There's always something that's going to happen, whether it be weather, legislative action that's taken at the state level that forces us to spend money that we hadn't anticipated. Town meeting. Town meeting can vote that the town community wants something to be enacted that costs money, and we have to find it. And when we have to find money to satisfy these requests, then it has to come from somewhere, and sometimes that means giving up on things that we've held before. Not always a bad thing, but it is something that we have to be watchful. We have some changes going on in our commercial. As everyone knows, Batella's for sale. That's going to be a huge change. We've had commercial properties in town change hands or in the process of changing hands. We have precious little commercial property, and we need to be mindful of how that turns out so that it's in the best interest of the whole community. We have, as I mentioned, the DPW barn. If anybody wants to see, something that could fall down, just drive by and take a look. We're going to have some new needs for storage as we have, different equipment that we have. We want to make sure that it lasts as long as it can, and that means that we have to have the appropriate facilities to house it. The Council on Aging, it does an amazing job. It is the happiest place in town. That and a kindergarten classroom, you can't find more positive energy in both places. You go in there, and Joanne is the leader, and her good spirit and her wonderful attitude towards life permeates through that building. Well, that success means that more people want to use it, more people want to come, and they're going to be looking to add on to it. It's something we're going to have to discuss and see if it is a contribution to the community that we can afford and that we want to support. These decisions are all backed down with something that we hadn't dealt with 20 years ago. Technology. I mean, it's the new department. It's the new line. The technology has to be current. It has to be thoughtfully purchased. We need professional help on that. There have been times that we have gotten together and had community groups try to help with that, and with always not the best result. It is such a fast-moving environment that professionals need to be brought in to make sure that what we're buying is we're paying for what we need and we're paying for something that's going to work for us. And we're doing that. We need the schools have a tremendous technology environment, and we need to work together. There's a study going on between the schools and the town about consolidating those services to bring the best of the schools and the best of the town together so that we can make sure we're efficient in what we buy, in what we do, and how we staff. And we applaud those initiatives. We need to help each other. We cannot afford silos. The labor. We have an amazing labor force. These people come to work every day to make this place a better place. We can only thank God that they have decided to work for us. But we have to be mindful of labor costs, pensions, and the bill that needs to be paid as time goes on. So it's a balancing act. You have to make your employees that you value feel valued, feel as though their compensation is fair, and yet you have to be mindful of what the community can afford to spend. And it is a very difficult balancing act that I think this new personnel plan is trying mightily to work with and have the non-union employees stay current with the union employees, and also to be on our game as we negotiate. It's tough duty. I've done it, and it is hours and hours and hours of work, and we usually come out on the right side, but we have to keep our eye on it. One more page, I'm short. We have to, strategy. We need to stay professional and transparent. This town, and the one thing that technology enables us to do is to keep our books open to the community. You deserve to know how your money is spent. You are always welcome at Finance Committee. They're posted, they're at the Senior Center. We value your input. We value people that want to come and join us as appointments become available. And it is your money that we're spending, and you deserve to know how it's being spent. And that is something that I think we're doing a good job, and as technology improves, even a better job in having the books open so people know what's going on. We need to manage thoughtful growth. We need to keep the environment safe, provide some jobs, keep an eye on our revenue, and I'm mindful to new revenue. You'll be hearing about that in the new tax that I know has got some mixed reviews, and to be always, always, always mindful of the culture that we have in Duxbury. Even if it's a good idea, we have to always ask, is it a good idea for Duxbury? Because this is our place, and we are the masters of our ship as best we can. So we aren't complacent with our success. The Government Study Committee is working hard to come back with recommendations and new bylaws and changes that we have in how we do business so that we stay current. Our strategic plan, there is an article on that. I've heard people say, why do a new strategic plan? We've got about the same number of people. We've got, we're the same. We're not the same. Our demographics have changed. Our needs have changed. Our future is something that we need to be always looking to as far as good planning. There is no replacement for good planning. And we've recently gotten a wonderful new planning director. She's fabulous, and I think that she can help us in that and guide us to getting a new plan that we can turn to. It also helps us when we're looking for some of that grant money. If you've got a 10-year-old or 15-year-old strategic plan, it's not given the same import as something that's been freshly done. That's it. We'll sit down, we'll get to the numbers, we'll spend a lot of money here today. I hope that you're satisfied that your money is being spent well, but know that everybody is trying to do the best they can and keep their eye on it, and it's up to you to let us know when you think we've fallen short, and maybe let them know when you think they've done a good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan. We now enter the Article 5, which is the operating budgets for the town of Duxbury. There will be 4 motions under Article 5. The first deals with the town operating budget, second with the school operating budget, then the water enterprise, and finally the Percy Walker pool. As been our practice for the last couple of years, the chairman of the Finance Committee, Mrs. Sullivan, will read the line item by line item of the operating budget. As she reads each line item, if you have a question concerning that particular item, just say the word hold. After we get through reading all the columns, we'll go back and talk to the specific line items that you've asked to hold. And that way we get through the operating budget in a rather orderly fashion, we hope. You will find the operating budget listed in your warrant that you picked up on the way in, hopefully, starting on page 10. It runs from page 10 through 17. But we're obviously going to start off on page 10 with the general government. Now, do we have a question up here in front before we get started?
Yes, Sue Schofield, James Road. I just had a couple of questions from the previous presentations, and thank you. They were very good presentations. I'm wondering if you could remind me, what year will the schools, fire department, police department, crematorium be paid off? Thank you. And I have one other question after that.
Who has that schedule of the debt? Mr. Madden?
Through you, Mr. Moderator. And talk among yourselves for a minute. The crematory will be paid off in 2028. The police station will be paid off in 2033. The fire station in 2028. The original school bond will be paid off in 2038. And the most recent school construction bond will be paid off in 2025.
Thank you. And then my other question is, if receipts are currently down this year for the beach, the crematorium, et cetera, why are we projecting an increase for this coming year?
Because while they were down, they were within the parameters of the budgeted revenues that we assumed for the town. And that's one of the reasons that we are conservative with our budgeting of revenues. While they were down, they were still above what we had projected for the revenues that we anticipated receiving for that fiscal year.
So they're down, but they're above?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you should do my checkbook, because I don't get that.
Yes,
Sure.
sir.
Yeah, Terry Ryber, 1372 Tremont Street. One question I have, just for clarification, is what is going to be, if this budget is passed, the overall percentage increase to the townspeople's property taxes next year?
Mr. Madden, we're going to put that one on you again.
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, the simple answer is approximately 2.8%. Things are never as simple as they seem. It will depend on the valuations of your town as reviewed by the assessing department. If you are in a neighborhood where sales have shown an increase in value, That will be reflected in the value of your property in that particular neighborhood. If sales in your neighborhood have shown themselves to go down, same thing. And beyond that, I'm treading on ice that I truly don't belong in. I would defer any specific details to our assessor, but overall, that's basically what we're looking at, approximately a 2.8% increase.
Okay, because I noticed in the Clipper, it said here the tax levy will increase by 3.84%.
That's
versus
correct. That number is based on new growth. Okay, new growth, Prop 2.5, and also any additional debt through exclusions that are included in there that may or may not come to fruition.
Okay, I guess I'm going to point out, I'm a fiscal conservative, I will say that, and I feel like these budgets are like death to the taxpayers by 1,000 additions. I mean, if I were looking at a overall, 10,000 foot level on this budget, I would say that the federal inflation rate is about 1.8, maybe 2%, and yet we're going for a budget that's almost double the federal inflation rate. This is after we've had extremely large increases due to building the new schools. I would ask FinCom or anyone to explain to me, at what point are we going to hold the costs in this town to the inflation rate? I mean, I'm talking to a lot of elderly people here who are talking about that they can't retire in Duxbury because they're being taxed out of their homes. I mean, do we ever take a position where, hey guys, let's just go for 2% increase on the overall budget and then everybody kind of fight for their priorities instead of, hundreds of people coming to the town with all their needs and justifying their needs and ending up with a 3.84% increase. I don't see that as fiscally responsible, but I will say I'm probably in a vast minority of people in the room here with my opinions. But please, if someone could explain how the overall thinking of these increases do or don't aren't being taken into account.
Sure.
Mrs. Sullivan?
Well, see, you've got a couple of friends here.
Okay, thank you.
If you don't mind, Sue, it's budgeted versus actual. So a number is budgeted and then the actual can be higher or lower.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to have them do my checkbook too. The second thing is on the bonds. It's not like your mortgage that's even out until they're paid off. It's a downhill slope. So as we get to the end of the bond life, the impact to the taxpayer is less and less because we make the same principal payment, so the principal depletes and then the interest goes down. So that's a little bit, when those numbers sound like, 2032, yikes, but by then the payment is quite low. I'm sorry, I hope you don't mind, I short-stopped you there. We do look at it. Many of the numbers that are brought to us are baked. We have union contracts, we have employees, we have certain overheads, the lights, the heat, the buildings, we own the buildings. We have mandates from town meeting. So the great majority of what we are brought and what is brought to us is not discretionary spending. It's spending that is baked into keeping the lights on and having people go to work every day, which is kind of back to what Rainey had said and what I had said, that our job on FinCom and our job at the Fiscal Advisory and at Town Hall is to be mindful of those hard-baked items, keep an eye on them so that they don't grow in a fashion that is more than we can afford to take on. And to communicate and be transparent with the town that, okay, you might want X, fill in the blank of whatever X is, but it's going to cost, and that cost is going to translate to your tax bill. So I feel your pain. I don't want to spend more than what we should. The last year, I think the people on Social Security got a big fat goose egg as far as an increase to what they're going to be getting this next year. And that's certainly hard for people that are tied to that income. So we do look for it, but a lot of it sounds like a cop-out, but a lot of it is hard-baked. I mean, I would say 80% of it. And the discretionary spending is for the most part, not that discretionary. And, you know, the word is out. We don't want to grow departments. We don't want to create situations. There are some articles that are coming up that the Finance Committee did not support because we fear that it will foster the creation of another department that we can't afford to support with labor costs, pension costs, health benefits, and so forth. But you're not alone in this room. I think everybody's mindful of that. But you would have to, if you said, okay, 2% growth and that's it, you're going to see layoffs, you're going to see a reduction in services because there's more than that baked into the cake. All right? I hope you, I know it's not the answer you want, but it's an answer.
Well, thank you for your explanation. I've been in town 14 years and I've never seen a budget that was actually at the rate of inflation in this town. It's always been above or well above the rate of inflation. So I'm wondering if the group here would be interested in changing this article so that we give everyone a chance to vote on a budget that's 2% increase, which is about the federal rate of inflation. I think it's 1.8%, and give everyone a chance to vote on that first before we vote on these motions, and that way people can decide if they want to contain the overall budget to the rate of inflation.
Are you making a motion, sir?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to change Article 5 to contain the town budget to a 2% increase.
And where, would you have that written down so we can make sure we capture exactly what you're trying to say? Where would you put it in the motion? We need to know exactly how you're articulating it, so when we do vote it up or down, we have the record correct.
My motion is to restrict the increase of the town budget to 2%. It's a pretty simple statement.
It's not simple, because when you look at the motion that's on the floor that you're being offered to vote.
I want the whole Article 5 to be changed to...
Let me just noodle on this for a second.
Yeah, sure, please.
Let me see.
Might be the first time in the history of the town, actually.
Okay, trying to just understand the dynamics. The issue with, from my perspective, is we've got a budget with 7 pages of line items, and if you make a motion to reduce the overall expenditure to another number, we've got to create an answer of where that change between the 2.8 and the 200 comes from, the 0.8% comes from. So we'd have to be going down each line item in the budget to make those changes, just a fact of order. First of all, we've got to move the article. Once we move the article, you can make your amendment if you wish, and then we'll just have to try to deal with it. But first we're going to deal with your amendment and to see whether people want to go along with it or not, okay? So
sure.
We got to first move, we actually have to move the articles because we were talking about the, all the other events, the town manager's presentation, the FinCom's presentation, so now we have to actually move it, then you can make your amendment, okay?
Yeah, and I've got some advice from some people in the crowd of how I can make that amendment.
All right, then let's get the motion on the floor first, and then you'll do that. Now, do you have any response to this question at this time? If you're going to deal with the actual amendment, why don't we wait till it's made, but if you're going to talk in general, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just so you know, as I had mentioned in my comments, the budget before you represents a 2.20% increase.
I'm concerned about the overall increase to the taxpayers. I'd like to limit it to the property tax increase of a budget that reflects a property tax increase of 2% versus 3.84%.
Well, as I said, Betsy and I and many of the others up here share the pain. So when I approach the budget, I look at it through your eyes as well, because I don't want to have to buy anything I don't think we need. So that by the time the department heads, whom I thank annually for sticking with me, they run the gauntlet. They come through me first. They go through John, then we go chat with the Finance Committee for a while, so that by the time they're done, I owe them thanks just for sticking with me, because the process is somewhat arduous. We do not have a lot of fat in this budget, I can assure you of that. And that's why it's only a 2.2% increase.
Way to get the party started.
Definitely.
I understand your point. And I mean no disrespect. And usually when people say that, they become very disrespectful. And I don't intend that. But what you are suggesting is I can't think of another word other than irresponsible. We have worked from last September until now, thoughtfully going through each of these budgets, each of these articles. And what you're asking us is to do field surgery with no ability to predict the impact. So I would ask that you keep this as an idea, you work with us, come to the Finance Committee meetings, be engaged, work through the process, but coming to town meeting and asking us to cut off a limb with no regard to the whole it's irresponsible. It is not good planning.
All right.
I would like to respond to that statement if I could,
Sure, I don't
please.
mean to be belligerent. I'm not trying to be mean.
I know you're
Mrs.
not,
Sullivan.
because...
Mrs. Sullivan, thank you. Yes, sir.
I mean, I think Mrs. Sullivan, when she was a selectman, did an awesome job of managing costs. I sat in very many school committee type meetings where you went after the school committee like you wouldn't believe, and I thought, wow, this lady is really standing up for us. But I don't think it's irresponsible to really look at our budgeting in terms of the final product. You know, the final product is the percentage increase in property taxes. So you take the 3.84% and work it back, and basically we're working with a number that, in addition to the huge increases we've seen over the last few years, it's yet again another increase that's over double the rate of inflation. So I'm just asking to give people the opportunity to say, at what point do we contain our costs to the rate of inflation, or do we continue every year to double the rate of inflation until, 10 years from now, there's not going to be a senior left in this town because they're going to be taxed right out of their homes. So at some point, we have to make a stand. And I really believe the proper approach, and the approach I'm just asking people to consider today, is work it from property taxes back. Do you want your taxes to go up 3.84%, or would you prefer them to stay with the rate of inflation, which is 2%? I don't know why FinCom doesn't juggle around that concept before we even get to these meetings, to be quite honest.
Thank you.
Part of the growth is due to part of the increase in the tax is due to new growth, which means the creation of new value that is taxing, not just an increase. So that's part of it. The number that you're referring to includes new growth.
Yes.
Which is an additional monies being brought in.
Which is a dividend for us. People are supersizing.
So the 3.8 is not completely accurate as far as it's not a 3.8 increase. It's the new, including monies that are brought in. John can do a much better job than I can on being in the details.
Sure, please.
I'd like to try to get a motion on the table so we can start to deal with this amendment, but go ahead, Mr. Madden.
What might be a little bit misleading about the 3.84% in the increase in your taxes, the fact is that's formula driven. It is your prior year's tax base plus 2.5 plus new growth. Does that mean that we use an increase of 3.8% in your tax levy? No, we do not. We have exercised a number of areas that we use to mitigate the liability, the tax burden on the resident, on the taxpayer. We have reduced that 3.84%, or the overall tax liability, by nearly $1 million. Where do we get that? Years ago, when we sold the school bond, we received a premium of $7 million. We used that premium to reduce the burden on the taxpayer by, this year, approximately $480,000. Once we reduce that formula-driven tax levy by all of the items that we've identified to mitigate the increase on the taxpayer, the tax increase, the net tax increase is 2.6%. So we've been able to reduce, through prudent budgeting, a 3.8% tax increase to a 2.6% tax increase. It's much more reasonable. I think it indicates overall that we are very careful and very mindful of the fact that this is a rural residential community, and the cost of services that are demanded by the community are borne by the community. And wherever we can, we take every effort to reduce that liability. So the 3.84 is very misleading. That is purely what the Department of Revenue uses as a formula for calculating your potential tax levy. We have found many, many ways to reduce that tax levy. Again, this year by 1.2%.
I think you're still asking for a 2% increase in property taxes, and an inflation level I would recommend is 2%. And I understand that everybody in the room wants, something. They want something for the schools. They want something for the swimming pool. They want something for the beach. Everybody has their wants. But I think for once, it'd be a good exercise for us to consider how much do we want our property taxes to go up, and then just work it back from there. And that's what I'm basically offering. And I know I'm probably in a minority among my fellow voters. I know that.
All right. At this point, I think we need to get Article 5, Motion 1 onto the table. Therefore, Mrs. Sullivan, would you please move Article 5, Motion 1?
Certainly. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $36,733,801 as the general fund operating budget of the town, as identified in lines 1 through 74 and lines 78 through 89, for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $35,895,300 and to transfer the sum of $838,501, of which $117,420 shall come from the Waterways Improvement Fund to fund line number 37. $108,616 shall come from the Water Enterprise Fund revenue for lines 15, 40, 78, 79, 80, and 81. $18,461 shall come from the Percy Walker Pool Enterprise Fund revenue for lines 15, 78, 79, 70, and 81. $80,000 shall come from the Pension Reserve Fund for line 81. $497,718 shall come from the fund balance bond premium for line 86, and $16,286 shall come from the sale of real estate fund for line 86. And further, to raise the sum of $38,110 to fund items 96 and 97, Percy Walker Pool operating budget, to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
All right, the motion's been made and seconded. Article 5 is on the floor. Do you have an amendment, sir?
Yes, I would like to amend the Article 5. And someone gave me the point where this can be done. where in the third sentence says sums of money, it says as it deems necessary for town's expenses and charges. I could say a sum of money that restricts to a 2% increase in property taxes.
I'm sorry,
Where are you reading?
point up that line again.
The third line, it says Chapter 44, Section 53, F and a half. Such sums of money as it determines necessary for town's expenses.
Yes.
I would change that limits.
Are you reading the article?
Yeah, he's on the article in the warrant on page 9.
Okay.
Right, which is what we have
Right,
to wait
go
to
ahead.
do.
I just was trying to find out where you are.
Such sums of money as restricts increase in property taxes to 2%.
Such sums of money which,
As restricts increase of property taxes to 2%.
real estate property tax increases?
Yeah, it restricts real estate property and taxes to 2%. I just want to give everyone a chance in the room to vote on this. I know not everyone agrees with
I
me on
understand
this.
that. Okay, well, I appreciate what you've tried to accomplish, but to get what you want on the floor, you're using the article within the warrant. It's the motion on the floor that we have to amend. So bear with me for a second. I move the town to appropriate the sum of.
Yeah, it's a little
I'm
strange.
trying to. You would care to speak about? Well, before you do that, we got to figure out how to get it into the motion that's on the floor.
I'm trying to replace all the motions, basically.
Well, no, we don't want to do that because we still have to work with it. Well, okay, the way you've worded it, I move, you want to amend the line to move the appropriate, the sum of the general fund, identify the line for the purposes. But we don't want to move that dollar amount because what you got to insert it to is before you get to that point, move that a sum of money which restricts real estate property tax increases to 2%.
Yes.
Sure, please.
I'd like to just make you aware.
Identify yourself for the audience,
I'm
please.
sorry. Stephen Dunn, Director of Assessing. I can appreciate you want to have your taxes only increased by 2%, but as of March 2016, as we sit here, we're not going to know the value of your house for fiscal 17 until sometime in September. I don't even know. We're starting to review the sales from last year in 2015, but we're not going to know what's going to be going on in town. There are going to be some sections of town that may go up 4%. There may be some sections that go down 4%. So to make an amendment that would want to cap tax increases at 2%, it's literally impossible. You're basically rewriting tax law because right now DOR says that I have to use the sales from 2015 to value 17. And once we bring those forward and put those into the system, those are going to establish the value. And that's where the tax rate comes from. So we always back into the tax rate. The tax rate is the last thing we always have. But I can't cap taxes on everybody's on 6,500 parcels at 2%. It's just, it doesn't happen that way because we don't, right now at this town meeting, we don't know what's going to happen to your value. So I don't know what that does to the amendment, but I just need to make you aware of what my office is going to deal with over the next 3 to 4 months to establish value for the town.
Well, as we establish value, we may have to adjust our budgets accordingly because if we don't want to increase anyone's taxes by 2%, we would have to
Your amendment
adjust.
was trying to state that we can only increase your taxes by 2%, and
well, that sounds good.
You can make your argument, your amendment however you want, but I don't know that the town has the ability to cap tax increases at 2% because it's all based on property value. And property value is a constantly fluctuating number.
Well, I would say even if you reevaluate someone's property at more than what it's worth now, you just don't increase their taxes more than 2%.
I think at this point, we could argue this thing circularly here for a while. Obviously, you have your point, which is well taken. I think the town is struggling with what the impact would be and how to deal with that impact if something like this were enacted today, when we're in the middle of a budget that's been taking 9 months to get here and all these dollar amounts have been assigned. It's not as easy as I think you would like it, and the impact to the town would be pretty severe. But if I understand your motion correctly, you would like to simply state at the beginning of the motion that was made, I move that the town appropriate a sum of money that would not exceed a 2% increase in real estate property tax.
That's right.
All right?
Yes.
So that's the amendment that's on the floor now.
We just have to make it work.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So it's been moved. Is there a second for this amendment? There is a second. So now we can discuss the amendment that's on the floor.
Thank you.
He's made his point. Would any members of the Board of Selectmen or that wish to address this amendment and the impact to the town?
Good morning. I appreciate everybody's concern about taxes. I too appreciate that, and you'll see my vote later on when it comes to the meals tax, that I'll be voting against it for exactly that same reason. However, as Betsy said earlier, a group of volunteers has spent a numerous amount of hours to get to where we are today in terms of coming up with a number. And it is not responsible to not participate in that, have a view, and try at the 11th hour to make what I believe, I'd love to see what the town council says, is an amendment that can't be administered, okay? For an example, I think what you're saying is you don't want your taxes to go up by more than 2%. What happens if your house goes down in value? You may have no increase in taxes, but somebody else's house might go up in value, and they do have an increase in taxes. So are you saying that you don't want the town to raise and appropriate more than 2% in additional tax revenue, which is one type of amendment, or are you saying that the assessors have to have a, dream what the future value is in advance, which they can't do today, and determine what that might be in the future and say we can only appropriate a certain number? When we're making an amendment on town meeting floor, we should be making that amendment with a number, a substantial number, not something that can't be defined, or later on there'll be all sorts of legal arguments as to whether an amendment is being correctly interpreted or not.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Sean. I appreciate that. I guess the bottom line is, though, is the group up front has approved a budget that projects a 2.6% increase in property taxes. If you can give me a number that can project a 2% increase in property taxes, then let's roll with that number. I'm cool with that.
That would be wonderful, but it takes time. Nobody can sit here with a calculator and in the next 5 minutes do what you're asking to be done. What I would, and I do this, respectfully, I would respectfully request that you participate in all further Finance Committee, Fiscal Advisory Committee meetings and work towards that, or even maybe we can take a sense of the meeting as to whether the townspeople would like to aim for a 2% increase in tax levy money as opposed to tax rate. You can't do tax rate, it's absolutely impossible. But you could say, instead of raising and appropriating the maximum under 2.5, raise and appropriate the maximum under 2. That's an absolute possibility, but you have to understand the consequences of that. How many teachers are going to be laid off? How many firefighters? You have to understand the consequences, so when everybody comes here to vote on that, you have to understand the reality of that vote.
Well, I think we go with a 2%, and you could work the numbers after. And I appreciate you're inviting me into the process, but quite honestly, we elect you to represent us, and you come to us with a 6% increase in property taxes and an overall 3.8% 3.8% in revenue that you're projecting to generate, which is over double the inflation rate. So I'm just questioning that. I think a 2% increase in property taxes, yes, you'd have to go back and look at the same number that projects a 2% increase in property taxes versus the budget you use now to project a 2.6% increase in property taxes. So yes, you would have to go back and rebudget, but we could pass today a maximum increase of hold the line of 2% on property taxes.
I think it would be a lot clearer for everybody and you would actually give direction to Finance Committee, the Board of Selectmen, and other people responsible for putting the budget together, town manager, if we had a sense of the meeting vote. Let's start with a sense of the meeting vote. Do you want to restrict the increase in the tax levy, which is the only thing you can do? You can't say taxes because it's too complicated to do that. You can say instead of a 2.5 levy increase, you only want to restrict that to 2. We could get a sense of the meeting, and then in future town meetings, we could come prepared with that number.
All right. I'd like to let some other people talk at this point.
Yeah,
this lady
sure.
to my left would like to speak, and then this gentleman to my left as well, in the balcony. Yes, ma'am.
Nancy Reed, 31 Captain's Hill Road, and I share Terry's opinion in many ways. I work with a lot of seniors, and it is very difficult, but I think we can't take all the work that's been done and turn it around. I think more importantly, if you want to be respectful of what's happening to the seniors, it might make more sense to look towards making the really big capital expenditures on a ballot vote rather than doing it at the town meetings. I know Blair Haven was one of those times when seniors felt that they were heard and then left the building, and, parliamentary procedure, it happened anyway. But I would think that would be a better way to go at it, because then we wouldn't have to worry about the town meeting as much, and getting people here. It is very hard for the seniors, absolutely. It's very hard for families. So I do think it's worth looking at. So.
Thank you. Mr. Martachini?
Andre Martachini, 110 Heritage Lane. I think I would recommend voting against this amendment for a couple of reasons. One, I think if you want to do what is being suggested, I think the only avenue that you can do this is to maybe make a motion of some kind to change the dollar amount of the article. Then you would have to come back at a subsequent meeting between now and June 31st, because incumbent upon this budget is every single line item in this budget must be voted. A number has to be there, because that's what department heads and what everything revolves around for the next year. So I think the only way that you could do this is change maybe the dollar amount today, and you would have to come back for a subsequent meeting to update all of the rest of the budgets. And I would recommend against doing that.
The gentleman to my right.
Hey, Chris Curtin, 66 West Street. I'd just like to point out that the inflation rate this gentleman keeps saying is 2% is not the real inflation rate, because the government removes food and fuel. So the 2% I think is an invalid number. So it's just really something you grabbed out of the air, because the government has done that for a lot longer than I've been alive, for one reason only, to keep Social Security benefits down. So just point that out. And the second thing, there are unforeseen circumstances in any budget. And one area that's just going to become extremely difficult for everybody to deal with is health care. We have retiree benefits, we have employee benefits, and that's going to go up exponentially over the coming years, way more than we've budgeted, but they're an obligation we have to each and every person in the pension and the employees of the town. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir, my left.
I'm Kenneth Beebe, 34 Tinkertown Lane. I'm in opposition to this budget, and I like the proposed budget, so I intend to vote no on this motion. I do think that if the meeting is interested in this direction, they adopt Mr. Dolan's suggestion and somebody propose a motion that it's the sense of the town meeting that total tax revenues not increase more than 2% in some future year. If you think that it's appropriate to bind the town at that level, I would oppose that motion too. Thank you.
Gentleman to my left.
Mark Barry, 275 Marshall Street. I think the motion on the floor that mixes aggregate collections, individual tax rates, and omits the effects of growth is an irresponsible one. I ask the gentleman to withdraw his motion.
You were the only man standing, so you have no...
I wanted to make two quick points. Somebody mentioned the inflation rate. I sat in this room other years when gas prices went up, and we allocated, I think, as much as $375,000 additionally to meet fuel costs in town. Since then, the price of gasoline has been cut in half, and I'm not aware of whether these gasoline and fuel and energy costs have subsequently been slashed. Yes. And I know somebody questioned my involvement in the process, but I actually did email all the selectmen and pointed that out among a few other points about the budget. Secondly, I think if we did vote for a 2% max tax increase, that wouldn't stop us from having a special meeting to come back and address a new budget that does meet the needs of a 2% increase in taxes. So I think we could vote for the 2% max cap on taxes today, and between now and June, we could come back and look at a budget proposal that matches that 2% increase in taxes and see if that is doable. And I think it would create some creative thinking about how we can still meet the town's needs, yet be fiscally responsible. Yes, I think we should move the vote.
Well, you can't say that because you just spoke, but somebody else did, so we do have a motion on the floor to move the previous question. Debate is over. We now have to vote on the question of moving the previous question. So use your handheld devices, folks, because I think this could be an interesting vote either way.
Interesting.
We are now voting for moving of the previous question, which was the amendment made to reduce the amount of our operating budget to an amount not to exceed 2%, not allow real estate taxes to increase by 2%. So right now, are we over with the debate? So take your handheld devices. When the light goes on, vote yes. If you wish to end debate, vote 2 if you do not wish to end the debate. The light, please.
To end the debate. And to suggest
this is end discussion on the amendment. You're voting to move the previous question. That's all you're voting on. Okay. Not the amendment. You're not voting on that yet. This is just, are you in agreement to stop talking about it? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Well, I wanted to make it clear as I could. I'm not trying to be facetious. I apologize. The light is on. You've got 20 seconds. 1 for yes, 2 for no to end debate on the matter. The voting light is over, and the motion to end the debate passes 202 to 15. So there's no further debate. What's before you now is this amendment that has been proposed to reduce our operating budget to an amount that would keep real estate taxes from increasing beyond 2%. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to be implemented, but I guess the town people will have to deal with that if it passes. So there's no further debate. So what we're voting on now is the amendment to the operating budget. It's putting a restriction on it of 2% of real estate tax increases. Hope we all understand what we're voting for. Again, the voting lamp. Again, excuse me. The amendment is to appropriate a sum of money that would not allow more than a 2% increase in real estate taxes for the operating budget of the town. That's the amendment. Yes, sir. Well, I suppose you could say that, but you can't tackle what he said to this. Right. What's being suggested by town council is the motion that's been offered is really to substitute Article 5, because you can't really impose that 2% restriction on the numbers that are allowed here. That was the thing I was struggling with all along. You've got a budget that's presented here, If this article passes, I don't believe we're going to be able to really vote on Article 5 if the amendment passes, because it creates madness out of all the numbers that are in front of you. So it is, in Town Council's suggestion, that this is a motion to substitute the article from what was read to approving to move that the town appropriate a sum of money that will not allow more than a 2% increase in real estate taxes, period. That would be the article that would be left, in which case I'm not sure what the town manager and the selectmen would want to do with their budget they have to work with, but that'll be, unfortunately, their problem if this passes. So that's what we've got, is a substitution for Article 5, and it's before you now. There's no debate. There's no debate. It's been moved for indefinite. It's been moved. David, there's no debate.
I know there's no debate, but can I just ask you a question on that?
You can ask me a question.
Okay. If we are going to substitute the entire... If we're going to substitute the entire Article 5, does that then mean that the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen will create the budget, and we don't need a town meeting to approve it, if that budget is within what is allocated in this amendment?
I do not believe that's what it's being said. No, I think that's stretching it quite a bit. I think the reality is we probably wouldn't be able to move on this article today, and perhaps we could vote to postpone it until Monday, and you could work on a budget or at a subsequent town meeting. But we're not going to be able to do it today.
Thank you.
Okay. Debate's over. There is no debate. What we're voting on now is an amendment that would change Article 5, the operating budget. Yes, sir. I'm trying. I've got various people that are suggesting solutions, and I'm trying to deal with that. What the town council has told me, that the proper way, because of all the changes that would be implied with this amendment, that it's actually a substitution of this article. The article that was moved by the chairman of the board the chairman of the Finance Committee would be substituted with, I move that the town appropriate a sum of money that would not allow more than a 2% increase of real estate taxes. And that's all you're going to have to work with, because all these numbers don't work, and we'd be sitting here going down line item to line item for the next day trying to pull monies out of different operating budgets. They would have to go back and find a budget that would match this 2% cap, and then they have to come back to us at a later date with what that solution is. I'm certainly not going to allow them to do it on the fly. So the motion you have is to substitute what has been the motion presented to you by the Finance Committee with something that basically says we're capping our increase this year in our operating budget to 2%, so that real estate taxes cannot increase by more than 2%, and that's all you've got, and they're going to have to go out and work on a budget to come back that fits those parameters, because this doesn't fit. All right, that's what we're voting. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 for yes, you support that amendment. 2 for no, you do not support the amendment. The light, please. Light is out. The vote is concluded. The amendment fails 50 to 167.
Wow.
Now, I would simply like to say I would like to get started on the operating budget. Right now, it is 11:45. If we do that right now, we could be into a very lengthy discussion, so perhaps we should consider a lunch recess at this hour so that, excuse me, yes, Mrs. Breyer?
Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. Sorry, I had wanted to make a comment on everyone else's comments before that whole shenanigans started.
But the amendment has been defeated.
No.
And we're not talking about
the town manager's comments earlier about his budget and Betsy's comments about future plans. I wanted to just say that Betsy had talked about the bonds, you know, the amounts decreasing, and we talked all the things that are going to happen in the future, and I would like the town manager to consider adding a line to the benefits for OPEB, and as our payment obligations for the bond decreases, we start putting that money into our OPEB fund and create a line item in the budget. And that way, like most of us do, when your car payment goes away, you start saving that money for something else. And I would like to recommend that the town do that in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do think it's probably the right time to break for lunch, because if we get into the operating budget, we'll probably be here for another 45 minutes to an hour plus. So I would entertain a motion to recess until 1:15. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. We are recessed until 1 p.m. this afternoon. Please, if you're leaving the building, turn in your device in the gray boxes in the rear of the room. If you're staying here for lunch, you may keep it with you. Thank you. Annual town meeting. This morning we completed the business under the warrant for the special town meeting, which was called for today. We also completed the business under Articles 1 through 4B on the warrant for the annual town meeting. This afternoon we will pick up where we left off at Article 5, Motion 1 in the warrant for the annual town meeting. Again, I'd like to remind you, for public safety purposes, the fire exits are to my right and to my left, the two doors most of you entered from, and there's two exits in the back of the balcony as well. Please refrain from sitting on any of the aisles or in the stairways. I'd like to remind again that the assisted listening devices are available at the table next to the entrance to the main floor. They are provided by the Municipal Commission on Disability. They also requested all cell phones be at least turned to vibrate while the meeting is in session. Also, I remind you that we are using electronic devices today. If anybody has any issues with their unit, please go up to the help desk now. In some cases, they may get it turned off if you left the building, but you should be able to see your number on the screen in your hand. So it's, again, for a yes vote, when this light goes on, it's a push the button 1. For a no, it's button 2. And we have a 20-second interval now for the vote. So that having been said, for the business of the meeting, may we have the motion under Article, well, we've already had the motion. I think it's been moved and on the floor. 5, Motion 1. So it is our policy now over the last couple of years to go down the operating budget that you found in your warrant. If you turn to page 10, at the top of the page, it says General Government, and it starts with the various departments under General Government. What happens is the chairman of the Finance Committee will read off each line. If you have a question about that given line, we simply ask that you state the word hold. We'll make a note to it. When we get to the end of the operating budget, we'll then go back and answer any questions regarding any holds that have been placed, and then we will vote the true operating budget at that time. So, Mrs. Sullivan. Excuse me, can everybody hear? Can you be, I think your mic might not be on.
Okay?
Better.
Sorry, guys. No one ever accuses me of being too quiet, so that's a shock. I'll start again. General Government, line 1, town meeting expenses, $3,650. Moderator, line 2, salaries, $40. Selectman Manager, line 3, salaries, $242,282. Line 4, expenses, $12,985. Historical Commission, line 5, expenses, $2,040. Finance Committee, line 6, salaries, 0. Line 7, expenses, $450. Finance Director, line 8, salaries, 0. Wait, hold. I think we definitely better hold that one. Oh, I know what that was about. Expenses, 0. Accounting, line 10, salaries, $341,220. $341.20, sorry. Line 11, Expenses, $11,100. Audit, line 12, expenses, $46,800. Assessors, line 13, salaries, $219,790. Expenses, $21,500. So the only two holds on that were 8 and 9, correct? Nobody heard anything else? Good. Treasurer collector, line 15, salaries, $265,845. Line 16, expenses, $57,268. Legal services, line 17, expenses, $280,000. Thank you. Human resources, line 18, salaries, $119,635. Line 19, expenses, $35,110. Information systems, line 20, salaries, $153,980. Expenses, $289,500. Tax title, line 22, expenses, $8,000. Town clerk, line 23, salaries, $142,363. Line 24, expenses.
Hold, okay.
Hold, $63,655. Okay, so two people have asked for hold on line 24, not 23, correct? Okay.
I believe it's both lines.
Yes.
Both lines.
23, hold?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I didn't hear it. Conservation Commission, line 25, salaries, $134,248. Line 26, expenses, $12,413. Planning Board, line 27, salaries, $103,710. Line 28, expenses, $8,650. Facilities Management, line 29, salaries, $210,287. Expenses, $119,880. On expenses. Public Safety, Police, line 31, salaries, $3,033,668. Line 32, expenses, $378,967. Fire, line 33, salaries, $2,876,095. 34, expenses, $298,697. Municipal Services, line 35, salaries, $439,304. Line 36, expenses, $101,709. Harbor Coastal Management, line 37, salaries, $262,916. Line 38, expenses, $31,200. Public Works, Central Building Services, line 39, salaries, $61,493. Line 40, expenses, $203,400. Tarkiln Community Center, line 41, expenses, $9,550. Animal Control, line 42, salaries, $79,426. Line 43, expenses, $7,500. Lands and Natural Resources, line 44, salaries, $461,114. Line 45, expenses, $47,000. Central Fuel Depot, line 46, expenses, $303,000. DPW Administration, line 47, salaries, $279,353. Line 48, expenses, $56,650. Vehicle maintenance, line 49, salaries, $157,446. Line 50, expenses, $120,500. Highway road maintenance, line 51, salaries, $469,945. Line 52, expenses, $75,500. Snow and ice, line 53, salaries, $60,400. Line 54, expenses, $111,000. Streetlights, line 55, expenses, $37,000. Transfer station, line 56, salaries, $230,601. Line 57, expenses, $517,700. Sewer, line 58, salaries, $16,332. Expenses, line 59, would be $236,000. Cemetery, line 60, salaries, $403,812. Line 61, expenses, $224,950. Human Services, Council on Aging, line 62, salaries, $396,878. Line 63, expenses, $129,275. Veteran Services, line 64, salaries, $25,030. 65, expenses, $120,775. Plymouth County Cooperative Extension, line 66, expenses, $400. Library and Recreation, library, line 67, salaries, $986,811. Expenses, line 68, $321,788.
Is that a hold?
It was a hold.
Was there a hold? Just
Yes.
on expenses only?
Yes.
Okay. Recreation, line 69, salaries, $171,790. Line 70, expenses, $850. Beach lifeguards, line 71, salaries, $20,160. Line 72, expenses, $1,500. North Hill Golf Course, line 73, expenses, $1,500. Public celebrations, 0, line 74. Town and school shared costs, employee benefits, line 78, Medicare, $550,000. Line 79, life insurance, $12,000. Line 80, employee and retiree health insurance, $6,708,000. 81, contributory pensions, $3,146,762. Line 82, non-contributory pensions, $20,000. Line 83, workers' compensation, $333,767. Other shared costs, line 84, fire liability insurance, $481,363. 85 is the reserve fund, $115,000. Debt service, town and school, line 86, principal payments, $5,707,518. Line 87, interest on bonded debt, $2,894,205. 88, interest on temporary notes, $80,000. 89, bond expense, $10,000. Okay. And total general fund operating budget, $36,733,801.
I have the first hold is line 8. You have that too, Mrs. Sullivan?
I'm getting back to it, I'm sorry. Okay. Legal services expenses. No?
No,
Oh, line 8,
8.
sorry.
8. Line
Oh,
8,
Finance Director. Finance Director 0.
Question.
Is there a question?
Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. It looks like you moved it into accounting. I'm curious what the reasoning was. It seems to make it less transparent what's going on, but thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Reed will answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In my comments, you may recall that I drew your attention to this specifically because I knew the question may come up. The point was to add budgetary flexibility, not so much with the salary line, but more with the expense line, because if, for instance, the town accountant needed to attend a conference and she didn't have the available funds, she'd be able to share the funds with the finance director if he weren't going to the same conference. So it made sense to marry both of them and put them in this single line.
Do you have a question? Oh, you're waiting, all right.
Line 9 expenses, is that covered as well?
Yes.
Okay. So the next would then be legal services, line 17, 280,000.
Yes.
Is there a question?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Amy McNabb, 269 Old Toby Garden Street. The legal services expenses, I'm assuming that is for the Attorney Krieger and staff that assists the town. And I'm wondering if there has been consideration made. This number has steadily creeped up over the years from the time when we had Attorney Troy. It seems to have significantly increased. And I'm wondering if there has been consideration made to have in-house counsel. I would suggest that the spending this amount of money may in fact enable us to have our own in-house counsel and maybe a paralegal and administrative person as well. So I'm wondering if that has been considered.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, I actually have considered that. Having worked in communities that have had in-house counsel, one thing that is found by doing so is that you find yourself with attorneys who are excellent in specific fields. I'm not going to speak for the board, they can do that themselves, but I think that what they find is by going outside, you get a greater depth to the team that you hire. And in fact, that would be my recommendation to them should they ever ask me. I think there's a huge benefit in having a team such as Anderson Krieger or a law firm that has more than our own in-house counsel because of that experience and the vast array of issues that we have to handle. In this specific case, the town has Anderson Krieger as general counsel, and we use the law offices of Fred Dupre for our labor counsel. So we do split the costs, not down the middle, but proportionately.
Thank you.
Salaries?
Somebody had a question regarding the line?
Or expenses? I
Or
wasn't quite
expenses, it
sure
was-
whether it was one or the other.
I had a question about expenses.
Okay,
Okay.
go
Okay,
ahead.
Barbara Mellows, Seadrift Way. I just have a question. Does the expense line include these town meeting counters?
Oh, okay.
Mr. Reed?
Yes, it does.
And therefore, my question would be, why wouldn't those be included under line number 1 for town meeting expenses?
They fall under the purview of the town clerk. She's the individual in charge of administering the whole program, so it was more appropriately noted there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reed, do you have a question?
No, no.
Okay. Mrs. Breyer?
Yes,
Colleen
number 30,
Breyer.
expenses under facilities management.
Oh, I'm
Oh, I'm sorry.
24 still. Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. I was talking to some of the possible future moderators, and my understanding is that the electronic balloting has not actually sped up the town meeting process, and in fact is just for, I guess, privacy. And I'm wondering if it's time to reconsider it again, that we can't just agree to disagree when we're in town meeting and walk away. It sounds like a waste of $40,000 to me. Thank you.
Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If you'll recall, that was the question posed to this body last year, and I think if that were the appropriate action to be taken, a citizen's petition could be filed on that effort.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Mrs. Sullivan? Yes,
Okay.
Mr.
Don Reed?
Yes, Mr. Reed, yes.
Don Reed, 31 Captain's Hill Road. Explanation of what are the expenses on the facilities management? What does this include?
It's on line 30.
30.
Oh, okay, so we've moved on to facilities
Yes.
management? Okay.
Are these repairs to buildings or repairs or?
Mr. Cherry's going to address the article, as he's our facilities management director, so he would have.
Mr. Cherry?
Be able to answer you.
So these are for corrective and preventative maintenance on all town buildings except for water and school. That's in separate lines.
Thank you.
Yes.
Before you step away, I have a question.
Please, your name and address for the record.
Greg Hunter, Abrams Hill.
Thank you.
I understand that from Mrs. Sullivan that we do have a capital plan, and I'm just wondering why, it hasn't been made available to all of us. I mean, I know the town has a wide array of different buildings and things that need repair. And I would be interested in looking at sort of what that whole list is, whether we've adequately represented when we need roofs, heating systems, all the rest of that, so we have a well thought out capital plan so that we know it matches into our capital expenditures. We're going to be asked when we get into the capital budget to look at all of those things, plus this expenditure for facilities maintenance. And I think we all just want to understand where exactly it's going, and are we going to be voting appropriately as we vote all the capital items.
Great question. So we rolled out a long-term capital improvement plan at a joint meeting of the Board of Selectmen, Fiscal Advisory, and Finance Committee on October 29th. And since that night, it has been posted on the town website on the Facilities Department page. I can get into more detail on that if we want, but the PowerPoint presentation is there, posted on the website, and it has been since the fall. So we do have a plan in place, and does that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Mr. Cherry, perhaps you can mention some of the larger items within the expense line that might help clarify the matter, if you could.
Well, what we tried to do is, we're spending upwards of $650,000 a year on between operating maintenance and capital. So the capital plan consists of $330,000 per year, and those are fixed costs annually for a 10-year period. So that's sort of my obligation, is to meet the needs of the buildings within those parameters over that duration of time. We identified a $3.3 million liability over the next 10 years. And the commitment I have made to all of you is to ensure that we meet the needs of the buildings within that dollar amount, which is $300,000 per year for all town buildings, and then $30,000 for the water department facilities. And you'll be seeing that in Article 6 today. And what we wanted to try to do is complement, what we're doing operationally, because that's a big part of it as well. A lot of people, even some people here, have said, well, the 330 grand, that's not enough. We have 850,000 square feet. We have 63 buildings. And what I've tried to stress to them is that, it's not the whole story. We're spending, $300,000 operationally between the town and the school budget as well. So, which comes to, 76 cents per square foot. But if you go on my presentation, you'll see that there are other things that aren't included in my scope that are being presented by individual departments, whether it be technology, furniture, specific equipment, and things like that. So that's the beauty of my plan, is it tells you, everything that you're going to expect from me, but it also tells you the rest of the story and what you'd expect from other departments with respect to buildings. So hopefully that answers your question.
It was a great presentation. I recommend, if folks are interested, it's something that we needed for a lot of years, and it's wonderful that we have it now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, skipping.
Excuse me,
I'm
Mr. Lampert, do you have a question?
I'm so sorry.
Just one thing, your presentation, I agree. When you gave that presentation, you showed about a little over $300,000 in operational maintenance.
Face the mic, please, Jim, so we can hear you.
Showed about $300,000, a little over, in operational maintenance. The town buildings of 63, as I recall, was 111. Is that basically what this line item is? This is 100, you said 119, and you told us in your presentation a few months ago that your operational maintenance for the town 63 was 111. Is that basically what this is?
So I don't want to confuse people. So the expenses on line 30 of the operating budget, right? 111,000 of that is for corrective and preventative action with the buildings, right? There's a 8,000 that is dedicated to other things that aren't specifically being spent on the buildings.
And I'd be correct that the school budget will similarly have in it roughly the $200,000 that you told us
Mike,
about.
please, go to the mic.
That the school budget will have on one of its lines the other $200,000 worth of maintenance that you talked about.
Correct. So on the school side, and you'll see it on my presentation, is about 216,000 opposed to the 111 on the town side. And that is, again, all preventative and corrective action spent on the building. We get about 40 work orders a week, over 2,000 last year. And that 216 is us responding to work orders. Everybody in Section 1 can submit a work order on behalf of their building, and we respond to it. That is the corrective action. And then a portion of the other half is preventative maintenance. But of course, there's other expenses that aren't included in that, such as custodial expenses, custodial supplies, and things of that nature that are more operational costs, department-specific. I don't manage the custodians on the town side, so those costs are embedded in the individual departments of your library, police, DPW, et cetera, and the same in the school department. So there are additional costs, but what I tried to do is pull out the building-specific costs. You know, what are we spending to fix things, and what are we spending for preventative maintenance? And those are the numbers that you see, the 216,000 for the schools and the 111,000 for the town buildings. So hopefully I'm being clear on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next hold, Mrs. Sullivan.
Under the library, line 68, expenses.
Mrs. Breyer.
Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. I noticed the library is working to do a reading garden out back. I know the schools are spending probably millions on their landscaping. I would like to make a motion, and I would like to move that we increase the library expenses by, I don't know what the library needs, so I'm going to guess $50,000 to finish their landscaping, and that money would come out of free cash. Thank you.
That was moved. Is there a second for that motion? Second. So there's a motion, and it's been seconded to increase line item 68, which is library expenses, by $50,000, and it's suggested that it come from free cash. Does someone wish to speak to the amendment other than Mrs. Breyer? Mrs. Breyer, why don't you give us your details for your thinking?
Yeah, I don't have any details. Like I said, I just noticed the library, it needs landscaping. They're trying to privately raise all the money. It is a public building. We're spending millions over at the schools. I think the whole area would be improved if we gave the library money to finish that project, and I think it wouldn't hurt us to take it out of free cash and help them pay for it. Thank you.
Would anybody like to address for the town side the library's landscaping needs? Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will yield to Carol Jankowski, our librarian, in just a moment, but the only concern I have is by making a motion to add $50,000, we're very tight on the free cash line, so I would not recommend that that be used as a funding source. I know that they do have a plan in place to have a comprehensive reinvigoration of that area, and in fact, I am one of the people that will tell you that the library is one of the many jewels in the crown, if you will, of this town. As a huge proponent of the library and a strong supporter, but I would yield to Carol to explain where the funding will be coming from in the future for that project.
Yes,
Is this
to my
on?
left.
Carol Jankowski, Library Director. It gives me great joy to know that there are folks who want to get up to the microphone and give us money. Thanks, Colleen. I know you're a great library user. However, it gives me also great joy and pride to announce that this Reading Garden Entrance Committee project is been working very hard to privately fundraise, and we are just about at our goal. We're over 95% at meeting our goal of $300,000. And I certainly don't want to turn away private funds. There's a table out in the lobby, and there are brochures for all of you who wish to give to this private effort. I also would like to mention that the town municipal leaders and the Department of Public Works have generously and graciously offered their support throughout this entire project and will continue to help us as we work towards implementation. Thank you.
Any other questions concerning this amendment? What you have before you is an amendment on line item number 68, library expenses. The amendment was to increase the budget by $50,000. Any further questions? None appearing. Please take your handheld devices. When the light goes on, you'll have 20 seconds to cast your vote. 1 in favor of the amendment of adding 50, 2 in opposition to adding 50,000 to that budget. Light, please. You have 20 seconds to vote. Would you go to the help desk? Would you go to the help desk, please?
Oh, for Christ's sake.
The light has been extinguished, and the vote received was 11 in favor of the amendment and 153 opposed. The motion fails. The amendment fails, I should say, excuse me. That concludes the holds that were on the general operating budget. There are no changes that have been approved, so consequently, I now ask you to vote on Article 5, Motion 1, in the amount of $36,733,801. Again, take your handheld device, please. When the light goes on, please indicate yes. Excuse me, we have a question here from, yes, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, just a brief instruction. There are a number of folks whose devices have powered off. If your screen is blank at this time, simply push the button in the bottom right of your handset to turn your device back on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Now you know why he was chairman of the Electronic Balloting Committee.
Curveball.
Thank you. All right, we're back to the vote on Article 1, Motion 1, Article 5, Motion 1. Again, when the light goes on, press 1 for yes and 2 for no. Light, please. 1 for yes and 2 for no for Article 5, Motion 1, General Operating Budget.
I did once and then I sat down. Sorry.
I'm afraid I blocked the view of the clerk of the answers to the big questions like what the vote is. Sorry. So the light is out, the vote is over, and the motion carries 153 to 25. Motion 2, Article 5.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $33,813,460 as the general fund school operating budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $33,813,460 to be expended under the direction of the school committee.
Is there a second to that motion?
Yes.
I didn't quite hear it. At this point, Dr. Ben Tantillo, our superintendent of schools, would like to give his report on the schools. Mr. Tantillo, Dr. Tantillo.
Thanks. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, boy. I'm used to having the budget a little earlier. Anyway. Okay, as you can see, our mission statement is the Duxbury Schools engage in students stimulating diverse education that challenges all students to excel while developing the competencies and confidence to adapt and contribute their skills in an ever-changing world. And the education today is more important than ever because our world is changing. And you'll see by the things that we've been doing, you've seen it in the paper, and I'm sure some tweets and our webpage, that we are providing the education for our students for the 21st century. We're featuring a lot of technology, a lot of collaboration, a lot of interaction with outside experts that we might normally have, and so on. So, it's working, okay. Okay, so what we have to do to put this budget together is we have a 5-year strategic plan, and if you look in the town booklet, each principal has written down what they've done over last year to support the objectives that we have in our strategic plan. So everything that we do follows that plan. We need to provide staffing to maintain student ratios and sufficient to achieve in our schools. And if you notice, as I go over the pupils that we have per grade, we try to keep the lowest numbers at the Chandler School up to grade 3 because research shows that that's where it's most important. They rise somewhat through Alden, and then again they rise through the middle school and high school as well. We invest in technology, and as I think someone mentioned, we stretch our dollar because we do lease all of our equipment, and we want to make sure we have a good learning environment. So what we do is we want to maintain our programs. And another thing about our programs is we have a specific plan every year that we do an audit of our curriculum in all the academic and elective areas. So this way we know what we're doing is what we should be doing according to experts. We bring in outside people to come in and observe our teachers, look at our materials and see what we're doing, and we also look at it from the inside. So this way we have a comprehensive view of what we're doing, what needs. It validates some of the things we're doing, and it also gives us some impetus to show some growth in some areas. Again, personnel, we're in the people business, so obviously that's where we spend most of our money. And we have operations like everybody else. And it was mentioned that the cost of fuel is going down, and we have lowered for the last several years our utilities budget. And in fact, we are going out to bid for buses, and our new business administrator, Mr. David Poole, has put in a fuel expense clause in our bus contract, so in case it goes down, that we would not have to pay, we would get some money back as we are this year with our special education transportation. Of course, SPED, which is special education, that's the biggest unknown for us from year to year. And in fact, we just learned last week that our SPED money from the state is going to be $100,000 less. So we have to make up that money with the money we have in here now. Our IT equipment update, we have a 5-year plan to replenish our IT program, whether it's laptops or iPads rather, for our students, and the switches and access points as well. Also, we have collective bargaining with 4 different units. Okay, so these are the trends in our enrollment. So last year, you know, we expect our enrollment to go down. We graduated 266. We had 191 kindergarten students. So we had a change in enrollment of 75. But for the past 3 years, we've been averaging 124 students enrolled over the summer. And to make more of that point is since September 1st, we've had a net gain of 49 students. So that's just since September. So word has gotten out, I think, that we have great program and great facilities as well. So this is the trend again that we've had for our program. And so I kind of put it in the middle and projected 100 new students, even though we've had, as you can see in 2014, 169 students. So we're waiting to see how that plays out. And these are the class sizes that we have for the Chandler School. As you can see, we're trying to keep them around 20 or a little below 20, because that's what the research says should be best for us. And as you'll see in Alden School, we're going up in the low 20s. And again, you know, these do change as the summer enrollment comes in, the additions that come in. At the middle school, we are going down 24 students, as you can see. And the high school for one more year will remain basically the same. So those are our enrollment projections. So then what we do is we ask the principals, what would you like to move our program forward? And so these are the things that we've asked for. The Chandler School asked for an adjustment counselor at the lower school. And basically what we've seen is a lot of, believe it or not, mental health issues at the Chandler level, which is disheartening to some people. Myself being housed in there, I see it all the time. Alden didn't ask for any new things. DMS asked for additional music supplies. DHS asked for another guidance professional and athletic secretary. You can see the answer to all those was no. Security cameras at Alden and replenishing some of our office Macs to mini Macs because they're cheaper and those computers are 7 years old. So we would do, if we have some money at the end of the year, we usually spend it on such things like this. Last year we had some money left over. We bought a new math series. This year I might want to point out that there are no new series, no new initiatives. We're maintaining and making sure our people are trained to use efficiently all the equipment and the curriculum that we have. And then the printers and stuff like that. And the IT staff, we're going to try and use the end of the money. So we had requests for $241,920. So these are the categories. Basically, through all the salaries, negotiated columns, and everything else, that's a 1.1 million increase. We had been going over in our coaches, so we moved them from revolving funds that we have student athletes' families pay, and co-curricular, the same thing. So our total increases there was 1.25 million. These are some contractual expenditures and needs that we have. We went down in contractual and supplies. Technology, we moved up. Special needs out of district, we had to increase 193,000. Telephones, we had to go to 38,000 increase, and that's because the E-rate from the federal government does not include phone service like it used to. So we have to put that in our budget. So we do have a phone in every classroom, which is something we did not have before. We're connected with the town with the voice over IP. Energy and light, heat and light, with some leftover monies, we've put in new lights in the Alden and Chandler schools, so we've saved some money there. And also because of, as everyone has mentioned, the cost for utilities has gone down. Transportation, we figure there's going to be probably an increase with our new contract, which has yet to be determined, just went out to bid, of $104,000, so that's $444,000 of expenditure needs. Okay, so our 2016 budget was 32, right page, okay. 32,633,458. Negotiated salaries, as I showed you before, 1.2. Needs 444 for a budget increase of 1.694. In working with the town manager, the finance director at FinCom, we've come up with, we had to trim our budget in half, actually. So we did trim $814,000, and where this is coming from is we are cutting some contractual services. We're going to be down 5 positions. Those are due to attrition for some retirements and also some rift because we are declining enrollments in some of our schools. Also, we're going to postpone some textbook purchases and things of that nature. So the town was able to increase us by $880,000, so that's our $33,513,000. Also with that, on your booklet, you have the $300,000 that the town has kicked in for our grades 8 through 12 computer leases. So that's $300,000. That's an ongoing cost that will be continuing. So this is our proposed budget. All the line items, they were in the sheets that were out there, and the bottom line is that we have a 2.7% increase in our entire budget this year. So where does that leave us according to the state? Okay, so our per pupil cost in 14, because that's the last numbers we have, was $12,712. The state average is $14,518, so we are below the state average. And I also might add that our teacher salaries are below the state average as well. So where does all this go? As you can see, 4% goes to policy and administration, 54% regular instruction, 20% special instruction. That's our special needs students. We have 13% of our student body is special needs. That takes up 20% of our budget, which is equal to our Chandler school budget in its entirety. Instructional support staff, where there is a growing need, and also operational staff for our general fund of $33,513. So where do we really do with this money? So these are our students. We have a tremendous programs in academics, athletics, and the arts, and our students excel in all. We've won programs for our performing arts. We have a well-renowned music program. We have, in fact, just Friday we learned that we won a WordRipe national program of over almost 200,000 students across the country on a reading comprehensive, and our 12th graders ranked #1 in the entire country. So the kindergarten kids that you see, they're learning to read on iPads using QR codes that they created. And our Alden 4th grade students using some technology, and our middle students using hands-on technology, because we've been moving to project-based learning. And our last one, we have our high school pep rally. It was very well attended, a lot of school spirit there. And I put some teams up here that don't usually get all the recognition. The girls basketball state champs last year, and also our swim team, relay team. And of course, this is my favorite group, is the robotics team. So they've done very well. In fact, they're at UMass Dartmouth competing today. So when you put all this together, and having done this in education for a good long time, you're getting a great bang for your buck here. And we have a group of dedicated teachers and administrators. Our kids work hard, and it's great to have community support that we've had. We take care of our buildings. I know when we were building, looking to build new buildings, a big thing was take care of these buildings, and we do take care of the buildings. As Brian said, we have a plan on all the other buildings. You'll see some slight improvements in our capital budget for Alden and also Chandler. So I want to thank you for your support in the past, and hopefully we have that for the future too. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Breyer.
I had a quick question. You mentioned that you had taken some of the coaches' salary or the co-curricular salaries out of the revolving funds, and I was wondering why that was done, and where have you put those salaries now?
The salaries are in the regular salary, the extracurricular salary line items, mainly because we went over on the monies that the parents give us to pay for the coaches, so we thought it would be best that we don't have to count on that because those numbers fluctuate from year to year. Sir?
Vinnie Walsh, 176 Bay Road. I'm a little confused about the line 77, the $300,000 for the laptop lease. Why is that outside of the school budget?
When we presented this 3 years ago to the selectmen, they decided to do it that way, I guess. Eventually, that line is going to have to be put into our operating budget down the road. But initially, to get us off the floor, they thought it was best to do that. And we had put in actually it was a split, 150 between the school and 150 from the town. And so rather than increase our budget to $950,000, they kept it, the 800 and change, and then they just took the 150,000 themselves. So it's basically the same amount that's been coming from the town for the last 3 years.
Mrs. Sullivan, would you please read the line items to see if we have any holds?
We have a gentleman.
Right.
Could I just have her read the lines, see if anybody wants to hold, then we'll get back to you, sir?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mrs. Sullivan, just to get the motion on the floor.
Duxbury Schools operating budget, line 75, salaries, $26,885,316. Line 76, expenses, $6,628,144. Duxbury Schools laptop lease expenses, $300,000.
And there's a hold on that. Yes, sir.
I'm just curious about the budgeting, the way it's being done, because I know the school budget looks to be about $33 million, which I think in reality it's probably more than 50% of the overall budget, because are they breaking out all the benefits that the teachers receive as well as the debt repayment of the schools being broken away from the school budget, and now it's being parsed as essential services versus, do you know what I mean? Like, is the actual debt repayment of the schools and the actual expenses for benefits included in that 33 million?
Yes, I asked her to, and she did.
The way it's, the way it's broken out in the budget is, for clarity's sake, is not to be all in the school budget. The school budget is more in the 60% of the operating budget, and has been for the past 10 years. I went back over 10 years to see if that ratio had changed dramatically, and it really hadn't. So also the debt expense is carried in that particular debt line item. Not that it doesn't pertain to the school buildings, but the town owns the buildings. The school committee controls them, but it's part of our asset base. So that's where that's carried, is in that debt. And we don't pay pension costs for the teachers, are covered under the state pension costs, so their health benefits are in the shared benefits that I had read. I think it was $6 million and something for the health care benefits. So it isn't all under the umbrella of the schools. It's broken out a bit, but it's broken out for reasons that, of clarity.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. We used to budget it all together. They used to get their whole allocation. Because when you see the basic budget that's presented today, you say, well, okay, that's a 2-point-whatever% increase. That's doing really well. But if you look at the overall increase of the school costs in terms of the buildings and the repayment of the buildings and the fact that our benefit costs are going up by a rate of 5% per year, the actual picture of the true costs of running a school in town as a percentage increase is probably higher than that. So
I've been doing this over 20 years, and we've never put it all into the school line item. It was always broken out this way. This isn't new. Maybe you think of something else, but this has always been the way that we broke it out.
Yeah, I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it. But I'm just saying, I think Dr. Tantillo has done a reasonable job. He's only gone 50% over the cost of living in terms of the increase to run the schools. But we're being artful here because we're not really recognizing that the cost of the benefits to the teachers to provide things like health care have gone up, and reflecting the overall costs over the years of the new schools, which has been kind of thrown into other budget areas. That's all I wanted to point out.
True.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to point out that all the things that you've mentioned, health benefits,
Debt service.
no, excuse me, health benefits, retired health benefits for teacher, health benefits for our people now, our percentage of insurance, a percentage of the school administration and all that, that goes into our per pupil cost. So even with all those involved, because the state does that, and that's given to the state at the end of, when we do our end of the year audit, that all gets supplied by the town to us to go to the state, and that's how they figure out our per pupil cost. With all those in there, we still are below the state average.
Yes, I agree with you, but what's happening is you're not having to speak to the overall costs of the debt to build the new schools or the overall percentage increases of benefits, because someone else is going to speak to that item as a town.
Because they're included in the town budget, right?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I see no other questions concerning Article 5, Motion 2, which is before you now. This is to fund the school budget for $33,813 and, excuse me, $33,813. Oh, there was a hold. I apologize. Yes, there was a hold. And I think Mr. Lambert's going to address it. It was on line 77,
Yeah, it was
laptops.
The laptop expense. Jim Lampert, Fiscal Advisory Committee. Somebody raised the question of, it's sort of, what is this $300,000 doing here in the budget? And it might help the town meeting. There was a lot of discussion 2 years ago, Ben, on how all these laptops were going to be handled. And I think one thing people have to recognize is it's all our money. So precisely what budget or part of the budget it falls into is probably not particularly important in the overall picture, but you all need some understanding of how stuff moves around from budget to budget. And this is a good example. This started off as a capital item. And it was a capital item that ended up being paid over a number of years. The way it works is the first time it comes up, it goes into the capital budget. But after that, the cost of carrying it going forward moves over into the operation budget. It still looks like capital, but it's now something that's just part of the running expenses because we've already approved we're going to do it. Another easy example is we replace police cars every year, and since it's roughly the same number every year, we decided it made sense to deal with those as an operational expense, which is where they are in their expense budget, as opposed to having to move them back and forth to capital. So it'll start in capital in most cases. Once you approve it, and there's some items this year, it will then move in to the operating budget, even though it's a capital item that, frankly, we're depreciating.
Thank you, Mr. Lampert. So that takes care of the hold on the school budget side. I see no other questions. So prepared to vote, Article 5, Motion 2, the school operating budget, again, $33,813,460. Would you please take your handheld devices? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light, please. Can you see the screen all right now? Okay. Light is out, voting is over, and the motion carries 171 to 27. 171 to 27. Motion 3 under Article 5, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $2,223,258 from Water Enterprise Fund revenue for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and further, that $108,616 be raised from Water Enterprise Fund revenue to fund indirect costs associated with the Water Enterprise Fund appropriated in the general fund as identified in Article 5, Motion 1, to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Operating budget water, line 90, salaries, $710,710. Expenses, $973,828. Debt service water, line 92, principal payments, $443,311. Line 93, interest on bonded debt, $75,409. Line 94, interest on temporary notes, $10,000. Line 95, bond expense, $10,000. Total water enterprise fund, $2,223,258.
I heard no holds, and I see no questions concerning the water. Therefore, I call for a vote on motion 3 under Article 5 for the Water Enterprise Fund in the amount of $2,223,258. Please your devices. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light, please. The light is distinguished, the vote is over, and the motion carries 184 to 10. Motion number 4 under Article 5.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $381,095 for the Percy Walker Pool operating budget for the purposes and in the amount specified below, and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $342,985 from Percy Walker Pool Enterprise Fund revenue and transfer the sum of $38,110 from the general fund, and further that $18,461 be raised from the Percy Walker Pool Enterprise Fund revenue to fund indirect costs associated with the Pool Enterprise Fund appropriated in the general fund as identified in Article 5, Motion 1, to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Operating budget Percy Walker Pool, line 96, salaries, $205,379. Line 97, expenses, $175,716. Total $381,095.
I heard no holds, and I see no one rise to ask a question. Therefore, I call for the vote on motion 4 under Article 5, the operating budget for the Percy Walker Pool in the amount of $381,095. Light, please. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting window is closed. The vote was 174 in favor, 20 opposed. Motion carries. This brings us, I believe, to motion number 1 under Article 6, which is the capital budget. I believe at this point, Nancy von Stockelberg from the Fiscal Advisory Committee is going to make a presentation for her committee. Mrs. von Stockelberg.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hello, everyone. I plan to spend a few minutes with you discussing what the mission is of the Fiscal Advisory Committee and review with you some of the issues we have discussed in the past year. The Fiscal Advisory Committee has 9 members, and their names are Jim Lampert, my co-chair, Karen Barry, Dave Matthews, Alex Chin, Bill Dixon, Ling Wong, and Candace Martin, and last but not least, Beth Halligan. We are a very committed group of strong, independent thinkers who don't shy away from asking tough questions. Starting in the fall, we are given a list of all the capital requests and fee increases to consider for the coming fiscal year. We meet with department heads and look at the long-range financial implications pertaining to the requests. Our recommendations are sent to FinCom, the town manager, and the selectmen. When considering fee increases, we examine the adequacy of local receipts. Will the future revenues meet present and future appropriations? And when considering capital requests, we have an eye towards the long-term capital plan. With respect to our 2 enterprise funds, the Water Department and the Percy Walker Pool, we review the status of these 2 funds. Are they self-funding? How much free cash do they produce? And can they handle additional debt? All of these items are taken into consideration before we can vote on the current capital requests. Typically, we are given a budget of approximately $1 million. The goal is to fund all capital requests from free cash. The Water Enterprise Fund has a separate budget. This past year, they requested $1.7 million, and we at Fiscal Advisory approved $660,453. I'll go into why in just a bit. For capital items, such as public safety items and DPW requests, we prioritize the requests and vote accordingly. This year, we approved $1,087,271 of the $1.158,585 requested. The only reason we didn't vote for all of the requests was due to the fact that we didn't have enough free cash. The remaining requests will likely roll over to next year, and there will be new items as well to consider. On slide 4, I told you that Fiscal Advisory only approved $660,000 of the $1.7 million requested for the water. Why is that? Well, number one, we didn't have enough money to pay for the whole project without floating debt. While we agreed that the Water Enterprise Fund could afford to fund the debt for the two projects in question, which were Mayflower Street and Temple Street, what about the rest of the town that does not have water? We felt that the town lacked a long-range plan with respect to water, something that we try to factor in when approving new items. What would be the financial impact if the town agreed to extend water pipelines to the remaining 10% of those without town water? So we concluded that there needs to be a comprehensive, long-range plan about bringing water to the rest of the town. It might be that we can't afford it, but at least let's get our hands around this issue. And to our town manager's credit, the town has addressed the long-range plan for building maintenance, which I will address with you in a minute. Not to belabor the water issue, but we learned that we would have to lay about 4 miles of new mains at a very rough cost of about $7 million. Right now, this is not in our long-range plan, but at some point we may wish to look into this issue and decide if we want to borrow more money to accomplish this project. Kudos go out to Rainey Reed and to our facilities manager, Brian Cherry, for conducting a very thorough study of the 63 town-owned buildings to determine how much we should set aside for general maintenance and capital improvements in our budgets. The operating budget expects to expense about $111,000 each year for town buildings. The schools will receive approximately $216,000. Beyond that, capital improvements will cost the town $3,300,000 spaced out over 10 years. This gives us confidence that we have a quantified long-term need, and we have found a way to build this into our budget in a predictable and measured way. We still have some projects that need consideration. For example, we've discussed this morning the need for a DPW maintenance building. That seems to be priority number 1. And also, I've heard discussions about the fact that the Harbor Master's headquarters are in pretty poor condition. There is an ongoing study on the safety of the bridge, and we don't know what that repair will cost or even if it will need to be replaced. We hope that there will be a settlement on North Hill soon, but that is up to the courts at this point. And the Senior Center has an ambitious goal to add on to their facility. They hope it will be largely self-funded, but we don't know that yet. And finally, there is always the unknown that we can't foresee at this point in time. But nevertheless, let's take a look at a potential spending of $15 million for perhaps the DPW and other projects. And let's play the what ifs. So what if we were to spend $15 million on a combination of projects? Under the current interest rate ratio scenario, a $15 million bond financed over 20 years would affect a median-priced home in Duxbury, which is now estimated at $626,000, would cause an annual increase of $213, or just 2.1%. So we keep that in mind with a long-range plan. The good news is we have just completed a major spending cycle on schools, library, police, fire station, as we know. That's all behind us. We've quantified what we think we need in the future to spend on capital. So at this point, we feel really the worst is behind us. In closing, the only two recommendations that our committee would suggest is that, one, let's try to take a look at other ways the town can raise income rather than resorting to increased taxes. And secondly, let's try to find ways to keep our senior citizens in town. We would hate to see them leave just because they were squeezed out by high taxes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sullivan, did I have you move Article 6, Motion 1? Did you read it yet? I just want to make sure we move the motion and get it on the floor. Did you do that already?
Oh, you're toying with me now, friend. No, I don't believe I have.
Not intentionally. I would like you to read Motion 1 under Article 6 now and get it seconded,
Okay.
just to make sure we did it.
Nope, that's fine. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $923,261 as a general fund capital budget of the town for the purposes and in the amounts specified as follows, and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $107,271 and transfer $815,990 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the town manager. So, General Government Information Systems 1, Fire Department Alpine software installation, $39,204. Town Clerk 2, line 2, replace voting machines, 7, $42,500. Facilities Management, line 3, replace the windows at the Alden School Phase 1, $91,183. Replace the windows at the Alden School Phase 2, $95,434. Line 5, install air conditioning, Alden Chandler IDF closet. This is a technology closet that houses some equipment that gets quite warm when it operates and needs to be kept at a constant temperature. $42,000. Replace new Old Town Hall fire alarm system, $44,000. Replace library Mary Room flooring, $17,300. Public Safety Fire Department, line 8. Replace a 1995 car number 3, $42,000. Line 9, replace atmospheric monitors 4 and the TI camera 1, $25,000. Harbor Master, line 10, replace a 2010 pickup truck number 194, and that's $35,453. Line 11, replace a 200 horsepower outboard motor 2 for Marine 4. That's $53,200.
Excuse me, did I hear a hold? There's a hold on...
On the engines? 11, okay, well, gotcha. Number 12, replace a 90 horsepower outboard motor and various refit, $17,944. And there's been a hold placed on that. Public Works, Land and Natural Resources, line 13. Replace 207 trackless multi-use machine mower, $114,000. Administration, a DPW facility feasibility study, $45,000. Highway, replace 202 Chevy pickup truck H12, $34,873. Transfer station, replace a 1990 Stetco, I apologize, I don't know the acronym, STECO, ejector trailer DX/6, $85,000. Cemetery, replace a Kubota B26 TLB backhoe, $38,595. purchase a records filing system, $29,290. Library, replace seating in the Mary and Setter rooms, $31,285. And that is a total of $923,261.
So we have two holds back on lines 11 and 12 under the harbor master. And who wishes to speak to that? Mr. Hutter?
Greg Hunter, Abrams Hill. I guess I just sort of have a general question, is that I look at, Don, no offense, but I know you guys do a great job. But I'm just wondering, I see all of the equipment we have down there, and Duxbury seems to be a relatively small bay. We don't get a whole lot of transient yachts coming in. I know we've got a lot of our own residents that have their own boats. But I'm just wondering how we compare to other coastal towns in regard to how many vessels we have patrolling the bay, and are we more boats than we need, less boats than we need, and how often do we replace the engines and how we maintain our fleet?
Mr. Beers, would you like to address that? Donald Beers, our harbor master.
I don't know. I guess we have, as far as I'm concerned, over the years, you've provided me with great equipment to meet our mission along our coast. I would say that our program, which is, we have obviously a fairly large department, marine, fish and wildlife, and a beach management program, we have the equipment necessary to fulfill our mission. As far as other communities and their comparison to this department, I don't believe there's any department in the Commonwealth that meets with the operational mandates that we have, which is marine, fish and wildlife, and beach management. As far as the number of vessels or vehicles we have, I'll clone a phrase that the manager uses. We have enough that enables us to spread the love. So we're not destroying or harming or requiring us replacing gear like we used to have to do many years ago. It enables us, for instance, on one of the requests to replace an engine that's actually 9 years old. Not many years ago, and in most communities, marine engines are replaced after 4 years because they meet that operational hours of service of 1,100 to 1,500. This boat, Marine 3 that I'm speaking to right now, has met that over a 9-year period, and it's provided us with terrific service. It's a 2000, we purchased a boat in 2000. The engine is 9 years old, and it's ready to be refit instead of purchasing a new vessel. Hope I answered your question, Greg, wherever you are. You're welcome.
Mrs. Breyer?
Hi, Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. Not to throw you under the bus, but Greg asked for a hold on this one. So
It's okay.
I was curious, all of the departments, we just talked about the facilities manager and them having a capital plan and everything we heard from the fiscal advisory, but do the departments have a list of all their assets, and do we have a replacement plan in place? So obviously it would make it easier to budget, so
We do.
like to
We
hear
do
from
have
everybody.
a plan in place. And actually, what we've done, being able to manage our resources and spread the use out, we've been able to escape having to go to town meeting on a frequent basis to purchase equipment like these engines. For instance, Marine 4, we would have been, no, Marine 3, I'm sorry, Marine 3, we would have come before you in 2012 based on the schedule, but because we've been able to spread that use out, we've been able to prolong the service of the boat and not have to purchase the equipment.
I was just going to say, is this information available anywhere, and do the other departments have this information available?
Which information are you specifically referring to? The detail of our equipment?
List of assets and
Yes,
replacement
sure.
plans.
Yeah, there is.
Mr.
We work very closely with the Fiscal Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Beers. Mr. Reed, would you care to indicate where they might find that information regarding our equipment?
Sure. You can give me a call. I'll be happy to send it to you. And I think it also may be available on the town's website as well. If it isn't, I'll make sure that it is.
Okay, that indicates the holds that we had on the capital
Mr.
budget.
Moderator, could I?
I'm sorry.
I
I apologize. I didn't see you there.
That's all right. I apologize. I actually would like to ask a question about number 17, and I did not put a hold on it.
Well, we'll forgive you for that, but go right ahead and ask on 17. That's the cemetery, the backhoe.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a question about the backhoe. Where the cemeteries are a revenue-generating entity, why is it that the money to provide a backhoe can't come out of the revenue?
Mr. Madden, would you like to answer that question?
Good afternoon. Through you, Mr. Moderator. If you recall last town meeting, or perhaps the town meeting before that, we rated the cemetery reserves pretty good to assist in the funding of the maintenance garage. At this point, it's time to start letting those reserves build up in order for future cemetery expansion plans that are on the books and other areas like that.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understand. So there simply isn't the money in the budget at this time, or you're letting the money build up for a future use and not using it?
That's correct. We're letting it build up for a future use. You know, again, we drained down those reserves probably as much as we felt comfortable with for the maintenance facility, and now we need to let them build up.
Thank you. I guess I have a little bit of a problem with that approach. You know, we're taking it out of our pocket. You know, we have it in one pocket, but we're, you know, taking it out of another pocket now instead of using the money that we have built up. I would hope, and I guess maybe it was just my, I thought that when we appropriated these funds, you know, and when they're being requested, that was because there wasn't money available for that purpose.
No, that's certainly not it. We look at what's on the horizon. You know, if you've been to the cemetery recently, hopefully you haven't, you'll note that there's a lot of empty land that's been cleared, and it's been landscaped to a certain extent, but that's eventually going to need roads. It'll need irrigation. It'll need a number of improvements to that land. And if we can provide over a period of time a substantial amount of reserve to pay for that, rather than to come back to town meeting and ask for, you know, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars for that, as opposed to utilizing our cemetery reserves, which we think is a more prudent way of doing things.
So could I ask how much is currently in the budget? You're requesting $38,595 for this. How much do we have in that fund currently?
Do you have that answer, Mr. Sheehan?
I don't have that answer, but I think the general answer for the...
Could you just identify yourself for the record?
Emmett Sheehan, Powder Point, a member of the cemetery board. The general answer for her question is all proceeds go into the general fund. Granted, the cemetery does make a lot of money for the town, but it's all put back into the town. It's not kept in a little private bank account. So it's all put back into the general fund, so we're simply asking to replace it out of the general fund, the capital.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. I think that answers the question. Or Mr. Madden, you have further explanation?
Of all the numbers that I brought with me, that's not one that I have right now. I know. I will say that basically what we would be looking at was the cemetery lots, sale of lots and graves, because the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund is for the care and maintenance of the cemetery, and that wouldn't include equipment. Equipment would come from the sale of lots and graves, which we took approximately $110,000 out of, that drew it down very low. Whether it's in the $40,000 range or less, I apologize. I'd have to get back to you on that.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the answer. I hope I'm not understanding from Mr. Sheehan's comment that the money, because it goes back into the general fund, is not being kept. I would hope that someone is keeping a clear understanding of the money's coming in and the money's going out, so that all of the programs that we run hopefully pay for themselves and at least break even or make some money. So I'm hopeful that those numbers are somewhere being kept. But I'm sure that the Finance Committee has looked at that, and I appreciate that too. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't see any other holds for Article 6, Motion 1, or anybody else standing on the mic. Therefore, I will ask for a vote on Article 6, Motion 1, which is to appropriate $923,261 for the general fund capital budget. All those in favor, press the number 1 when the light goes on, and press 2. 1 yes, 2 no. Light, please. Voting window is closed, and the motion carries 175 to 25. Article 6, Motion 2, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $164,010 as the general fund school budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $164,010 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the school committee.
Second.
Duxbury Schools, line 20, rehabilitate tennis courts, 6, $38,000. Wireless internet, Chandler and Alden, $89,330. Purchase Kubota multi-purpose tractor, $36,680, for a total of $164,010. It was brought to my attention that in your paperwork you will not see the subtotal from the previous article, but yet you see then a total of over $1 million. The previous article is included plus this, equaling the bottom line.
I didn't hear any holds, and I don't see any questions concerning Motion 2 under Article 6. This is to fund the school capital budget in the amount of $164,010. All those in favor, please, when the light goes on, now, light, press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting window is closed. Motion carries 164 to 25. That brings us to motion number 3 for Article 6, Water Enterprise. Mrs. Sullivan?
Sorry?
Motion 3 under Article 6.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,375,453 as the Water Enterprise Fund capital budget, and for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $660,453 from Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings, and borrow the sum of $715,000 to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
BOS amendment.
Now, I believe the selectman had indicated to me earlier that there was going to be an amendment to this article. Mr. Madigan, you drew the short straw.
I'm the clerk. The Board of Selectmen move that we amend the pending motion by adding line number 29. What's the other line?
No, the other's already there.
Okay.
The other one's there.
Line 29 for installing water mains on Mayflower Street, such that the total appropriation be increased to $1,770,453, and the amount of the borrowing motion is increased to $1,150,000. $110,000.
It's a motion made. Is it seconded? It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes.
Technically, we're actually talking about line 29 in the list of items in the capital budget.
Point of order, Mr.
Yes?
There will be another motion with respect to a different line. Do you want all motions now? Or
No, we can deal with that one after this one. One at a time.
We're simply adding back the Mayflower Street connection because it'll connect two mains, one that ends in a high-pressure dead end, one that ends in a low-pressure dead end. And by completing the circuit, it'll even out the pressure within the system and create a cleaner water system throughout the whole area.
So if people want to follow this in their, in the warrant, they'd have to look to page 20, I believe. And if you look on page 20, under the Water Enterprise Fund, if you go halfway down that column on the left, you get to number 29. And the selectmen are asking to add $395,000 to that final column, bringing the total up to the aforementioned $1,000,007. Is there any discussion under that amendment? Yes, sir. Mr. Wadsworth. Mr. Wadsworth first, then you, sir.
George Wadsworth, 115 Elm Street. I'm the chairman of the Water and Sewer Advisory Board, which basically means, as I've told you in the past, some people think I'm all wet, and in other cases, I'm not only all wet, but full of, well, we won't go there. At any rate, I have some concerns for this item here on 29 and for the other item on 32, and I'll speak to 32 later. And I also want to speak to 23 and 24 and 27 if given a chance, not to amend it and just to talk about them a little bit. We think, this is the Water and Sewer Advisory Board, that expending money on installing a water main that is in effect a dead end because of the valving that takes place. 4 months out of the year, that valve during the summer months may be open from time to time, but for most of the year, it's going to be closed because it will open only as demand increases. And as we all know, demand increases when our relatives come by during the summer. And that's about approximately a 4-month period. And you see this in your fall bills, and you don't see it in your spring bills. We think also there is a lot of streets in this town. I'll speak to it at greater length in the item on Temple Street. There are a lot of streets in this town that do not have water mains on them. And we think this opens the door, much the same way that Temple Street does, in opening the door to future extensions onto streets without any offsetting revenues, and probably creating many, many dead ends. But I'll go into that in more detail when I'm allowed to speak on the Temple Street. We think on this one and the Temple Street one, you should vote no for this. Thank you.
Okay, what we're dealing with is simply the amendment, which was made by the Board of Selectmen, which is adding that $39,000 for water mains on Mayflower. Yes, sir, on the right.
Yeah, Terry Reiber. I just want to ask the question why the Fiscal Advisory Committee recommended not to go ahead with the $395,000 expenditure on 29, and I guess later on in 32 as well. They didn't advise it, so I'm just curious as to why
Thank you,
they did
and
that.
Mr.
Jim
Lambert's at
Lambert,
the mic
Fiscal
now to answer your
Advisory.
question.
Fancy why I'm here.
Yeah.
Nancy von Stackelberg adverted to this earlier. We started asking, we recognize that there are $7 million worth of new water mains that this town could put in and would have to put in if we wanted everyone in town to have water. I asked, why was this one chosen at one point? And the answer I was given was someone asked. Frankly, that does not strike me as an appropriate way to decide where or where not we should pay to put water mains. I've been told that, oh, we can afford this in this budget. Yes, but let's take two questions on that we asked. How much is this going to cost us in bonding? And how long is that going to last? And John, correct me if I have the numbers wrong, but I think what you told me was you'd probably bond this for 10 years. It'll cost how much? The whole thing for 10 years, but the whole with the 715, we're talking about, and they do go together, we're talking $100,000 a year for 10 years that reduces the amount of money, unless we raise water rates, that the Water Commission has available for its overall operating budget and doing what has to be done. The fiscal advisory view was, A, we don't like borrowing unless there's a real demonstrated need, and talking to Mr. Wadsworth, the procedure that we followed before is, yes, if we have a significant safety issue or someone frankly has lousy water, we address it. But we're looking for specific needs as to why to address things. And in the Fiscal Advisory Committee's view, we need an overall plan as what is the town planning to do for all the residents who don't have water? What is our priority list? How do we attack that? And how are we going to pay for it? Because clearly, if we're going to do more than these, we are going to have to increase water rates. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Next over here to my left is Mr. Marchini, and then I'll come back here, and then I'll go back there.
Andre Martini, 110 Heritage Lane. My understanding is that this particular project will help the redundancy of the system by being able to connect different water sources. And I'd like to get Mr. Macklin's expert opinion if that is in fact the case. If it is the case, I'm very much in favor of it.
Thank you. Would you mind waiting 1 second for this gentleman to speak? Because I think he has specific knowledge of the matter. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Peter Mackin, Water and Sewer Superintendent. Mr. Martini is correct. This will create redundancy in the water system, whereas we will have an additional connection between the high and low pressure zones. So it will create redundancy.
And what does redundancy do?
Currently, there's two interconnections between we have essentially two water systems in the town. West of Route 3 is considered the high zone, more or less, and east of Route 3 is the low pressure zone. So currently there's only two connections between the two zones. So you would, each the Temple Street and the Mayflower Street projects would create additional connections between the two zones.
Okay,
redundancy is a good thing in water systems. It's a very good thing.
Thank you. I better understand it now. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Matt Gambino, 248 Mayflower Street. So for those of you keeping track, I'm one of the people that asked about the Mayflower project. If I may, I'd just like to make a comment to put some things in context, and then I have a very quick three-part question. The comment that I wanted to make is this. Over the last 5 years, beginning about 5 years ago, the water main was indeed extended on Mayflower Street to the west of where I happen to live in that area, and terminated about 250 yards from my home. As most of us know, the police station was subsequently built a few years later, and the water main was extended on that side of my home, again terminating about 250 yards. What I find myself experiencing now is I'm living on a street that I love, that is rapidly becoming, one might argue, a bit of a, I'm struggling for the term, but with the crematorium and the transfer station and the police station, it's turning into a bit of a half residential, non-residential street. So I'm finding myself sandwiched into a very small 500-yard section of a long road. Industrial is the word I'm looking for, excuse me, an industrial road. So I'm sandwiched in a 500-yard section of what is rapidly becoming an industrial road, one of 7 homes that don't have access to water, to put it into context. The three-part question I have is this. A couple of weeks ago, I met a gentleman who pointed out catty-corner to my house, an area that's being cleared away for a lot for his home. So it's great, we have a new neighbor, and he's a nice guy. He mentioned to me that, and this is the first part of my question, that there's something to do with the deed of his land that entitles that plot to receive town water. So my first question, is that correct? Will town water be installed to serve that new lot that's being cleared, where construction is going to begin in a few months? And if the answer to that question is yes, my second question would be, what is going to be the cost to the town to meet that obligation and extend water to that person's home? And then the third part to my question would be, if water is going to be extended to meet that obligation, would it not be wise to just finish it off so that first of all, I feel like that first Star Wars where the trash compactor is going like this, right? So would it not be wise to just finish now what is becoming a smaller section of street, in addition, juxtaposing it with what Mr. Mackin said, to aid the redundancy issue? Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Macklin, would you care to address those three-part question, if you can?
It was part of the deed to that property. The line has been laid. That's 1 and 2. The third, it's an individual line. It's a 2-inch service just for that home. Timing's everything, as we all know. And I wish if we were going to run the water main that we could have done it at the same time, but it was a performance issue in the deed, whereas I think it was 60 days. If that lot was sold, we had to provide public water to that lot, and it dovetails with a project that was done in 2009 to create the high-pressure zone. His name escapes me. Mr. Ricker let us put a water main through his bog, and that was one of the conditions of performance. That it was more or less a fee for letting us put the water main through his property, was that we would provide water to that lot.
I think the last part of the question was, what was the cost to the town to do that?
It was approximately $2,800 to run an individual service. We did it in-house. We used our equipment, and we purchased materials just to run a single service line to that lot.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
It does answer my question, and I'd invite, if you want someone else to speak, I have another comment, but I'm happy to yield.
Mr. Wadsworth will go next.
I'm aware of this installation. I approved this installation. Part of this deal came at my recommendations that the evergreen wells be tied into the high side, the high pressure side. We were creating, a number of years ago, 2 utilities, and the evergreen wells, with some 1,100 gallons a minute capability in there, were at first glance going to be on the low pressure side that would serve the downtown area. And I suggested it can be on the high pressure side because water can always flow downhill if you can create a hill here. But to do that, they had to run a water main through a hill and yonder. And part of the handshake, they got the easement, but part of the handshake in doing the water main was that, we need water for this lot that has the potential to be developed. It seemed to me reasonable. It's part of that deal. And it was done. So I just wanted you to be aware of that past history. As far as redundancy, which Peter and I agree upon, that water utilities need that. You have 2 places, as he noted, that waters flow from the upper utility down to the lower utility. If these 2 projects were done, you'd have 4 places. What you would see would be the valves would be open less because you have only so much water flowing from the upper utility to the lower utility, but now you'd have 4 places where they would go through. So you would get less functionality. You get the same amount of functionality out of all 4, but it would come out of 4 places rather than 2 places. I don't have a problem with having 4 connections, 4 pieces of equipment, but it's not absolutely essential if you don't have it.
I think Mrs. von Stackelberg is next. And then we'll get back to you.
Sure. No, I have a question and a comment. First, the question to Mr. Mackin. It was my impression at fiscal advisory meetings that you did not see Mayflower as a priority. Is that true?
It is a lower priority, yes.
Okay.
Of mine, yes it is.
And then my comment is, you can all see what's happening here. Some people on Mayflower Street want water, some people on Temple Street want water. There are going to be many other streets that don't have water who are going to come to us and say they want water too. All we're saying is we need to have a study on this and decide where the priorities are, and then make a decision who gets water and when, and at what cost.
Yes, sir. Do you have another question? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's a very fair point. One thing that I neglected to mention that I promised my wife and others that I would mention is this. Because this very small section of Mayflower Street is now being pretty significantly built upon, the crematorium has been added to the police station, which is right next to the transfer station, and because there is a significant number of cranberry bogs where chemicals are in use to serve the cranberry bogs, and because the wells themselves, which is this is a pretty old section of the town, those wells are typically shallow well water. I went ahead and had the water tested. Now, fortunately for me, because I have a 5-year-old, the water was deemed from the testing agency as being drinkable. However, on that document, they did feel compelled to make note of the fact that we are surrounded by cranberry bogs and that my well, in addition to the 7 other wells, are extremely shallow. So I raised that not as for nothing else than just to sort of acknowledge the fact that, it's aging. And there are, chemicals at play that might, mean to me and others that right now it's drinkable, but will it be drinkable tomorrow or next year as, things continue to get old? So I just wanted to end with that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully, we're going to get to this motion. This is an amendment to the article, and we're still debating the amendment. We have to get to the main article yet, so if there's some new information coming forward, that's great. Appreciate your comment, and then we'll try, after I see 3 speakers here, we'll try to get the motion voted. So we'll start with the gentleman to my right. I can't see in the shadow if that is who I think it is.
Paul Baragna, 21 Village Way. As an engineer, I support Mr. Martachini and Mr. Mackin on the redundancy. I also have to support the Fiscal Advisory Committee. I spent 13 years on that committee back many years ago, and I agree that the extension of the Mayflower Street main and the Temple Street main, at least at that point in time, were non-priorities. If things have changed and they become a priority today, that's fine, no problem with it from an engineering viewpoint. But the other questions I have relate to if the mains go forward on both or either or Mayflower Street or Temple Street, the people that have private wells, will they be forced to hook up to town water? Many towns have water districts where you're forced within 2 or 3 years to hook up to town water. It's mandatory. I know we have some mains on existing streets in town where people have been on wells and they are not hooked up to town water. Every town runs this differently, and I just want to know what the policy is going to be here. And I think even more importantly, if these 2 mains go in, will there be additional land available for development in town? If so, will the planning board be looking at that in Article 35 if they update the master plan for the town? Thank you.
Before that, are you prepared to answer that specific question? Okay. Mr. Wadsworth will respond to that last question, and then we'll go to the balcony.
Unlike sewer extensions, which oftentimes force adjacent property owners to connect in, water extensions traditionally do not. So you can be, and some of you may be, adjacent to a water main and choose to and want to be on your own well or on a combination. Use your own well for the outside watering and use the connection for your inside watering. As far as the contamination of the water, which was sort of noted before, there are over 6 million molecular structures out there in one form or another. About 1 million or 1.5 million of them are in general use. The rest are in the little labs with the mad scientists working on them or something like that. But something in excess of 1 million are out there in general use. We test for, the private homeowner doesn't test for this, but we test in the water utility for probably something in the order of about 200 of these. We have tested for herbicides and pesticides that are adjacent to the production facilities. I have never heard them coming into the utilities facilities. I don't think you will see any of those products that are used on cranberry bogs showing up in your well.
Thank you. Up in the balcony on the left.
Don Reed, Captain's Hill Road. I just have a general thought about what's happening in Flint, and are there any surprises in our water system?
Say again?
Addressing. Are there any surprises in our water system that need addressing or
You mean potential Flint, Michigan
Potential,
issues
yes.
hanging out there? I'll ask the water superintendent to answer that. Mr. Macklin?
With respect to lead and copper, certainly not in Duxbury. We have an aggressive corrosion control program, and we treat the water. We raise the pH. As far as coming down the pike, there's a contaminant of emerging concern. It's manganese. It used to be a secondary contaminant. They're making it a primary contaminant, and we've actually had to shut down one of our wells because of the high levels of manganese in it. So that's as far as coming down the pipe, that's what I see. I see manganese as becoming an issue in this town.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sheehan.
Emmett Sheehan, Powder Point. Speaking on the amendment.
Speak to the mic, please, a little closer. Thanks.
So at 7 houses, it comes out to roughly $50,000 a home, it seems to be, to hook up to the water. I would agree with Mrs. von Stackelberg and their group that we should study this longer. My wife and I own a piece of property, and they just brought the water main right in front of us. We can hook up to it for a $15,000 betterment. Has there ever been thought to a betterment? It is improving and adding a lot of value to these homes. These homes were bought with wells, and not that long ago. I don't know. Any thoughts about that?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I'm sorry. I'm going to the balcony first. Then I'll come down to you. I didn't see you. I apologize. Balcony, then here.
Vinnie Walsh, Bay Road, Duxbury. It's been a long time since the motion was made. I have forgotten whether we're borrowing money here or using free cash.
Well, I will tell you now, we are borrowing. In the motion, the amendment included to add the $395, and it increased the borrowing by the same amount from the original motion. Now, Mrs. McNabb, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't think I'm alone here in saying that this amendment has been a bit of a tough conversation to follow with new construction and a deed that required the town to put in water lines at the town's expense. This seems, I would suggest that we listen to the fiscal advisory here and do some research and not set a precedent in granting this particular thing. It may come back to bite us in the years to come. So I would hope that we could do a study and put this on hold.
Perhaps we're ready to vote the amendment. I have one more question to my left.
Yeah, Brian Kane, 115 Temple Street. And I just wanted to refute one thing that was said here, that I've been on a well, I'm still on a well, I have my well tested, and I do have pesticides and herbicides in my water coming from the bog on Temple Street. I use Poland Springs, and I don't even like to bathe in the water. So it can get in, these wells are shallow, and it can get into your drinking water.
Thank you.
I think the town does have a responsibility to provide clean, potable water and adequate fire protection to its residents.
Thank you. One more question, and then
Hello.
we'll try the vote.
I'm Margaret Breen. I'm from Wright Lane, representing 36 individuals that live in Wright Lane. We're a small gravel road off of Temple Street. There's 9 families in there with 11 children under the age of 21. I think it is paramount that we don't let the fire safety be lost in this discussion. That there is wonderful pressure topics being brought about how this water mains will increase the function of water within Duxbury, but I think we need to also take into consideration safety. One being fire hydrants. Right now, from Wright Lane, the closest fire hydrant is 0.2 miles to the right to Gifford Way and 0.3 miles to the left.
Okay.
So,
I think you're talking to really line item 32 on Temple Street, and
okay,
we're trying to
I'll
deal
come
with the
back
amendment.
if you want me to.
You can come back if you'd like.
I was concerned I'd miss
I think
it.
there's going to be more than a few questions as we go down this list. So let's try to get a vote on the amendment, just so we can all remember. The original motion called for spending $1,375,000, and a portion of that would be borrowed. The selectmen voted to increase that amount by $395,000, so that the motion would be $1,770,453, and the borrowing would go up by $1,110,000.
So what I'd like to do is, now this includes borrowing an amendment, so it requires a 2/3 vote. So keep that in mind as well. And now you appreciate the use of electronic balloting, trust me. So we have the amendment in front of us. So voting light on, please. Number 1, if you are in favor of increasing the water enterprise capital budget by $395,000 to install water mains on Mayflower, please press 1. If you're opposed to the amendment to the article, press 2. 30 seconds. Yes. But Ed Parker was told by the Randy. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Town council, it's always good that they're here. I've been informed, even though I insisted that it required a 2/3 vote, it only requires a simple majority. So, but the answer is, it fails anyways, 92 to 113. So the amendment fails under any count. So that moves us back to the original motion under Article 6, motion number 3. And now I would like the Chairman of the Finance Committee, Mrs. Sullivan, to read the lines, and then we'll do the traditional hold for those items you wish to talk about, and then we'll come back and go down them one at a time. Mrs. Sullivan.
Water Enterprise Fund, line 23, rehabilitate Millbrook Wells, $60,000.
You want to hold? Hold. Just
Line.
yell it out, please. Hold.
Oh, hold, sorry. Line 24, rehabilitate Lake Shore Drive wells.
I have a hold.
Thank you. 925, replace the 205 dump truck, number 5, $61,021. 26, utility cloud software and associated hardware, $50,000. Line 27, PCE main pipe replacement, 100.
There's a hold.
150,000, hold. System rehabilitation, 150,000, line 28. So line 29 has been deleted. Line 30, survey and plans Tea Kettle Lane well site, $50,000. Line 31, replace 2010 extended cab pickup number 2, $29,502. Line 32, install water mains on Temple Street, $715,000.
I hear a hold.
Yep, got it. Line 33, rehabilitate Partridge Well Site Building, $29,930.
Okay, we'll go back to the holds.
Line 23, rehabilitate Millbrook Wells.
Mr. Wadsworth wishes to address this.
We're going to turn all you guys into water superintendents before the day is over. I'm not suggesting any change in the dollar amount for 23 or 24. I just wanted to briefly tell you what's taking place here. These are very expensive processes of cleaning the wells. One well that is absent here that has me a little bit concerned, and I'm not asking that you add it on, is the evergreen wells. They were cleaned this winter. They need to be cleaned. At least one of them needs to be cleaned. Every year, I've talked to Peter about this, and you may see this more frequently. These are big dollar amounts. They pull the pump out, they pull the motor out, and if you don't deal with it, you can run into a situation. He ran into this winter, and you didn't notice, where the well can stop with a buildup of iron and other things inside of it. It's not a health effect, it's an operational effect. And they are big dollar amounts, and I don't have a problem with being on the capital budget. I don't have a problem with being in the operating budget. I leave that up to others as to where they want it, but it's an annual thing, and I just wanted you to be aware of, that's why I called those two numbers.
Okay.
Fair enough. So that takes care of 23 and 24 holds. Now, somebody wanted to hold number 27, the PCE. Oh, you again, George.
Not to worry, I'm not suggesting any change here, but I do want to report for future consideration that we are replacing AC pipe that may or may not be vinyl line, probably is vinyl line, that is shown no perchloroethylene coming from this area, and may never have shown any perchloroethylene coming from it. We can continue to replace it. I think it's an expense that you can avoid in the future, and you've been talking about this. And I would like to see some more conversation take place on this particular item. I'm sure if you gave Peter the money under system rehabilitation and added it into there and let him choose the projects he wanted to do, he'd be real happy one way or the other. He doesn't mind replacing the AC pipe. He doesn't mind replacing any pipe. But you're not getting your bang for your buck that you used to get.
Living on a street that had those pipes removed last year and they hadn't reported any releases, I thank the water department from the bottom of our hearts. We just don't have to think about it anymore. Any other questions on 27? All right, the next hold is 32. Water mains on Temple for $715,000. Mr. Lampert from the Fiscal Advisory Committee.
This, in many ways, has many of the same questions that were involved in the do you do this now, do you get a full study in, and know where everything stands in the priority list and how we're going to go down that priority list. But I guess to start that discussion, Mr. Moderator, I would move to amend the motion to reduce the sum in line 1 by $715,000 to $660,453, which is the amount that would be paid out of free cash, and to strike everything after the words fund retained earnings, because you wouldn't need to borrow to do this.
So, could you help me with that amendment? If you had it in writing, it would be very helpful. Oh, bless your heart.
Bad writing, but it's there. Is it legible? That's the question.
Let's see. Amend the motion
By striking in line
to reduce the sum in line 1, which is $1,375,453, to by $715,000, which is the line item we're discussing, which is number 32, and
which reduces it to the next number, which is the $660,000 that is going to be paid for out of free cash.
And to say out of free cash instead of the water enterprise.
Right, you're correct.
Very good.
And then striking everything that
after
has to
that.
do with the borrowing.
Understood. All right, that's been the motion by Mr. Lampert. Is there a second to that motion? It's been moved and seconded. Basically what's happening is similar to the motion that the Board of Selectmen made where they added 395. Fiscal Advisory is removing 715. Simple math. But they're doing it to the Temple Street project rather than the Mayflower project that the Selectmen had suggested we add. So they're taking them both out, basically, with the loss of the amendment and now this. So, Mr. Lampert, do you want to address your amendment?
Yes. Basically, this is a different project than Mayflower Street. You've heard some people say some things about issues they've seen on Temple, which, frankly, I don't recall the extent to which we heard those before. I think it may have a different, to be perfectly fair, placement on Peter Macklin's priority list. The Fiscal Advisory Committee, though, I believe, continues to hold the position that we need to know what that priority list is and to work through it and decide what we're going to do going forward. They've been working on the priority list. I have sat down with a group, including both Peter and Sean, on what is this priority list, and also our fire chief, taking into account water quality, fire safety, and frankly, the question of costs. It is something I believe the Fiscal Advisory Committee would be more than happy to readdress, certainly at the next annual town meeting, and if there's a special town meeting between now and then, But our position, I think, has to remain that we need to know what the priorities are and what the plans are before we start committing the town to borrowing for what may not be anything that's really needed right now.
I apologize for the beeping noise up here. We're trying to get photocopies of that amendment so it can be circulated to town council and the clerk so we can keep track of it. So we have in front of us an amendment to Article 6, Motion 3, eliminating line item number 32 in the amount of $715. Lady to my left, you have the microphone.
Margaret Breen again, 21 Wright Lane. I guess my concern is I've lived at 21 Wright Lane for 20 years without access to a hydrant, which is an advantage of this water main as well. And my concern is I can't think of a higher priority than safety and safety of the 36 residents that live in this wooded community. And to me, it's very clear, and I'm kind of curious what the fire chief feels about the security, and I didn't know if he'd be willing to speak towards what it represents for us.
Fire chief has risen and he's coming to the mic. Chief Nord will answer your question or respond to your comment.
Well, good afternoon. I was wondering when I was going to come up. I know the guys behind me aren't fond of me about this. There's 7 streets in town that don't have hydrants. That's a huge problem for us when you're trying to put out fire. Huge. So we've always tried to advocate, when the funding was right, that these areas become populated with domestic water for firefighting use. Temple is a priority. There's many houses down there, as Mr. Mackin had indicated. It helps with the redundancy for that high, low pressure, which I was very much in favor of years ago when that was passed. There's a big stretch up on Summer Street from Franklin pretty much to the Pembroke line. A lot of housing up there. We had a building fire there. When we don't have hydrants, we have to truck the water in somehow. And it adds time, and time adds to the damage of the property. So it's serious. But I like the idea. I've been speaking with the Selectman Alden and Fiscal Advisory and FinCom where they want to prioritize these, and I think that's a good idea as well. So I'm in favor of any place you can put hydrants. And as I said, there's roughly 7 areas in town that don't have it now.
Thank you, Chief Nord. Mr. Friedman from FinCom.
Hi, folks. Larry Friedman, Finance Committee. So, this is a good example of how your Finance Committee works, because we generally agree with the Fiscal Advisory Committee. But we asked ourselves, when $1.1 million came across our desk, we asked ourselves, is there a reason we should be doing this? 2 reasons that we concern ourselves with: health and safety. We've determined that there was not a health issue on Mayflower Street. Some residents had their water tested. And then we brought the chief of the fire department in, and we determined there is an absolute safety issue on Temple Street. He can't get to those houses in time. And like I said, we agree with the Fiscal Advisory Committee. We don't want to just do this hither-dithery. But we owe it to the people in this town to make sure they're safe. And if this gentleman, Chief Nord, doesn't believe he can put out a fire in time, then that's an issue we have to address, regardless of how much it costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. First, Mr. Wadsworth, then we'll go back up to the balcony. Mr. Wadsworth. And again, we're dealing with the amendment to delete the 715 for the Temple Street main.
I promise this will be the last time I will speak on this or any. I don't think, well, maybe in my role as a planning board, member of the planning board, I might be speaking on those articles. A little background here. Water utilities do a lot of advanced planning. And one of the things they do is they do an analysis of what their needs are, and they put in a 10-year plan. It's done by engineering groups that they hire, and they come in and they look over all your needs, and they prioritize based upon conversations with interested parties. The selectmen are your water commissioners. Clearly, they're part of that. And the water utility does need probably a new well or a treatment plant at Depot Street. So that's part of the conversation that takes place. Fiscal Advisory would be interested in When are you going to do this? Over what period of time? And things of that nature. There is a fair amount of streets out there without, and 7, I don't disagree with that, but it's something in the order of 21,600 feet, and I think in terms of feet. As near as I can see, the cost of installing this, based upon analysis of the Temple Street project, is something in the order of $400 a foot. What does it do when we go here? It increases the value of the property that's there. It makes the property more developable if it's open land. It reduces the cost to the developer of developing it wherever it is. And more likely than not, it is going to create a number of new dead ends. I think of one going down 53. It's going to be the longest dead end we've got because we don't have any way to connect in on the back side of it. And there is a lady down there that wants water on 53. That's going to cost you a fortune for one house. I think it needs to be talked about. I think it needs to be talked about within the water department's own planning process. And I think they need to do that and have a number of people, stakeholders involved in those discussions. And we go through this process and see how we're going to spread it out. I'm sure the Finance Committee would be interested in seeing it, and I know the Fiscal Advisory Committee would be interested in seeing it. I think it's very important. The water department is an enterprise account, which means the water user or the ratepayer must pay all the costs of running that department. The Finance Committee, the Town Manager, and your water commissioners, that is the Board of Selectmen, are required to watch over the annual expenditures in order to ensure that they are prudent and useful to the ratepayers, and generally reasonable as they see these budgets or projects from time to time. These groups seem to have not as a critical eye from time to time as we would wish them to have. For example, between 1999 and 2008, the outside crew staffing grew 37.5%, at the same time as withdrawals declined 5.65%, and number of customers grew 2.54%, for reasons I don't know. More recently, your Board of Water Commissioners seem to be more interested in developing new rates for certain high consumption customers, reducing their rates on the highest block to the lowest block rate. The message to those overseeing the state's water utilities seemed to be an absence of concern for using the rate structure as a conservation tool. The problem with this article is the message which it sends out to the ratepayer. Any road which currently does not have any water mains should have them installed over the near future. As near as I can see, as I noted before, 21,600 feet of streets need water mains, much of which will be dead ends or extending current dead ends. By the way, dead ends are a curse to water utilities, which like to eliminate them or avoid them entirely. And the cost of this future liability is estimated to be some $8,640,000 or $400 per foot over that period based on the estimate per foot cost of the Temple Street project to Hidden Acres Drive. This is for the existing, this is to be borne by the existing 5,638 customers, an expense of $1,532 per customer plus interest on any borrowing. Revenue offsets are assumed to be minor on all of these future projects. This level of expenditures in the future needs to be carefully looked at rather than added to your water bill. And as I noted before, the final note is that water on a street makes the undeveloped property there more valuable and eliminates the significant cost for any other type of development in those developers. The current ratepayers need to be protected from an investment which adds to their water bills and has no beneficial effect for them. My board urges you to demand a more careful analysis than you are currently getting here. When I was elected as a water commissioner many years ago, back in '85, we would try to get the developers to pay for these extensions. And that was our policy at the time. If we were still around, that would still be our policy. And not that you have developers out there that will extend them. I'm on the planning board and I've seen one or two that refuse to, and they're just going to put in wells. And I think that is their right. But they'll be real happy if you put in the water main for them.
Now, there's two ladies in the balcony. They're 1 and 2. Then we'll come back to Mr. Dowland, and then the third lady will be number 4. And then hopefully we can come to a vote. Please.
Just in response to that, I'm Margaret Breen, 21 Wright Lane. I would like to indicate that I know of no developer that's talking between Gifford Way and Hidden Acres. I don't believe there's any space to develop, so that argument, I mean, is probably in my mind a separate argument. The thing that I think going back to focusing is on public safety, and if I humbly request of my fellow Duxbury citizens, I've been a Duxbury resident for 20 years. I'm a nurse, I'm a mother of 3, and I am representing my neighborhood, and I have a few other representatives behind us. We're talking common sense. 2016, we have a fire chief that we all respect who is telling us this is a concern. This is not some isolated one individual house at the end of a long road and maybe on the outskirts of town. We're talking Temple Street. This is right on a main road, and in our neighborhood alone, 36 adults, 11 children, and 9 homes of taxpayers from Duxbury. And again, the whole connecting individually, that's not even what's up for discussion right now. I think we're only talking about a water main going through. I'd also like to highlight one more time that the hydrants to us right now are 0.2 miles one way and 0.3 miles another way. That's at the bottom of our road before you even start winding up a gravel road. And normally, I mean, Fire Chief, I'm sure would speak to this, a minimal standard is 500 feet for fire hydrants. We're talking a half a mile stretch in the center, pretty close to the center of our town. We do not have access. I think
Thank
it's
you. The lady behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Next.
Hello, Janice Conlon, 31 Wright Lane. I'm here not only on behalf of myself, but on behalf of my neighbors as well. As Margaret has told you, our street alone, we have 36 people on it. There's also another street, I believe it's Joy Lane. I can't speak for them, but I have spoken via email and texting, and although they couldn't be here today, they too are in agreement for an extension of this water main. Our main concern is public safety. It's number one, and it was brought to light more clearly these past couple of winters. I am actually one of those houses at the end of the road that's semi-isolated, even though there's 9 houses on my street. But I have a lot of dead trees in my yard. I have a lot of dead trees in my yard that I can't afford to remove right now. There's woods. I live in a beautiful, beautiful area. I love this town. I've lived in this town for 15 years. I was out playing in the snow with my son. I saw a branch fall off the tree. I heard something explode. The branch hit the power line right in front of my neighbor's house and burst into flames. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my God. I'm like, there's no hydrant. I was horrified. Thank goodness nothing happened. But with the winters that we have in New England and the amount of wood, dead wood that we have on our properties and in our town, you know, I'm sorry, I'm trying to save money to be able to get rid of these safety hazards, but unfortunately, I can't do it right now. Every spring I say, oh my gosh, we gotta get rid of these trees. Well, unfortunately, winds come and they break the trees, and it is a major concern. And again, I'm not just speaking for myself, but I think that the taxpayers of Duxbury, we spend a lot of money on things that maybe aren't as critical. You know, backhoe for the cemetery, $50,000. What else do we pay? Oh, a pump, that we wanted to buy a pump for North Hill Golf Club, so it could be green. And I agree, we should have green grass. And especially, I love what Tanya said about Copper's Field and the Dust Bowl that my son plays soccer in. You know, why can't we get a pump or irrigation over there? You know, sorry, I digress. Let's go back to, you know, the public safety, fire hydrant, extension of the water main. I'm all for it. I please, everyone, I implore you, think about it. It's public safety, and it's not just for me. It's for everybody that lives between Gifford Way and Hidden Acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dahlen, you're next.
Good afternoon. Not to extend this any too much longer, but I did meet with Jim and Peter Mackin and the fire chief after a Board of Selectmen meeting to get a better handle on exactly the situation on extending the water mains and obviously the potential expense coming up. But I came away with that meeting, number one, which was said, which is correct, we should sit down and prioritize. However, I also came away with that meeting with the understanding that without doubt in the fire chief's mind, the number one priority, there's no need to wait another year to figure out what his number one priority is. His number one priority is this area, okay? That's an absolute. I also don't believe and I also think it's important for everybody to know this is not affecting the tax rate or your taxes. The cost of water main installation, the borrowing of that comes from water rate revenues. We have enough money. We raise enough money through water revenues right now to pay for this project and still have plenty of money to spare, okay? The recommendation to borrow it is because the cost to borrow that would be a small portion of the excess revenues on an annualized basis. So I think in this particular instance, we should take the advice of the fire chief, move forward. Yes, we will commit to studying the other areas of the town in terms of future priorities, and I would never recommend funding on an annualized basis additional capital improvements beyond the water rates we currently have, at least with the information I know now. So it would be done within the current water rates. Thank you.
All right, I think we're prepared to vote the amendment. So just so you all remember, Article 6, Motion 3, Water Enterprise Fund Capital. In this instance, a motion has been made and seconded to reduce the appropriation by $715,000 down to $660,453, and to take that $660,453 from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings, period, not from free cash and not to borrow. So that's the amendment, and that's all we're dealing with. I think we're prepared to vote. Okay, light on. Handheld devices, 1 for yes and 2 for no. Excuse me, do you have a question?
Because I don't understand, are we voting to not have this included, or are we just talking about the money coming from a different area?
It is being excluded from the budget, and
You're trying to take it off?
It will not be expended at this time.
Okay, so a yes vote means fire hydrants.
Yes, that is correct.
A no vote means?
No.
That's what
If
I'm
you
asking.
vote yes, the money is being removed to put in all those pipes and all the fire hydrants.
Okay.
If you vote no, the amendment fails.
Thank you,
and it will
everyone.
remain in the budget.
So I do it
All
right. Thank you.
So let's leave it open for another 10, 15 seconds so people have a chance. 1 is in favor of the amendment, 2 is opposed to the amendment. The amendment deletes the money from the capital budget. Even I got confused, I apologize. Sometimes it doesn't take much. All right, the light's out, and the motion fails 65 to 119.
Okay.
65 to 119. So the amendment fails. We're now back to the main motion. Article 6, motion number 3. And we're back to the original amounts of $1,375,453, $660,453 from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings, and to borrow the balance of $715,000. That was the original article before those 2 motions, actually. So I think we all know what we want to do in this one, so I think we're prepared after all that discussion to vote. All in favor of Article 6, Motion 3, as presented in the budget. Hold your devices, light on, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting light is out, and the motion carries 164
to 31. Motion number 4, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $20,000 as the Percy Walker Pool Enterprise capital budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $20,000 from the general fund free cash to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Pool Enterprise Fund, line 34, repair dive stand, $20,000.
I hear no hold, and I see no one standing at a mic. Therefore, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of Article 6, Motion 4, lights on, press number 1. All opposed, press number 2. Lights out. Motion carries 158 to 20. That brings us to Article 7, Motion 1, small equipment, minor services.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $73,950 as the small equipment and minor services budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $23,950 and transfer the sum of $50,000 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Information Systems, line 1, replace WatchGuard Firebox Town Hall, $7,520. Facilities Management 2, replace carpet in the new Town Hall Phase 1, $9,254. Under Public Safety Police, line 3, add and relocate the some closed-circuit TV cameras, $4,519.
Was there a hold?
Line hold? A hold
Excuse
on
me,
that?
was there a hold on that? Yes, there was
Okay.
a hold on that line, Mrs. Sullivan.
Okey-doke. Line 4, purchase tasers, 8, $11,427.
There's a hold.
Again, another hold, yep. Line 5, purchase traffic message board, $12,385. Under the library, line 6, purchase workroom storage shelving, $1,245. Dumpster enclosure, 0. Line 8, reupholster public seating chairs, numbering 7, for $4,900. And on recreation, line 9, repair Keene Street tennis courts, $10,000. Under the Duxbury Schools, line 10, purchase skag mower and catcher, $12,700.
Okay, we have 2 holds back on lines 3 and 4 under Public Safety Police. The questions were? Yes, sir.
Just for informational purposes, on the number 3, add and relocate CCTV cameras, where are these cameras going to be positioned and what are they going to be looking at, I guess is the question.
So this budget is what we lovingly call it capital light. It is capital expenditures or one-time expenditures that fall below the threshold that fiscal advisory deals with, so finance deals with it. We had the police chief in, and these cameras were going to be positioned in the entry area. It has been determined that there is a blind spot. So when
Entry area of what?
Pardon me?
Entry area of what?
Entry area of the police station, sorry.
Oh, okay.
And there's a blind spot. So it was an obvious safety issue that if we could not have security cameras on every area where the public would come into the station, that needed to be taken care of. Since you did all the 3, do you want me to address all 3?
Pardon me?
2.
Should I go for 11 and 12? Or 4 and 5?
I put a hold on 3
Somebody
and 4.
else did the
Okay,
hold on
fine.
that.
So
3.
that was the answer. It was a safety issue.
Yeah, just to end 3, basically these are all cameras at the police station, correct?
Yes.
That's what you're
Yes.
saying, okay. Number 4, I think there's a number of people who are interested in the hold in this. I mean, obviously, we have items in this budget that are kind of innocuous, like dumpster enclosures and new closet. But now we're talking about purchasing tasers. So I would just like maybe to have someone come and explain why we need to purchase 8 tasers.
We can have the chief of police answer that for you.
Sure. I mean, it's a pretty significant item.
Thank you. Chief Clancy, would you like to address the taser purchase?
Yeah, I'd love to. We have 2011, we first introduced the tasers. The tasers that we have are now unsupported. They're obsolete. So it's time now for us to go to the latest technology. And plain and simple, it's a required upgrade because the equipment we have now just simply has become obsolete. It's not supported.
I didn't even know we had tasers. Have we tasered anyone in Duxbury since we purchased them and the replacement of tasers?
Yeah, we have. And I can tell you on 6 or 7 occasions. I don't want to get too graphic, but I will tell you that this is an absolute tool, and particularly in today's environment. There's no reason for any police officer to be out on the street anywhere, in a town, no matter how big, how small, without a less lethal option of force. We have, and on a couple of occasions, it was a situation that we referred to as an attempt of suicide by cop, where the taser was deployed and that person was made safe and they got themselves to the hospital. A couple other occasions, just the mere display of a taser, when our officers felt that an assault was imminent, that immediately made those persons compliant. So at the end of the day, it has saved us a tremendous amount in the potential for injury to others, liability, injuries to officers. So I'm a huge advocate of this technology.
Yeah, I'd leave it to anyone else to decide if we need to pull it out for a separate vote or not. You know, it's a very interesting item to be included with the rest of these items. It just has, to me, a whole different feel to it, you know what I mean?
And it's just a comment on that. I fully anticipate, whenever we have to buy equipment like this, I fully anticipate these types of questions. And I appreciate them. You know, you see them, you go, what is this? But this equipment, our job, unfortunately, this is the type of equipment that, you know, we have to have available to us. But thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I thought those were the only 2 holds.
Yep, that's it.
Excuse me?
That's it, yeah.
That is it. Okay, so we are back to the main motion of Article 7, motion number 1, in the amount of $73,950 for small equipment and minor services. The 2 holds have been answered, so I will ask that you now vote. Light, please. All in favor, press 1. Opposed, press 2. The light is on. You may vote. Light is out. The motion carries 167 to 15. We now have motion 2 under Article 7, Percy Walker Pool.
Sorry.
Okay.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $5,300 as the Percy Walker Pool Enterprise Small Equipment and Minor Services budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $5,300 from general fund free cash to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Pool Enterprise Fund, line 11, Power Wash Percy Walker Pool exterior, $5,300.
So it's a request for $5,300 to power wash the exterior of the pool. I don't see any hold. I didn't hear any holds or see anybody standing, so I will ask for your vote on Article 7, Motion 2. Again, press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light on, please. Thank you. Voting window closed. Motion carries 151 to 21. Article 8, Mrs. Sullivan.
Thank you. Article 8, I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
There are no union contracts that have been settled. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light on. Thank you. Light is closed. The motion carries 157 to 3. Brings us to Article 9, revolving funds.
I move that the town reauthorize and establish revolving funds under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2, for the programs and for the purposes as printed in Article 9 in the warrant, with the exception of line 5, net metering credits, which shall be deleted, and further authorize that department receipts of such programs be credited to the respective revolving accounts to be expended without further appropriation by the officers so designated and not to exceed the FY 2017 dollar limit indicated under Article 9 in the warrant.
Second.
Yes, Mrs. Breyer. Mic on, please.
Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. I'm not familiar with 6, the PEG access. Could someone speak to that, please?
Mr. Madden, our Finance Director.
Moderator, a number of years ago, there was a contract signed with between the town and Comcast and also the town and Verizon to allow for cable access throughout the town of Duxbury. In return, the town of Duxbury would receive a fee from each of the vendors to provide toward enhancement and improvement of the PEG access. That's public, education, and governmental channels, if you take advantage of that on your TV dial. And in turn, we do pay an expense out to public access TV in order to provide the services that we provide to communicate to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Madden. I think that answers that question. All in favor of Article 9, please raise your device and press 1. When the light goes on, which is now, click. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Thank you. Lights out, votes closed. Article 9 passes 170 to 11. Brings us to Article 10, Duxbury lease, beach lease.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $650,000 to be expended under the direction of the town manager for the purpose of leasing Duxbury Beach, being that portion of land in the towns of Duxbury and Plymouth owned by the Duxbury Beach Reservation, Inc., south of a line running approximately east to west along the northerly edge of the northerly parking area at the east end of the Powder Point Bridge, subject to an area of land excluded at High Pines used by the Duxbury Beach Reservation, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to execute a lease in the name and on the behalf of the town for the period beginning July 1st, 2016 and ending June 30th, 2017, on such terms as may be approved by the Board of Selectmen.
Second.
Second moved and seconded. Duxbury Beach lease, $650,000. Mrs. Carney, do you wish to address this?
Margaret Carney, 268 Church Street, and I am president of the Duxbury Beach Reservation. The last 2 summers on Duxbury Beach have been challenging, to say the least. Twice as many nesting plovers, large areas of beachfront closed, overseeing vehicles, angry beach visitors, and frustrated harbor master officials having to turn away permit holders all contributed to this situation. Last fall, the reservation, the harbor master staff, and Mass Audubon met every 2 weeks to find solutions to these problems. The result has been a revamped endangered species program that hopefully will ease tensions this coming summer. The reservation has agreed to fund additional monitors to cover the additional broods and a new position of monitor supervisor. We have also agreed to fund extended coverage of the endangered species officer and the assistant endangered species officer by funding part-time intermittent assistance so there is coverage from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week. And we've agreed to fund an Audubon biologist 7 days a week to help locate the nests and chicks. The goal is to get the plover's first nest safely hatched and fledged. If the eggs are eaten, stepped on, or washed away, the parents will nest up to 3 more times. Re-nesting can extend these restrictions well into August, whereas if all goes well on the first nest, with the first nest and the chicks will fledge early or mid-July. Although the Endangered Species Program is managed by the town, program costs are reimbursed by the reservation using the lease money paid by the town. The upgraded monitoring program I just described will cost an additional $90,000. This is why the reservation is requesting that the lease amount be increased from $600,000 to $650,000. $600,000 to $650,000. The reservation is often asked what we spend the lease money on. The answer is we spend it each spring on dune maintenance and repairs, resident parking lot maintenance, road maintenance, including grading, beach grass and shrub planting, snow fence installation, post and cable fencing along the road, and the federally mandated protection of piping plovers and lease terns. The town uses its revenue from the sale of resident and non-resident parking permits to fund the harbor master, fire, police, and DPW personnel and equipment required to manage the vehicles and the people who use the beach. After the blizzard of 2013, the reservation spent more than $1 million repairing the road and dunes. Although the reservation sought FEMA reimbursement for those expenses, our claims have been repeatedly denied. After the 2015 blizzard, the reservation spent more than $200,000 in repairs, and based on FEMA's position with respect to the 2013 storm, reimbursement is unlikely, although we continue to appeal those decisions. We also continue to carry debt from these storms. Another question we often receive is, does the reservation have other sources of funding? Yes, we receive a portion of the funding receipts from the public parking at Blakeman's. We also do our own fundraising. We know that another severe storm like the blizzard of 2013 or the no-name storm of 1991 could cost millions of dollars in repairs. That is why we have been building a storm damage fund so that we have funds on hand to make repairs. That storm damage fund has not been built with any town lease revenue. And repairs have to begin immediately, not a week later or a month later, but the very next day if we were to prevent a breach. And let me take this opportunity to thank those of you who have responded to our annual appeals and capital campaigns. Everyone agrees that Duxbury Beach is a treasure, but it is more than a beautiful place to enjoy. It is also a barrier that protects the shoreline of Duxbury, keeping the beach strong and able to withstand rising sea level and the severe storms that have assaulted it in recent years is key to protecting the town. The reservation began its beach strengthening project in December. We have raised the back road to Gurnett-Saquesh from the guard shack at the resident parking lot to High Pines approximately 18 inches. We will continue this road work as funds become available. Next week, the reservation begins raising the road and parking lots at Blakeman's, which are totally underwater, 4 or 5 inches of seawater during moon tides. Every month now, we have to do this. The flooding, by the way, is coming in from the bay side, not the ocean. We are also awaiting the results of a coastal processes study by the Woods Hole Group, which is being funded by a grant from the Massachusetts Department of Coastal Zone Management. Data such as wave heights, tides, and currents on both the ocean and bay sides of the beach have been collected. The study will enable the reservation to prioritize projects that will reinforce the most vulnerable areas of the beach. The Woods Hole Group will present its findings at a public meeting to be announced later this month. On behalf of the trustees of the reservation, I ask you to please support Article 10, and thank you for listening.
Okay, are there any questions concerning Article 10? No questions appearing. I'd ask for a vote on Article 10. It does require a 2/3 vote. The lease at Duxbury Beach, $650,000. Voting light, please. All in favor, press 1. Opposed, 2. 2/3 vote required. Voting is over, and the results are, it does receive the 2/3 requirement, 184 to 7. Article 11, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to fund the town of Duxbury's 4th of July parade and ceremonies to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Mr. McNabb?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is James McNabb, and I live at 269 Old Toby Garden Street, and I'm a 16-year veteran and currently the co-chair of the committee this year. I would like to thank you all for your continued support of the 4th of July celebrations and beach party, i.e. Marjorie Parcher Fund. We had a table outside. Everyone's left now, but feel free to check out some of the stuff out there. We have I would just like to take this moment to thank the hardworking members that have retired after 15 to 20 years of volunteer service to this organization. Dave and Linda Robinson, longtime judges and committee members. Maggie and Bill Carney, tirelessly devoted to this committee over the years. Don Reed, Joan Edgar, and Terry Whitehouse. These folks have been amazing over the years. We would also like to take this opportunity to plant the seed for potential end of the summer beach party, perhaps Labor Day. As we know, the Plovers have taken over the beach for the summer, and we have not been able to have any beach party for 3 years now. And all I hear from people is, when is the beach party coming back? So we have to try to plant the seed and do a little talking to get some support about this, but I think it's possible that we could actually do something on Labor Day if we get a bunch of people together and try to pull this through. Also, thanks for you, the town, and your support, the residents. We have a great parade already planned and are looking forward to a memorable time. And also, please try to convince organizations and neighborhoods to enter floats. It makes for a great parade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNabb. So Article 11 is the 4th of July appropriation of $15,000. Voting light, please. All in favor, 1. Opposed, 2. Voting window is closed. Motion carries 183 to 7. Article 12.
Okay. Article 12. I move that the town amend sections 2-.1.1 and 2-1.2 of the general bylaws, substituting the word may for the word March in those sections.
The proponents of this article, it's a citizen's petition. Basically, you're probably aware that it's a request to move the date of town meeting. The proponents wish to make an amendment, and on their behalf, I would simply state, when they made their date switch, they put the town election on Memorial Day weekend. And so what this amendment is to do is to correct that and move it back 1 week earlier, so that when the town elections follows the town meeting by 2 weeks, it doesn't fall on Memorial Day, but the week before. So I believe the gentleman in the mic in the rear is going to make that amendment so that we can have something to vote that we can all think about. Sir, you have your name, please, your name and address.
Jeff Palmer, Powder Point Avenue.
Yes, sir.
The amendment would be in section 2.1.1 to change the second Saturday in May to the first Saturday in May.
Is there a second to that amendment? So it's been moved and seconded. So what you have on the floor now is an amended article that sets the dates in a place that doesn't intrude on Memorial Day. So what I'd like to do is simply vote that amendment to get it out of the way so that we then can deal with the main motion as amended. So all those in favor of the amendment to back up those dates by 1 week, please indicate by putting the light on, please, and voting 1 for yes and 2 for...
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir?
It's just called to my attention that we'd also have to change 2.1.2 to the third
That was
Saturday.
a typographical error? Is that what you're referring to?
To the third Saturday in May.
You want to clarify, Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We had noticed that as well, and just so everybody knows, what happened when this citizen's petition was originally drafted, an outdated version of the bylaw was presented in the petition, and essentially it has no effect on the import of the proposed motion to amend. They are automatically tied together by the current language, the existing language today of 2.1.2, meaning that the language in the bylaw right now says that the town election will occur 2 weeks after town meeting, no matter when that date occurs. So it has been remedied. That's a great question, though. Thank you for asking.
All right, so we're just dealing with the amendment that's going to move the proposed change to May from the second Saturday in May to the first. So all those in favor, please indicate so by voting 1. Opposed, vote 2. Voting window is closed, and the amendment passes 142 to 27. Now, the general organizer of this article is a gentleman standing in front of me, Fernando Guittard. Mr. Guittard is a resident of the town of Duxbury, but he is not a registered voter. We need your permission to allow him to speak to this article.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to allow him to speak. I'll now ask for the vote, and I'll do this by voice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. You have permission to speak.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator, for this opportunity, and thank you as well for this opportunity to share with you this citizen's petition. So, as I said, my name is Fernando Guittard. I live at 14 Powder Point Avenue, and I represent a civic group, the Duxbury Concerned Citizens, who collectively work on issues that are important to this town, one of which is voter participation. You guys attending the meeting, we need more of you here today. So the annual town meeting and the school district meeting are the only direct democracy institutions in the United States involving lawmaking by the assembled voters. The annual town meeting is described as the purest form of democracy. It ensures that all policy decisions are in the public interest, since no intermediaries are placed between the voters and the public decisions. The annual town meeting also allows voters to hold administrative officers directly accountable, and most importantly, fosters involvement by the voters in the governance of their town, bringing a sense of ownership, a sense of belonging. So anything that we can do as citizens of this town to foster increased participation is the right thing to do. And this is why we have brought forward this citizens' petition to you today. Thank you. So as we all know, Duxbury, as with many other Massachusetts towns, have residents who are registered voters but spend part of the year in other states where the winters are warmer, returning home usually after the March date of the town meeting. Also in May, temperatures are on average, they better be 20 degrees warmer and with 2 more hours of daylight. So moving the date of the Duxbury's annual town meeting to May, having more people in town, just nicer to be out and about, was considered something we could do that fostered that increase in attendance, and the information gathered tends to support that. Information on annual town meeting dates in 2015 was obtained for the 296 towns in Massachusetts with town meetings from a non-profit organization, the Massachusetts Municipal Association. So we got data on the town meetings and on the dates. Information on annual town meeting attendance and number of registered voters for the year 2013 through 2015 was obtained from the town clerks of 109 towns, of which 88 held open town meetings. A total of 277 requests were originally sent out by email to the town clerks. The first graph shows the 2015 dates of the annual town meetings for the 296 towns in Massachusetts. On the bottom axis, you have the dates, starting with March 14th on the left-hand side and ending on June 23rd on the right-hand side of that graph. On the left axis, you have the number of towns cumulative, starting with the first 2 towns, Duxbury and Westboro, on March 14th, and ending with the 296 town, Florida, on June 23rd. So as you see, as you go along the blue curve, the number of towns that have participated as the days go past, obviously the numbers increases, cumulative number. As you move along the blue cumulative line, starting with Duxbury and Westboro, March 14th, you can see that by April 27th, 36 towns have held their annual town meetings. Between April 27th and May 19th, the vast majority of towns hold their town meetings, a total of 219 towns, or 74% of the total. This results in an average annual town meeting date of May 7th for Massachusetts. Okay, this graph a little bit more, or slightly bit more complicated, so let me work through it. The second graph and table shows the average town meeting attendance for the years 2013 through 2015 for the 88 towns that provided data on open town meeting attendance. The table at the top right-hand side shows that in March, average attendance by the registered voters over the 3 years was 4.5%, with a minimum of 2.2% and a maximum of 9.9%. In April, average attendance was 6.7%, with a minimum of 1.5% and a maximum of 19.7%. In May, average attendance was 5.1%, with a minimum of 0.9% and a maximum of 30%. In June, average attendance was 3.4%, with a minimum of 1.4% and a maximum of 4.8%. The graph in the bottom left-hand side depicts the same data, but graphically. On the bottom axis, you have the dates of the town meetings. On the left-hand axis, the average attendance. In the graph itself, you can see a dotted best fit trend line through the data. So that's that line right here. So that best fit trend line through the data points, starting just below 5% at the beginning of March, peaking at just over 5% in the latter half of April, and dropping to well below 5% in June. If you then narrow down on the data and look at attendance at town meetings between April 27th and May 6th, the average is 5.2%, higher than Duxbury's average of 2.9%. So, in conclusion, the intent of this petition is to foster an increase in registered voter participation at Duxbury's annual town meeting, and the information gathered would tend to support that intent. It's amazing that a deliberative governance institution devised in small rural Massachusetts towns in 1630 continues to this day in the form of our annual open town meeting. We should take this opportunity today to vote in favor of the citizens' petition and ensure that we offer that same opportunity to more of our residents in this town of Duxbury. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Gentleman to my right, lady to my left, and then we'll come down in front, and then we'll go over to the back. How's that? You're up first, sir.
I'd like to have some clarification made on the, in our warrant printed, the vote of the Finance Committee was 0 to 7, and I understand there's been a change in whether they're in favor of the town meeting time change or not.
Thank you. Mark Kelly will speak for the committee.
The Finance Committee voted 0 to 7 on this article. And what we did, we looked at this basically for the budgetary process, and the budgetary process from setting the budget to actually expending the dollars in the budget the following fiscal year. Various members of the Finance Committee discussed with various town department heads on from the town. That it wasn't unanimous across the department heads, but we felt as a committee that from a budgetary process, and that includes the spending of the budget, that having the town meeting in March was better for the budgetary process as opposed to extending it out to earlier in May.
To answer your question?
Could I have a clarification from the selectmen and their feeling regarding changing the town meeting from March to May?
Mr. Flynn?
The selectmen voted in favor of the change. And basically, there was a couple of items. One, fiscal, the schools. The later that town meeting is held, the more the schools have in terms of the monies that will be coming from the state, which is there much more of an impact on the school side of the budget than on the town side. And secondly, we are in favor of an increase in the attendance at town meeting, obviously, and we felt that the petitioner's arguments were compelling in terms of the data they provided.
Thank you.
As a sidelight, though, it's not fixed in cement forever. If it doesn't produce what we want, there is no reason not to go back.
And I understand the Government Study Committee also has a recommendation.
Someone representing, oh, Mr. Flynn, you're on that committee as well.
I'll change my hat. I'm now on the Government Study Committee. The Government Study Committee, although it's not due to deliver its final report to you until next town meeting, felt that they should take a position on that, and the vote was 7 to 1 in favor of the change.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Actually, I've got an order to go here. The lady to my left in the balcony.
Barbara Kelly, 70 Park Street. Having lived in Duxbury for well over 45 years, I know what May brings. And May brings graduations. It brings the culmination of all school activities. It brings weddings. It brings everybody getting boats back in the water or cleaning up their yards or whatever. I am not convinced that moving it to May is going to do what the proponents hope. Granted, some people go off to Florida in the winter. Some of us are not that fortunate. I think that the town meeting attendance depends completely on what's being discussed and whether if we have new building things and schools and so forth, that's what brings people out. So I would not be in favor of moving it till later in May.
I'm trying to go in order here of the people that rose to speak to it. So in my right, yes?
Karen Barry, 496 West Street. Through you, Mr. Moderator, I just agree that participation at town meeting is so important, but I think we really want a great cross-section, and my concern is a Saturday in May is very, very difficult for families and young families. When I look around this room, I'd love to see more varied age groups, I'd say. So I'd caution against that. And also, I look at our neighboring towns, and a lot of our neighboring towns are in April. But again,
it's in the evenings. It's a Monday night, Tuesday night, and they finish their town meetings in one night, maybe 2 nights. Again, another factor that gets people out, engaged and involved. And as much as I think this was a great study and I appreciate it, maybe May is the way to go, I would give a lot of consideration to a Saturday. I'd give a lot of consideration to how that works with the schools also, and this use of this space, a very, very busy time for the schools and the PAC. And just keep in mind that we want to be inclusive, and we don't want to discourage people from coming because it's just too busy a time of the year. Thanks.
And over to my left.
Andre Martechini, 110 Heritage Lane. First of all, keep in mind, we switched to March. I don't recall exactly when we did it. It was a while back. Because it was in April, we were having poor attendance back then, so we said, let's try March. I think it's completely independent of the date. The attendance that we're going to see at town meeting is, first of all, people that are dedicated and understand the process will be here no matter what the date is. The other thing is when you look at the data that you see on the scatter plot of percentage of participation, we've had here, we were showing Duxbury at 2.9%. When we've had controversial articles that have come up, we've had, much higher percentages. So it's completely dependent on the method, the articles being discussed. And I think the other thing is by having the earlier town meeting, it gives the departments, they know their budgets, they can start working on ordering equipment, all these purchases that we do, so that when come July 1, when they're ready to they can get moving. If you start waiting until May to start, you won't get your things probably ordered and delivered until much later than July 1st. So I'm not in favor of switching.
Fernando, would you like to respond to some of these comments?
Yeah, so can I put the slide back with the data there, please? So the next one, thank you. Yeah, so I think the first comment, the weather in May is good for all of us, right? The proponents are saying that more people turn out on average based on the information we have in May, right? So those towns have the same weather, the same graduations, have the same issues and the same challenges that we have in Duxbury. So I think that's a non-starter. It's basically what we're saying here that May could be one of the big reasons is actually and Massachusetts has recognized that a lot of people do go away for the winter and come back. And so this gives an opportunity for those people that choose to attend the town meeting. So it's just about providing the opportunity for more people to turn up, and that's a compelling argument, and the data tends to support that. So I think the second point was, I can't remember the second point that was raised, but yes, from the lady in the corner. Just the data, she raised a good point about Saturday versus Mondays and Tuesdays. And so I have data here for the 88 towns that replied. 60% of them have their town meetings on a Monday evening in May, and let me see here, 9% have their meetings on Saturday. All right, so maybe that's another driver as well for attendance. So we just wanted to address one thing at a time. Data shows May is people tend to turn up and a little bit more, and maybe that's something else we can look at later on. If this vote doesn't pass it, we can come back and maybe discuss this again as to maybe Saturday versus Monday evening.
All right, next up, Mrs. Sullivan and the lady behind her, and then we'll go back here, and then we'll go over there. I'll get around the room.
I wanted to clarify the Finance Committee votes. Our first vote was 0-7 based on the language presented to us. The language presented was the 2nd and 4th, and which made the elections fall on Memorial Day weekend. And we had been advised that there would be an amendment, but when we took our vote, we had to vote on the language as it existed. We then had subsequently voted with the amended language or got a sense of the committee, and it was still 2-4-5 against. And the reason being, although people do go to Florida and there are snowbirds, there's a large percentage or a certain percentage of the snowbirds that are 6-month and 1-day residents of other states, and they are not allowed to vote anyway. And so that kind of mitigates a bit of the snowbird argument, because some of those folks, when they come back, are no longer registered voters. The second was I went and spoke to the department heads to find out some of the practical implications. The town clerk was kind enough to share that she was concerned about staffing in May. As previously mentioned, it's a very busy time of year, graduations, weddings, so on nicer weather, and she was concerned that she would not be able to staff both the town meeting and the election in May, and that was a serious concern. She was also happy to report that because we are the first, our work goes to the AG and the legislature with benefit of being first in line. So therefore, our work that needs attention from the Attorney General or needs subsequent votes from the legislature usually gets done before they break for the summer. If indeed you're with the herd in May and it goes in then, you will not be hearing back from them in a timely fashion because of the number of requests that they have goes up exponentially. The final was various department heads or anyone that ordered equipment was delighted to have the meeting in March because they could then practically plan on where they were placing their orders, and although their monies are not available to July 1st, they can place their orders early and get the equipment that is necessary to their departments very quickly after the fiscal year begins. If they order with everybody else, we're all pretty much buying the same stuff. The delay in delivery can go out through the late fall. So it was for these reasons that, you know, we decided that March was being first was not a bad thing, and the good outweighed the bad. Thank you.
In front, yes.
Sarah Wilson, 120 Bay Road. Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, there's an old maxim that teaches us if we don't learn from history, we're bound to repeat it. Yogi Berra said something that was a little more funny, infamously. It's deja vu all over again. If you've been going to town meeting here as long as I have, you would remember that in 1977, 1978, and 1979, we changed town meeting from early March to early April. By 1980, we were back to early March. Why? Because nowhere near as many people showed up in early April. Then in 1990, 91, 92, 93, and 94, we had town meeting the last Saturday of April. It's pretty close to May. In 1995, we changed it back again to early in March. Why? People weren't showing up in as great numbers as they did in March. About 10 years ago, our then moderator, Alan Bornheimer, left his post up on the stage, stepped down, Charlie Fargo took over, and Alan made what was, for Alan, an impassioned speech urging town meeting not to move town meeting to May. He said, we've done that, it doesn't work. The reason being, Duxbury's a little different. People are really outdoorsy here. We have the bay, most towns don't. We have gardening, we mow lawns, we do yard work, we get our boats ready for the water, we even have our boats out on the water, some of us in May. The sports teams are out there, the parents want to be watching them. Proms and graduations and recitals are looming. And then there's golf. Need I say more? Tennis, the beach, and hiking. It hasn't worked in the past. I strongly recommend that you turn this article down. And if we want more people at town meeting, we have to talk to our neighbors, but I would suggest that we find the money to send the warrant through the mail the way we used to, because attendance did drop off when that warrant didn't show up in the mailbox.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the rear to my left.
Cap Kane, 251 Harrison Street. I certainly appreciate all the fine history that we've been given, particularly by the naysayers, and it's rare I'd like to disagree with Andre Martocchini, one of our good former selectmen. But in this particular instance, I think all these arguments about budgets being a little easier for some subset of the town's departments and playing golf and having boats in the water is somehow a higher priority than town meeting if it's held a few weeks later, seems to me in large part to defeat what I think is the essential purpose of this, which is to increase the democratic participation in our town's governance. If the data is at all correct, and I think Fernando is to be commended by gathering this data in the first place, something that I've never seen up on that screen before, by the way, or ever discussed at town meeting when we're talking about dates, that it looks like it's about 2 times the number of people attend percentage-wise later in April and in early May than the 2.9% average attendance in Duxbury, which I think we'd all agree is fairly pathetic. And then to quote not Yogi Berra, but Latin res ipsa loquitur, we have about 200 people here in this fine March 12th meeting. What does that say about attendance in March? Not very much. So I'm willing, quite frankly, to give it a shot to go back to where seniors will not be intimidated by snowstorms in March if we ever have them again, where those who are not well-to-do snowbirds who are only here for 5 months and 30 days, but in fact go south like my wife does because she's handicapped and has to get out of town to avoid snow and ice conditions that would lead to potentially serious complications for her. Many of my neighbors on Harrison Street do the same thing. They go away for 5 or 6 weeks to get a little relief from New England winters. The seniors in this town are the ones that bring a different perspective. We know that the supporters of the school are here because their kids are in school. We know that the supporters of other issues are here because they are anchored to this town for a variety of reasons. So I am a strong supporter of this. I think democracy is the most important thing. If we ever want to see a group of disenfranchised voters speaking their voice, it's this year all across the country. Further, and just going back to a little bit of a detail, if we're worried about budget heads and their departments, and Finance Committee said that they were worried about, being able to spend a little money here, a little money there ahead of time, 33% of $33 million is spent on the school, which, as Betsy Sullivan reminded us, 60% of the budget. And as Ted Flynn pointed out, that is a huge benefit to have a later time frame for more than half the budget. So I hope you will support this change to a later date. I think it makes great sense, and I would love to see 5.9% of the towns of citizens Duxbury instead of attend in May instead of 2.9% that it is now. Thank you.
Over here to my right, we'll try to get this conversation moving along because I think probably people are coalescing along certain votes. Please.
Elizabeth Lewis, 62 Bravender Way. I just had the opportunity this week to meet with 2 different municipalities on some projects. One happened to be the town of Westboro, where the town manager said they had it in March, they moved it to May, now it's back to March because no one was showing up. And in doing a survey of the residents to try to figure out why, at the last minute they threw in a question saying, does the time of year matter? And for over 46%, the time of year didn't matter. They weren't coming, period. And I think that kind of shows if we've got the core people, they're going to come regardless. Now, if there are financial reasons because of budgeting that it needs to happen, that's another matter. But to increase participation, I really don't see it happening, especially when things are going on. And in another town that we're working with, in Northbridge, one of their recent town meetings had 108 people in a town of almost 16,000. So I just offer that as a suggestion. I think it's one thing if it's for financial reasons, but I don't see the reality of increasing participation by changing the date.
The lady right behind you, your neck, right there.
Mary Lynn Carson, 21 Washington. I actually related to this. I have a question I just wanted to ask Dr. Tantillo, or perhaps the chair of the school committee, which is, When does the state provide us with the information that helps in your budgeting process?
Do you have an answer, Dr. Tantello?
July.
Actually, they give us our information toward the end of the spring. Usually it's just about June, as soon as the budget is fixed. They give us a guesstimate, and then they adjust it. But I do want to point out that we just lost $100,000 because we did our budget early, because we just found out last week that our special ed money is going to be $100,000 less, and we didn't plan on that being $100,000 less. So we would have known later on in the year. But my own personal feeling is Monday nights is better than Saturday.
So, just
Yes?
to finish then with what you're saying, it's not so that the state doesn't give you the information in terms of their funding until June anyway, so that
Halfway through the calendar year.
the May date wouldn't help you, okay. But it does help in that you have more information in terms of planning the next year, as you said, with special needs and getting state money for that. So if it's possible to amend this, I'm going to take a shot at it. Could we go for a date in May that instead of it being on a Saturday was on a Monday night when people aren't out doing their gardening in the evening or taking their boat out in the evening or whatever, but it's just an idea.
Well, we do have in play, I know what you're suggesting, we do have in play moving the date of town meeting from March to May. We didn't really notify people that we were no longer going to have Saturday meetings. I'm a little uncomfortable going down that path, changing things dramatically outside what we refer to as the four corners of the article, because now you're really starting to tinker with a lot more things. There was another thought that people wanted to move the date of the election off of Saturday, and again, it was outside of the four corners of the article, so we decided not to allow that to come forward. So I think at this time, making that move is something that we want to give the public a little more notice about if we're going to start tinkering that much with the date of town meeting. So I would not allow that motion at this time, that amendment. Okay? We're going to stick to the one we got, and we can always come back later if you want to go to Mondays. Now, people talk about Mondays, and the seniors I talk to don't want to come out at night. They like the Saturday because it's daylight and they can get out here for most of the meeting. That's the feedback I've received, but for what it's worth.
Well, but we are talking about changing it by several months to a
Yes, we are.
Saturday to a Saturday by several months. So I'm suggesting
Well,
it
we've also
from
got an
Saturday
article
to
says
Monday,
that-
a couple of days.
But the bylaw also states that the election has to follow 2 weeks later, and that would push the election to a Monday. I think we're changing too many things at this point. I think we've got enough on the table to deal with by moving it back the way we're suggesting. And again, as it's been said repeatedly, we've moved this more than once in the past. We can revisit this every year if we want to. But at this point, I would like to see us stick with the motion that's in front of us and try to deal with that. Mr. Hunter, and then this lady here, and then I'd like to call for the vote if we could. Mr. Hunter?
Greg Hunter, Abrams Hill. I just had one question, and I guess maybe to the town clerk. When I went to pick up a copy of the warrant, was informed that the annual report was not available at that time and would be available here, and it was available here, but not having the annual report available prior to the meeting didn't allow me to look at other reports, look at what was going on in the town. I'm not making the same decisions today that I've made in years past when I was able to see the town's annual report prior to town meeting. And so would pushing the date of town meeting allow the annual report to be prepared in advance of town meeting?
Do you want to answer that?
That's quite all right. This year's annual report came in later than it had previously. That's produced by the town manager and selectman's office, and it was something that went to the printer a little bit later than usual, and that it certainly can be done and available. Typically, they're not passed out prior to town meeting because that's when the reports are accepted, but that will be a question you can direct to the town manager's office.
Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Susan.
Jeez. I thought that was very smooth.
We'll get it out earlier next year, I promise you.
Okay, one more lady in the back, and let's see if we can, and the gentleman at the top after the lady in the front, then we'll go to you, then we'll try to see if we can get this question voted.
Sarah McCormick, 43 Peterson Road. I'd just like to say a brief word in support of the citizens' petition. I do not want to accuse people here of ageism, since a lot of us are older, but I think all of us know a lot of people who have to go our way in March, and they do express their deep regret that they cannot participate. After all, as Cap so eloquently said, this is an exercise in participatory democracy. And I'd like to speak up for the disenfranchised, and they would like, lots of these people who are away now have been volunteers on the Fiscal Advisory Committee, on the Finance Committee, and they've worked on the School Committee, and they've been really, really active in town. And they just have a point in their lives where they might like to take a little break, and because the weather is so nasty in March, they choose to go away then. So I am begging you all to support this petition. Thank you.
One more, and let's see if we can get the vote in.
Darren McFarland, 10 Flintlock Drive, and I'm also a teacher in the public school system here. I support moving to May for a number of reasons. One, I do think it will increase participation. Two, speaking as the technical director for the facility, and one of the two people that schedules and maintains most of what is scheduled and organized into this room, I can certainly tell you, speaking to the earlier comment, that moving it to May would be much easier to manage than what's going on in March all month here on a year-to-year basis. So it is the time frame that they're speaking in that first or second week is certainly easier on this facility than currently as it is here in March right now. Thank you.
All right, are we prepared to vote? I think we've heard the debate back and forth, the pros and cons. What is in front of you as Article 12 is to amend the bylaws that have been amended. The original motion was amended to change the date of town meeting, and we're moving it to the first Saturday in May with the election following 2 weeks later, the third Saturday in May. So this could be an interesting vote, so I'm glad we have the hand electric devices. All light on, all in favor of moving town meeting, press 1. Opposed, press 2. Bless you. Voting light is off, and the motion fails. 80 to 118.
Close. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your efforts, Fernando. Article 13, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 64L, Section 2A, authorizing the imposition of a local excise tax in the statutory amount of 0.75% on the sale of restaurant meals originating within the town. Second. Finance Committee had a split vote on this, and from his unique perspective, we've asked Larry Friedman to speak to the article.
So, the Commonwealth of Mass in 2009 enacted a law that allows cities and towns to take 0.75% as meals tax. To date, something close to 75% of all the towns do it. Now, nobody likes a tax. I certainly don't like a tax. And I own a restaurant. This is the last thing I want to happen. But if you go out to Pembroke, if you eat out in Marshfield, if you eat in Plymouth, Hanover, Kingston, if you call Papa Gino's from Kingston and get pizza, you are paying those towns. Should we not have those residents come to us and pay us the same fee? It's insane that we're not getting this revenue. We're giving it but not getting it. If you stay only in Duxbury, then I get it. But none of us do. I don't. None of us do. I've been living and working here 20 years, and I still eat out in different towns. So why not get some revenue for us? You know, Ben talked about losing $100. These guys need as much money as they can. Maybe it'll waylay a cost that we won't have to come to you about. But if you're spending it already, why not give it to the town of Duxbury? And why not have the residents from all of those other towns that come here and eat give it to us as well?
Mr. Madden? Mr. Madden, were you going to address this?
Yikes. Larry, the Clipper, they made the point very eloquently. If you want to demonize something, call it a tax. It's the best thing you can do to kill something. Unfortunately, the state hasn't helped me out very much on that, and they've called it a tax. But the fact is, it also has a lot of the characteristics of a fee. Though we all like to go out to eat, in fact, I've been getting texts from my son home from college wanting to go to the 99. I will also say that probably in the last week, I would have contributed probably about 25 cents to the local meals tax. Now, is that a big deal? No, it's not, but I live in Plymouth. So I'm willing to help out, apparently. Again, what Larry said is true. This local meals tax is not going to drive people out of town because all of the surrounding towns have adopted the local meals tax. We had quite a spirited conversation, which is probably the best part of town meeting, the best part of democracy, on the suggestion that we can keep real and personal property taxes down. It's a difficult thing to do. We try and minimize any increases. We certainly do. But ultimately, again, as we discussed this morning, real and personal property tax is the primary source of revenue for our ability to do business. I can give you a couple of numbers I think are important, again, as residents and taxpayers that you are, is that last year, state aid went up 0.28%. Over 3 years, it averaged 2.35%. Over 5 years, 2.07%. Local receipts last year went down 3%. The 3-year average is 0.3%. And the 5-year average is 1.53%. This potential for $94,000, as would be realized according to DOR, these aren't John Madden's calculations, these are the DOR calculations based on the meals tax. That would increase our local receipts by 1.26%. 1.26% might not sound like a lot, but it is. I'm in favor of it. I think it's the right thing to do. Of course, it's up to you people whether or not you're in favor of it if you see it as a tax. If you see it as additional revenue, if you see it as a fee, if you see it as an optional expense, whether you go to a restaurant or not, that's up to you. You've asked me to give you my best professional opinion year after year, and I do my best to do that. And I just believe that this is an alternative revenue source that we need to take advantage of. Whether it's a tax, whether it's a fee, it's certainly an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madden. Mrs. Breyer?
Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. I had a couple questions. What are the administrative costs, or the how complex is it to comply for the restaurants? I'm just curious how difficult this is for them to.
Mr. Friedman will attempt to answer that.
Because we always have unintended consequences that we're not thinking of.
Yeah, so we're really not sure. I can tell you this. I believe it's a pretty minor change to an automated point of sale system. And since the DOR will be sending Duxbury the money, then all I've got to do is add a 0.75% to it, and the DOR will take care of it from there. So if you have an automated point of sale, which we do, and I think most restaurants do, it's not a big deal.
Okay. Well, my feeling is a tax is a tax is a tax, and I have very limited needs: pizza, ice cream, and Chinese, and I get them all here in town. So I'd rather not see this approved. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, really, if you're eating it only in Duxbury, then it's an additional fee. But I'd like to think, I can tell you this, I have about 1,400 VIP customers. We have tons of guests that come in, but we have about 1,400 VIP guests. And I did a survey of those 1,400. I just looked at their addresses. Those people I have full addresses of. And at least half of them are from surrounding towns in Duxbury. So that's income that you would see immediately.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Terry Reiber. Personally, I think this tax is discriminatory. We have hundreds of businesses in town in all sorts of different categories. I'm a member of the Duxbury Business Association, but I'm not speaking on their behalf. But you could certainly go to their website. You probably see 30, 40 different categories of business. And this tax is targeting one specific category of business. And I don't really care what other towns are doing. I mean, we don't always follow what every other town does. I feel it's very discriminatory. I can also tell you that I do some work on point of sale, and I worked with a company in Plymouth, and they declined to change their point of sale because of the cost. They just charged the regular 6 1/4. They remitted the extra 7.75 in their returns to the state because partially the cost of changing their point of sale was expensive, and secondly, honestly, they didn't want to bother their customers with it. They thought it would basically be a bee in the bonnet for their customers. So they just waived it and didn't charge it to their customers. So I think on two different points here, it's very discriminatory to one of maybe 40 different categories of businesses. And secondly, it irritates customers. And when customers are irritated, they don't tend to go out and purchase again. And I don't know if in town some businesses will waive it, but I believe some businesses in these towns are not even collecting it because they don't want to irritate their customers. It's just 0.75 coming right off their bottom line, going right over to the state. Thank you.
All right, we're getting ready to vote. One more comment?
I just have one question. If I spend, say, $100 at a restaurant, it's my understanding the tax will be 75 cents. Is that true?
Is that the math? On a $100 bill, is it 75 cents?
Yep.
Yes.
I think I'll vote for it.
All right, we ready to vote? Maybe not. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Michael Walker, 86 Alden Street. I actually own benchwarmers in town, and I've kind of been going back and forth in this, trying to figure out what makes the most sense. I just want to state my opinion on it. I think Duxbury is a unique town. The fact that we don't have McDonald's, Burger King, and all those big, large chains in town is unique and it's special. It's also mom and pop shops that fight for every dollar and do the best we can. I think having to pass on an increase to my customers to pay additional taxes to get $94,000 tax back to the town is just a little, we're nitpicking back and forth. I think we ought to just leave it the way it is. Again, some of these places like Subway, they have fees, and they certainly can raise the funds, but we're a very small community, and I like the way it's kept, and I like to keep it the same way.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're prepared to vote. I see no one else standing. So, just to remind you, Article 13, it proposes the adoption of a local excise tax of 0.75% on sales at restaurant meals. All those in favor, light on, please. Press 1. Opposed, press 2. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Voting is over. Whoa. The motion passes 103 to 94. Ooh. Pretty 50-50. That's the way I think most people were thinking about it. All right. Mrs. Sullivan, Article 14.
Article 14, I move that the town amend Chapter 7 of the general bylaws entitled Public Safety by inserting a new Section 7.5, possession of alcohol by persons under the age of 21 years, and to authorize the town clerk to make non-substantive numbering changes to this bylaw in order to make the numbering conform to the numbering format in the general bylaws, or take any action in relation thereto.
Second.
Finance Committee voted to support this article 5-2. Adam Earl will be discussing it for the Finance Committee.
Good afternoon. As Betsy pointed out, we voted in favor of this article 5-2, and we had some rather lengthy conversations regarding it, but in the end, we decided to vote in favor of it based on 3 key points. The first is that this bylaw provides additional tools for police to use in this type of situation. They can still make arrests if they feel if it's necessary. I think that's important to point out because this isn't a party in Duxbury where kids can come and drink and it's not a criminal act. It still is, but this gives another tool for them to do. It's basically another reasonable consequence. But it leads to the second point, which is that it is a non-criminal act, these tickets that would be issued. Therefore, they would not show up on the kids' permanent records. And then finally, this is relatively common in many of the other towns in the state, so we're not exactly trailblazers in this instance. And Chief Clancy actually has a PowerPoint presentation that he's going to speak to.
Thank you. Chief Clancy. This is our police chief.
Good afternoon. All right, so what I'm asking you to consider today is this new bylaw that's going to create a civil, not a criminal violation for a minor in possession of alcohol. This bylaw is not intended to loosen up on enforcement of minors with alcohol. Sort of a misconception that I've been hearing over the course of the last couple of weeks. It's quite the opposite. We're going to be more aggressive moving forward with the formal enforcement actions, and we're seeking an additional tool, this bylaw, that's to complement this strategy. The proposal is not being made in response to any particular events or any dramatic rise in teen drinking statistics. This is motivated by lessons we've learned while looking for strategies to deal with the regional heroin epidemic. This is merely one small piece of a strategy that we're taking on. There we go. Soul searching. I think I was quoted a couple times. I apologize for all the attention that this thing has drawn. It was not my intention. I want to speak to you folks and not to the rest of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But, we are in a heroin crisis in this area. There's no question about it. It's been particularly deadly with our young adults in their 20s. Duxbury is not immune. Police from around the region have been looking deep to find answers. We're asking ourselves, what can we do to help stop this? Can we or should we change our practices to have a more positive impact on what's going on? And we've been learning some lessons during that process. And what we've heard loud and clear from young people struggling for recovery is that had formal consequences been applied more consistently early on when they were experimenting with alcohol and drugs, early on by their parents, the schools, police, and the courts, it may have steered them away from the destructive path that they eventually followed. So here's some of the strategies. We're working on supply reduction. We have the drop box at the police station where you can drop your prescription medications. We've had that for just under a couple of years. In 2015 alone, we accepted and destroyed 160 pounds of pills. It's a lot of pills, just here in Duxbury at our police station. Support and assistance is one of our new strategies, one of our new priority areas. And this is relatively new to us. We've created a crisis intervention team within the police department that's been very active. They've received specialized training in addiction and mental health issues. They're doing outreach, they're doing referrals, support. They're engaged with our local support partners such as FACTS and a number of other groups. Also on the side of support, your police officers now carry Narcan. Narcan, obviously, is the antidote drug for heroin overdose. It's controversial in some areas, but we don't think it's controversial. To us, it's buying time. And if we can buy that time to hope that that young person will eventually get themselves to successful recovery, then it's worth every minute of that program. It's worth every effort that we put out. But the final piece is that enforcement and consequences. I'll go to the next slide. So here's our focus. We're enhancing our anonymous tips. We're going after drug dealers. That's a piece of this, a major piece of this. We're going to have dealer-focused investigations. We've created a drug interdiction team within the police department. There's a group of officers that are going to go out in plain clothes, unmarked vehicles, and they are going to follow up on tips that we receive. And we're going to go after those things aggressively. And when they corroborate or validate a tip, then they're going to work with the detectives, and we're going to go after that. We're also going to be consistent with the civil marijuana violations. And yes, it is a civil violation to be in the possession of marijuana in Massachusetts. On the alcohol side, we're going to continue to do the things we've been doing, but we're going to be more consistent and more firm with that. And that's the liquor store compliance checks, enforcement of social hosting. When we have any indication of that, we're going to investigate that to its fullest. We're going to continue to enforce the town's existing civil bylaw on open container of alcohol in a public place. And that brings me to this new bylaw. And this bylaw is merely a tool. Let me again say, please, that I want to be direct, I want to be clear, we're not loosening up on the enforcement of minors and alcohol. Quite the opposite. We simply seek a new tool that other towns already have at their disposal that'll allow us to take a civil action in some minor cases of alcohol in the possession of kids. An example of that might be a first offense, cooperative kids. In these situations, we really don't see the need to introduce a child into the criminal court system by enforcing the state law. But state law doesn't go away. We will still end up enforcing the state law on occasion. It will be deemed appropriate in certain situations, and sometimes it's going to be dictated by the behavior of the offender. In other words, every once in a while, someone's going to talk themselves into handcuffs. It happens. Give you a little comparison. Again, the state law is a criminal complaint process. That process ends up providing a permanent record through the probation department, through the courts of that activity. So as these kids go on and they're applying for schools or they're applying for a job later on, a lot of these applications are going to ask, have you ever been charged with a crime? Have you ever been arrested? They're going to have to answer yes if they have had an encounter under the state law for being a minor in possession of alcohol. Under the state law, it also can have a 90-day suspension of their driver's license in some cases. And the state law is an arrestable offense. Under the proposed bylaw, it's a civil process, a citation. There's no permanent court record. There's no action on the driver's license, and we're not asking for a right of arrest because, again, I say this is a tool. This is not to replace the state law. This is a tool that's going to be used with proper police discretion, common sense policing, and when it's more appropriate, when the situation arises, when we feel that this is a child that probably doesn't need to go to the court system at this stage, then that's the route we'd like to go. Nothing else changes. What I mean by that is the probable cause standards to charge a child, even with this bylaw, all remains the same. The requisite amount of probable cause. The officers have to have constitutional rights of these individuals are preserved. There's nothing different in how we respond. And one of the things that I've heard is that folks say you're just going to maybe stop a car with kids drinking and you're just going to give them a ticket and set them on their way. No, common sense policing. That's probably potentially a little bit more than just a minor in possession of alcohol. You're looking at impaired operation, all those kinds of things. No, we're still going to be enforcing the criminal laws when they need to be enforced. But this is that tool in those certain situations where we feel we can apply a consequence and not bring a kid into the court, not create that permanent record. So we've got some support. You can see the selectmen voted unanimously to support this. The FinCom, you just heard, was a 5-2 vote. The school committee has endorsed this. Duxbury Fax has endorsed this. The high school PTO, the middle school PTO, and the county sheriff have all come on board to endorse this. And I hope that you endorse it with your vote. Thank you.
You might want to stay near the podium because there might be some questions you're going to need to answer. I'll start with the lady to my right on top, go over here to my left, and then I'll come down to you, sir. 1, 2, 3. You're 4. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bylaw, 688 Union Street. Thank you, Chief. And I fully support this measure as a parent of a 22-year-old addict who, went through Duxbury High School, was a baseball player here, and had the typical struggles, would have benefited from some more consequences than just the consequences I applied at home. He did eventually move on to college where he was exposed to heroin. So he is now a recovering heroin user, which of course has much higher consequences when a person doesn't succeed in that type of recovery. So I fully support this measure because I think consequences, now that I'm involved in the community of recovery and seeing what works, because fortunately my son is now living in actually the Brook Retreat, where if anybody was at the panel discussion last week, a former Duxbury resident is now an owner of a wonderful 12-step program where young men live together and work their recovery together. And the common theme across the board is consequences, consequences, consequences. The earlier, the better. These kids know not what they're getting involved in. My son was just a heavy pot user in high school. That was it. And unfortunately, that can really set you up. So I support the measure. I'd also like to ask Dr. Tantillo, with regards to the drug-free communities grant monies that's available. I know that the Facts Coalition was exploring that. I don't know if they've gotten their application in time. I think there's still 6 days left, but there's $125,000 per year available from the federal government for 5 years, and that could fill your $100,000 cut there, or somehow, some way that money could be used to support positions where mental health and support for our youth who are struggling with mental health issues, which are often the reasons that the substances come into play. So I request that everybody support this measure and hopefully support hopefully Duxbury becomes a drug-free community and receives that federal funding for that grant.
Thank you. Thank you. The lady to my left in the balcony first.
Hi, Catherine Drummy here, resident of 11 Wright Lane. I am a 23-year-old resident here. I grew up in the Duxbury public school systems. I was a teenager here. I am also now a public school teacher in Dedham at their high school, where, yes, we have problems just as the same as Duxbury does when it comes to drugs and alcohol. But our biggest conversation that we have with our students, especially myself being around their age, is this idea that if you choose to participate in underage drinking, you do acquire and accrue a permanent record. That then goes on with you when you apply for colleges. This is the biggest eye-opening experience and kind of revelation for them to say, okay, if I choose to participate in underage drinking, I am now putting my college future at risk. I now know that I can't receive financial aid if I choose to participate in this. And it's something that instead of saying, okay, let's hand them a ticket that says you need to now pay this fine for having done something illegal, which I understand, I think we need to be more consistent with our standing laws that say, if you choose to participate in underage drinking, these are your consequences. Instead of now sending them a mixed signal that says, well, we're changing it, so here you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman to my right on the lower level.
My name is Brian Cook. I live at 105 St. George Street. I'm an attorney. I'm in the criminal courts on a weekly basis, and unfortunately, I do see a lot of people in this age group. The first comment that's usually made when we speak to someone who's been arrested, the response is, I didn't realize, I didn't understand, I didn't think it was a crime, I didn't think there was anything wrong, I just had a drink. It's very clear in this bill that it's been very well thought through and discussed and modified and, I guess, tailored to fit the need. One of the needs we have in this community is the need for uniform enforcement. We can't have one standard for athletes and one standard for other people, and this will eliminate that, and I think that's a very positive part of the bill. The other part of the bill I think that's very important is the appeal concept of this bill, because if you do feel that your child has been arrested and it's not appropriate, there is an appeal mechanism. But one thing I want people to understand, that the bill, I believe, calls for a $150 fine and a $300 fine on a second offense. Please understand, both parents and adults in the audience, that that drink that you decide to have is going to cost you somewhere between $7,000 and $25,000 for a first offense if you have to hire an attorney to deal with an issue of drunk driving. So even these kids, on a $150 fine, if you choose to fight it, it's thousands of dollars. But I think the most important thing I want to mention, having two children that are in this age bracket, as the previous speaker pointed out, being arrested for anything is a life-changing event, and it would be much better if these kids were aware of it before the fact rather than afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Lady in the blue top, next.
Hi, Jen Klein, Temple Street. I'm a parent in town, but I also have a somewhat unique experience in that when I was 16 in Arizona, I received a minor possession of alcohol citation. So I've been in the position that these kids will be in. I can tell you that it had its desired effect. I was very appreciative that my mistake didn't cause me to lose opportunities for college and the like later on, because it was a very stupid mistake, and our teenagers do make stupid mistakes. It was, you can say it was just beer, it was still wrong, but I was thankful that I had the opportunity to learn, and in the subsequent months, to really consider what I was doing and who I was doing it with. It forced me to think about that every single time I interacted with my peers, and that was a good thing. I went through the same thing that these kids will go through with their parents, I hope. I went home, I had to tell my dad, and it was a complete, you could see the trust drain out of his face. The image of my dad's face that day remains with me 30 years later. And it took time for us to build that back. It was a tremendous learning experience, and I was very thankful that I didn't have a criminal record for something so stupid. And I hope that this article will pass, and that we can give the kids in town the opportunity to get consistent consequences with that same opportunity to truly learn that they need to think about what they're doing and who they're doing it with. Thank you.
Over here to my left on the lower level.
Cap Kane, Harrison Street. I have no doubts this bylaw change will pass. My concern, and I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea, but my concern is discretionary application of the law. Police chief has said that, boy, in some cases we're going to throw the book, and in other cases, if we think it's appropriate, we'll just give them a fine and then potentially another fine and potentially a third fine, and we don't know when the book might be thrown at a third or fourth offender. I think our laws are written to be somewhat non-discretionary, at least, at the state and federal level, and obviously it leads to problems, but it also removes, lots of risks inherent in discretionary enforcement of laws. So I know this is going to pass, and the compelling personal stories as to why it should pass certainly merit consideration. But I think we also potentially walk down a slippery slope if an aggrieved parent feels their son or daughter was thrown the book and the kid next door got a fine. Are we subject to lawsuits for misapplication of a law? So I hope this was really well thought out, but given the difficulty that discretionary police action is facing all over this nation, that we just may be going down a slippery slope here. And I hope that if that is the case, that we have an ability maybe to make it, everybody gets the fine the first few times. And then if they're repeat offenders, we can change this to make sure they get the book thrown at them. My comment.
The lady behind you, Cap? Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Martha Kearns, Congress Street. Chief Clancy, thank you so much for your speech. As a mother of an 8th grader, I had a dinner conversation the other night, and she said to me, quote unquote, and I want to say this to you folks who don't have children in this community, "Mom, you have no idea how bad it is." So for those of you that don't have children in this community, but care about the children in this community, this is important. This is a conversation that I'm having with my 13-year-old at the dinner table. This is important, and again, it's consequences, and it's baby steps towards something that hopefully will be very paramount and very understandable in this community. We need to help our children. Thank you.
Thank you. One more, and perhaps we can move to a vote. Yes.
Hi, I'm Karen Wong, 58 Meeting House Road. Thank you, Chief Clancy. I'm the coordinator of Duxbury Facts, and just wanted to give a little background about drug coalitions, drug and wellness coalitions in Duxbury. About 10 years ago, I was part of the Youth Risk Task Force, which was a community effort to try to combat drug and alcohol use. It lasted a couple years and sort of fizzled out. There just wasn't the will in the community to tackle this issue. It didn't go away, and 10 years later, we've started up a new group. I was hesitant to get involved. I was asked by South Shore Facts Leaders, which is a larger South Shore coalition made up of 20-plus towns. I was reluctant because there just didn't seem to be the will, but we got a grant to have a facilitator for the first year, and I said, okay, I'll help out. And it has been overwhelming. The support from across this community has just rocked my world. I never expected so many people from so many different places, so many ages, to be touched by this issue. And I guess we're seeing it in the country and around Massachusetts with the heroin. But it's not just heroin, it's alcohol, it's marijuana, it's mental instability and sadness and depression. And we have a group that's very robust. And one of the themes that I've heard over and over again, and Chief Clancy has talked about it, as have the other speakers, is that folks who are in crisis or who have come through crisis all say the same thing: if I only had more consequences early on. Consequences that mattered but didn't ruin a career or a college opportunity. And so I feel really pleased that Duxbury Facts voted to support this bylaw because it will give consequences without ruining a kid's future. Many people have said, oh, but the parents are going to pay the fine, or the police should do more of this, or the schools should do more of this, or the schools are doing too much, or the police are doing too much. I hear it both sides. And it's really, parents need to be involved too. We all need to work together. It's up to the parents to support their kids, and sometimes tough love is part of it, and they can decide to add consequences on top of what the school does, on top of what the police do if it doesn't seem like enough, or if they don't feel that it's the right thing, there's an appeals process. So I proudly support this bylaw and hope you will join the chief in supporting it too. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple more people to my left. Officer Simmons, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, good evening. Dennis Simmons, 110 Ganga Street in our town. I'm also the 4 to Midnight supervisor. I deal with this monthly house parties. I've been here since 1974, coming up to 42 years with this town in law enforcement. This is a long time coming. I've worked with a lot of chiefs, worked under a lot of chiefs, and I applaud Chief Clancy and these committees for bringing this forward. We have some wonderful children in this town, and I wish I had the opportunity to write some of them a citation years ago instead of placing them under arrest. I think this is a wonderful thing that Chief Clancy has done and all these committees have brought forward. I encourage you to vote in favor of this, please, and give me the tool to issue a citation at least the first time. And as far as operating under, I've heard so many stories. We catch anybody operating under the influence of alcohol driving a car, they're going to jail. But this bylaw that the chief has brought forward to you, please vote yes. Thank you very much.
Hopefully we're getting close to the vote. We have 2 more people here, and then hopefully we can vote.
Okay. Kenneth Beebe, 34 Tinkertown Lane. I'd like the chief, if he would, by the way, I'm inclined to support this item, but I'd like the chief to address the threshold issues between going for a fine and going for a criminal charge. To me, the issue has already been raised, but you didn't get an opportunity to talk about it. It's an area for possibly written policies and procedures, but I'd like to know how you intend to address it. I think I just heard somebody drunk driving is over the threshold, but I'd like you to flesh that out a little more, because I think it gives room for a lot, as it's written, for individual discretion. Not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, that's probably the reason for this. But I'd like you to flesh that out if you have the words to do it. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you for the question. And operating under the influence and minor in the possession of alcohol are 2 separate and distinct violations, crimes. Someone's operating. If they're operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs, you couldn't write this bylaw because it does not apply. We're going to take the appropriate action, which is going to, in that case, is going to be an arrest. A couple of the other scenarios, as we've been, some good dialogue over the last couple of weeks, and a lot of folks coming to me with questions, and it's been, I'm glad that we had some good spirited conversations. I think I've answered probably every question possible on this, and a lot of what ifs, a lot of these scenarios. We could come up with 900 different scenarios, and there could be 15 to 20 correct answers for each one of those. Unfortunately, law enforcement, it's not black and white. There's lots of gray, and to some extent, on the criminal law side, there is a good deal of discretion. Because I think the legislatures understand that everything is not black and white. There's only a few laws that require us to mandate us to take action. So with that said, you're just going to have to, policy development. We have a policy right now for how we handle an underage drinking party, and that doesn't go away. We have a specific policy on how we handle those, and it's just briefly, it's the officers respond, and they're supposed to freeze the scene, which means corral the kids. Then it's to check all the kids to make sure they're safe and that they don't need EMS. And then it's identify all the kids and then call all the parents. And the parents come. I mean, there might be some folks here that got one of those phone calls and came to one of those parties to pick up the kids. And we show them the environment that the kids were in when the house is loaded with this booze everywhere. So there's no excuse to know that they were in a situation where there was all this alcohol. But more often than not, when the kids have been cooperative, then it's been a stern conversation with the parents and the child, and they've been sent home sometimes without action. And that's not unique to Duxbury. That's the police departments all over the place. It's essentially how they've been handling this, because it ends up being a tremendous drain on the actual resource of policing. Policing shuts down in town for a couple hours while we're trying to manage 30 or 40 kids. But there has to be, coming back to the point, is there is discretion. There has to be discretion. We have a policy now, and if this passes, we've already had the discussions at the department that we have to review the current policy and refresh it to reflect this. Now, what we're saying is that we want, the day of just mom and dad swinging by and getting the talking to and the child going home, we know from what we're hearing on the broader picture, what we're hearing from people in trouble a little further down the road, that this might not have been the best way to go. So we're going to be applying consistently. There's going to be citations issued. As far as who gets the ticket, that, again, I've heard about a lot of good commentary on that, but that's going to be a police discretionary matter. We're talking about, as I say, typically you're looking at a first offense scenario, cooperative kid, their parents still coming, their parents still going to have the conversation with the police officer, but they're going to leave with that ticket. Frequent flyer is probably not going to get a citation. They're probably going to get themselves a criminal complaint, and if they want to debate, they want to hold court on the street, then they're probably going to end up going in handcuffs to the police station. So there's a lot of this. It can cover the gamut, but we're looking to be consistent with this enforcement, and to be consistent without in those limited situations, first offense, cooperative kids. We don't want to be dragging those kids to court. So I don't know if I've even come close to answering that question. I guess the last point is you're going to have to. That's what you hired me for, and that's what you hired, supervisors like Dennis and so on. We're gonna manage the police department's response, and there's an appeals process. There's still an appeals process. If you don't like what we've done, you come see us, because we're going to be monitoring our own activity. We're going to review this, but at the end of the day, they can still go down to district court, even in the civil process, and have a hearing in front of a magistrate. How did I do?
We prepared to vote this, by the way, as there's some compelling statements that need to be made. If you feel like you're really adding to the conversation, there's been a motion here to move the question, which is going to shut off debate. I heard it, I think. And do you have a lot? I think the question has been, the item has been, the motion's been made to move the previous question. Was it seconded? Second. It's been moved and seconded. So we are now in a position, if we vote in favor of this, we're going to shut off debate and just go to the article without any further discussion. So if you are in favor of moving the previous question, that is to end debate on this article, use your hand device, press 1. If you're not in favor of ending debate and you want to talk about it some more, press 2. No pressure, but it's 10 after 5. Just saying. The light is extinguished, and the motion to move the previous question succeeds 167 to 19, which brings us to the main motion, Article 14, proposed general bylaw, possession of alcohol by persons under the age of 21. There's no further debate, so we are now to move to the question. Please pick up your clicker, lights on. If you are in favor of adopting this article, press 1. If you are opposed, press 2. Thank you, Chief Clancy. Light is extinguished, and the vote on the main motion is 181 in favor, 9 opposed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I said a minute ago, it's 10 after 5, and I promised to get you out of here at 5. Before I call for a vote to recess this town meeting until Monday at 7 p.m., please drop off your hand devices in the gray boxes as you walk out towards the exit. I'm going to call for the vote on a voice vote. All in favor of recess till Monday at 7 p.m. This room, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you all very much. Recall, if you were here, on Saturday, we completed the business under the warrant for a special town meeting, which was called for that date. We also completed business under the Articles 1 through 14B in the warrant for the annual town meeting. This evening, we will pick up where we left off at Article 15 in the warrant for the annual town meeting. I'd like to remind you about the fire exits. One to my left, one to my right, the back of Section 3, the two doors most of you entered through, and two doors at the back of the balcony. I'd like to also remind people to please avoid sitting in the aisles or the stairs to avoid any kind of hazard for people trying to move around. I would like to remind you that the assistive listening devices, it's just a tongue twister, are available at the table next to the entrance to the main floor, right behind Section 1. They were provided by the Municipal Commission on Disability. They also request that all cell phones be turned off or at least to mute while the meeting is in session. I've also been asked to make two small announcements, just reminders. If in fact you would like to volunteer for the town for a board or a committee, in the back of your warrant, there's a talent bank form. There's also some on a table out in the hallway. Please feel free to fill these out and leave them off here or drop them off at the town hall. It's also been suggested that I share with you that there is a website, on the town website, on the left toolbar under Subscribe to News. You can sign up to receive town notices, agendas, and other minutes of some of the town boards and committees. It's on the town webpage. I know there was a lot of questions on Saturday, and there's information that's available there that might be helpful to people. Now for the business. Oh, by the way, tonight with us from the law firm of Anderson and Krieger is Arthur Krieger, Town Council. Now for the business of the meeting. May we have the motion under Article 15, Mrs. Sullivan? Mrs. Sullivan?
Sorry, I was so fascinated by the getting alerts thing I was logging on.
I see.
I move that the town support the following resolution regarding decommissioning the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Station and request the Duxbury Town Clerk to forward the text of the vote approving this article to the Town of Duxbury's state and federal legislative delegations, the boards of selectmen within the emergency planning zone of the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Station, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and Entergy Corporation, so that the intent of the residents of Duxbury is widely known.
Second.
Finance Committee voted unanimously in favor.
Mrs. Lampert will address this article.
Yes, thank you very much. Pilgrim, there was an announcement last year that they intend to close at or before June 1st, 2019. I'm betting on 2017. Therefore, it's important that we lay out the parameters, the principles that reflect the concerns of the town of Duxbury in the process going forward, the same concerns for the region and for the Commonwealth. This will inform Entergy. It will inform the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the regulator. It will inform other communities of what's at stake and what we should stand for. What are these principles? The first is that Entergy, the owner of the reactor, should pay for the decommissioning process in full, not taxpayers. At present, they have an insufficient amount of money, $840 million. And if you run out the period that they will take to decommission, and they are allowed 60 years for that money to grow to do the job, if you look at the increase in decommissioning costs and the likely increase of investments, you can see that in 50 years, best case scenario, there will be $5 billion deficit. Worst case will be about $60 billion. They are a limited liability company. So therefore, it's the taxpayers who will pay, and that will mean a decrease in services for schools, for everything else we care about, and it will also mean there will be, I was going to say half-assed, but that's not a good thing to say, job in cleaning up. The second principle is decommissioning should occur as quickly as possible, not begin 50 years after they turn off the key, because number one, that will allow contaminants to spread on site, increasing costs and also infecting our environment. Number three, we want the spent fuel pool emptied as soon as possible into dry cask storage. Dry casks are passive and are far safer. Number four, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, so far at reactors that have shut down, have allowed emergency planning off-site to end. However, the spent fuel, the risk is still there. That will mean the sirens in town, unless we pay for them, will be gone. It means the $80,000 plus that we're receiving for emergency planning will be gone, and it will mean everybody on their own. We also want Mass Department of Public Health to continue to get the funds from Entergy so they can assess how much radiation is going in the air, in the water, into our environment. Last, next to last, we would like the skilled workforce to be maintained because they know the site, they know where the stuff has been buried, they know the hot spots. And this is the last. We also would like the state to form a council of decommissioning whereby the pertinent state agencies and representatives from Plymouth and Barnstable counties and our towns would meet, receive all the documents, have open public meetings, and so we would be abreast, the state would be abreast, be coordinated in dealing with what will be the major deconstruction of any site in the Commonwealth. This is a 60-year project, and it's our interest to send this message, so appreciate if, in fact, you would vote in favor. I'm going to.
Thank you, Mrs. Lampert. Are there any other questions? None appearing. This is a sense of the, we have one person rising to speak. This is a sense of the meeting motion. It does not carry weight outside of our meeting, other than to inform the authorities of what the town of Duxbury feels. Yes, sir.
With all due respect, my name is Eugene Blanchard, 20 Old Mill Lane. With all due respect to the drafters of the motion, I don't see that it does what people expect. It reads to move the town support the following resolution, but there is no resolution following. I would think it would read support the resolution as set forth in the article or words to that effect.
I see your point.
Was that an amendment, a motion, or a recommendation?
Did you write? Is this all you wrote?
I'm just turning to the correct page. Yes, there is the description of the motion in the warrant.
I think the description of what it is a sense of the meeting. It is what? A resolution. And would that be satisfactory?
Well, I think what he wants to do is refer actually to the resolution that you're alluding to in the motion, but it's not there. It is printed in the warrant. So if we just add the words as printed in the warrant, if you're willing to make that amendment, Mrs. Lampert, I think
yes, accepted.
So
I'm very easy to get along with.
There's been an amendment made to Article 15 to add the words as printed in the warrant after the word resolution. Now, is there a second to that? Yes. Now, do you understand what's happening? Just so we're all aware of it. A speaker rose to indicate that the body of the motion does not, in fact, have the words that are in the warrant, which pertaining to the resolution in question that we're being asked to support by Mrs. Lampert. So by adding the words as printed in the warrant, after the word resolution in that second sentence, it would then be there and it could refer back to our warrant. So anybody wanting to know what the so-called resolution was, they would be able to read it there. So that's been moved and seconded. I'll just ask for a quick voice vote. All in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. So we now have a revised motion, and are we set to vote? I don't see any other questions. So yes, this is our first vote tonight. I kind of thought we were still on Saturday. You've all been handed your handheld voting devices. We are now using electronic balloting. When this light goes on, you'll all have 20 seconds to cast your vote. The vote is a simple matter of pressing 1 for yes and 2 for no. No other buttons really matter. If you push 1 early on and you want to change it, hit 3, it'll delete, and then you can go back to push the number you meant to push. But the reality is the last button you push is what will be recorded. So we have 20 seconds. So when the light goes on, please vote 1 for yes and 2 for no. Light is lit. The light is extinguished, the voting window is open, and the results are motion carries 119 to 6. Article 6, yes, Mr. Hunter. Mike, up here, please. Should be on.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Article 13.
Help me with that. Which one is that, sir?
The sales tax.
That was the adoption of the local sales tax. It was approved on Saturday very closely on a vote of 103 to 94. That's been a motion to reconsider Article 13. Is there a second for that motion? Do you wish to explain your motion, please?
Yes, I do. I spent Sunday doing a lot of yard work, raking and using a chainsaw and thinking a lot about this, and I'm very disappointed in why we adopted an additional tax. There were no really compelling arguments made for it other than the fact that all the surrounding towns have it, so we should adopt it. One of the things I've always told my children when they came to me at any time during their childhood years and asked for something, I said, why? And if they said, well, everyone else has one, that immediately was a reason for me to say no. They needed to come up with a compelling reason to ask for something. We really haven't had a compelling reason as to why we're adopting this tax other than the fact that the towns surrounding us do it. Our town is in a fairly strong financial position. We don't necessarily need the revenues. No one has said there is this specific need and that's why we should adopt this tax to help cover that problem. We also know that the only things in life that are a given are death and taxes, and here we have an opportunity to not adopt one of those. Since the surrounding towns all have this tax, I also think it could be a benefit to the businesses in the town of Duxbury to be able to say, please come to Duxbury to buy your food, we're not going to tax you. So I think for a number of reasons, we really shouldn't have adopted this. And, you know, we can take the moral high ground and not enact another tax on all of us plus all of the surrounding residents and other surrounding communities. So that's my reason for it, and I'm hoping everyone will rethink of what we did on Saturday and reverse our decision. Thank you.
Anybody wish to address the motion for reconsideration on Article 13, the adoption of the local excise tax? Mrs. Sullivan?
Thank you. We spend a great deal of time going over these budgets, and we come to town meeting, and perhaps we make it look too easy or balanced. There is, 10 months of discussion about what people are going to be able to get, what they're going to have to put aside, what good programs are just not ready for prime time because we haven't got the funds. One of the gentlemen here on Saturday, Mr. Smith, was rightfully so, kept reminding us that we have an OPEB liability, we have an unfunded liability that we have to deal with as a line item, which we have not done because of a lack of resources, not a lack of will. And this was a tax, or as Mr. Madden said, a fee, but it is one of the few things that we can do that will not be borne entirely by our taxpayers. The Larry Friedman, who is on our board, who owns Sun Tavern, was very articulate in explaining that out of the people that come to his restaurant, perhaps 50% or more from other towns. And we're talking 75 cents on a $100 bill that, you know, pennies add up, and it would be close to $100,000 at the end of the year that would go into the general fund, not necessarily to buy something new, but an ability to create some revenue to help us keep expenses even to you, the taxpayer. So I respectfully disagree with Greg that there was no good reasons, and last of which was the everybody's doing it. That was brought up for one point and one point only, that we would never try to enact something that was going to damage the ability of the people that do business in Duxbury from being competitive in the marketplace. And since we are surrounded by towns, I think it was said that 75% of the towns in the Commonwealth have already adopted this, that we weren't going to injure them in any way by adopting it, and we would be able to gain some additional revenue for the town. Nobody wants more taxes.
Okay, thank you. I think we're doing a good job of debating the article, but the question really in front of us is, do you want to reconsider it or not? So I think we've heard that the motion's been made and seconded. Do you want to reconsider it? So the question is, does the audience really want to do that, or have you finished with the discussion about the excise tax? We can argue its merits, I think, once we've decided whether or not you want to reconsider it or not.
Mr. Moderator, William Carney, 268 Church Street. I am speaking to the issue of reconsideration.
Okay.
You know, we discussed on Saturday with respect to changing the date and why people don't come to these meetings. I do come, hate them, as everybody knows, right? You know, the reason for reconsideration technically is something new has come up. Now I'm going to be told that past practices of this town meeting, let it go. We had a case about 3 or 4 years ago on a $3 million purchase of land where there was a motion that went down. There was a quick motion because the Sharpies realized that people had left and it would be a different vote. This is a terrible one. We had a vote on Saturday. They were sitting here in front of me considering whether to make this motion. They waited till Monday night so that they could bring people in to get it done. I urge defeat of this motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to move on the question of whether we wish to reconsider or not. So your question before you now is not whether or not you believe in this adopted local excise tax, which was voted on Saturday. The question is, do you want to reconsider it? So that will be put on the floor. Yes.
I'd like to make a comment. Paige Valentine, 50 Washington
Excuse
Street.
me, sir. I'm trying to vote on the question of whether or not we want to open up debate on this issue. That's really the only question before us. Not whether the tax is a good thing or a bad thing, but does this town meeting wish to talk about it again? And that's the vote before us, and I'm calling the vote now, sir. Please, thank you. So, please use your hand devices. The light, please. This could be, I don't know how it's going to come out. So, you have 20 seconds to vote yes if you want to reconsider Article 13 concerning the excise tax, and 2 if you do not wish to reconsider it. The voting window is closed, and the results are 39 in favor of reconsideration and 117 opposed. Motion fails. All right. Mrs. Sullivan, Article 16, please.
I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
The motion before you is for indefinite postponement of Article 16. For sake of speed, obviously, it's an indefinite postponement. I will simply ask for a voice vote. All in favor of indefinite postponement of 16, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries by voice vote. Thank you. 17.
I move that the town amend the Duxbury zoning bylaws to rename Article 500 as Special Permit Residential Developments and amend Section 530, Division of Land and Development of Multiple Dwellings, and Section 540, Residential Conservation Cluster, to clarify the process for filing residential conservation cluster permits with the Planning Board as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Finance Committee voted in favor unanimously. I believe the town planner will speak to this.
I believe
I'm
before
sorry,
the
I
town
apologize.
planner speaks, I have to ask the clerk of the planning board to read the minutes of the meeting the planning board had concerning this. Cynthia Fiorini.
This is the public hearing notice, the results of that. So after a public notice in a newspaper of general circulation, the Duxbury Planning Board scheduled a public hearing on January 25th, 2016 for this proposal to amend the Duxbury Protective Bylaw under Article 500, requirements for certain land divisions, land developments, and inclusionary housing, as outlined in the warrant article. At the Planning Board meeting on January 25th, 2016, the proposed article was reviewed and public comment was offered, and the public hearing was continued to February 8th, 2016 for further review of the proposed article language. Due to inclement weather, the February 8th, 2016 Planning Board meeting was rescheduled to February 10th, 2016. At that meeting on February 10th, 2016, the Planning Board reviewed and discussed revised language, and public comment was invited and none was given. At the same meeting, the Planning Board voted to close the public hearing and then voted unanimously 6-0 to recommend approval of Article 17 as printed in the annual town meeting warrant.
Thank you. Valerie Bassard, the town planner, will now address this article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. My name is Valerie Massard. I'm the new town planner in Duxbury, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee, which is the group that's sponsoring this article. This is an article where we've appointed the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee over the last year or two as a follow-up to a study that was done on the zoning bylaw with respect to inconsistencies. So what we're looking at here is recommendations from the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee to find those inconsistencies with respect to within the bylaw itself or with state law, and make recommendations for corrections to bring the consistencies away from the bylaw so that we can administer it more clearly. So with respect to this article, what we're doing is we're looking at the residential cluster conservation bylaw. And right now, it's something where if somebody comes in and files for a definitive subdivision plan, we ask them if it's over a number of units to go with a required special permit for this conservation cluster concept. That's now, in the years since we have adopted it, become an issue and conflict with case law. And so what we're doing here is we're going to separate a definitive subdivision plan from a requirement to do a special permit. So all that happens here is this section of the bylaw, which currently requires that somebody, I think it's 6 or more units, that comes in with a definitive plan, we are currently requiring them to ask for a special permit. That's inconsistent with state law. This change moves this section to an optional development choice that a developer could make if they wanted to, but then if they file a definitive plan with all the rules and regulations that we have governing subdivisions, they are not required anymore to use this option as a special permit. And while you'll see when you look at the language is that the applicability section is the only language that's changing consistent with the comments I just made.
Thank you, Mrs. Massad. Gentleman to my left is first.
Frank Holden, 350 Powder Point Avenue. I'm very impressed with the work that's been done on this particular motion and the rest of them, 18, 19, and 20. But I find that trying to absorb the information and understand it in terms of the long-term impact has been difficult. And I would, while you've had open hearings and stuff like that, I would propose that we have open hearings during the course of the coming years so that those of us who haven't had the opportunity to read carefully and compare the changes that have occurred in this warrant article as well as the other four have an opportunity to be able to review them.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the gentleman in the stands first and back to you. Yes, sir. I think you were there first. I'm guessing, though. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Sherm Hoyt, Abrams Hill. I agree with Frank Holden that this subject should not be presented to town meeting in terms of a motion, but rather town meeting be used to explain to us precisely what the changes are, why they're being made, and what the impact is expected. There's no urgency in this. It's taken 3 years to get the committees in 3 phases to propose language. And the last phase was after a 10-month hiatus. It's really important that we have adequate opportunity to understand these changes, which are to bylaws, which we have lived under for years and have essentially shaped this town. Now, the verbal presentation of reasons for changes and some specificity in what they were are very good and very helpful. Is there a written report laying all this out? We need it distributed to citizens. And I think that we shouldn't consider a motion on this, on any of these bylaw changes, until next town meeting, next year, and the final language with discussion be presented to everybody at least 6 months before that. This is not urgent. We got to get it right. Everybody should understand it before we vote on it.
Lawyer to my left and then over to my right.
My name is Kathy Palmer. I live on Powder Point Avenue, and there's a little history to all of this. The Zoning Bylaw Review Committee was set up several years ago, before even your tenure here. And we who have been dealing with bylaws, there are a whole group of us, were concerned that they stick with their initial mission, which was simply to clarify the existing zoning bylaws. We didn't want them changed, but clarification fine. So we did go and attend a number of those meetings, and we were assured and reassured numerous times that this was merely to clarify, take out ambiguities, take out inconsistent definitions, whatever. And at the first year of meetings, that seemed to be what was happening. So with that, we were assured, and we stopped going to the ongoing meetings. Sometime after that, something major happened, and I had to go look it up, but I came in and I saw that we have 30 pages now of changes to the zoning bylaws. And I doubt if many of us have even had a chance to review these. I hadn't, but I took them home at lunch the first day of the town meeting. I quickly looked over them. By the way, I am an attorney, and I used to do this kind of work. But what seemed to jump out at me was it really looked like a loosening of the zoning bylaws. There aren't as many references to special permits. There is this consistent theme throughout, unless it's more detrimental to the neighborhood. And who determines that? The neighborhood. Anyway, this is not what was told to us. This is not what we expected. And that's why nobody made comments at the public hearing, is because we had been assured that there would only be minor changes. So I, too, would ask that this be postponed, this be studied more thoroughly, and I think another year would give us, I mean, we're talking about zoning bylaws. Those are pretty significant. And to just rush them through one evening of a town meeting, I don't think is sufficient. Thank you.
Mrs. McNabb?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I completely agree with the last several speakers, and just by way of a little
For the record, your name and address?
Amy McNabb, 269 Old Toby Garden Street. I'm a past 14-year member of the Planning Board, and I was a member of the committee that was charged with writing the bylaws that are being changed here tonight. And I can tell you very clearly that the intention of this bylaw was to require cluster subdivisions because clustering was environmentally responsible. It was discussed at town meeting. We wanted to require all developments of 6 or more lots to be clustered unless there were reasons set forth that would allow the planning board would decide were big enough issues to allow a developer to go the other route, the grid route of subdivision, which was replaced. This is the committee that was set up to look at the bylaws and to bring consistency with different sections and to make some clerical recommendations to clean up the language and such was just that. That was their charge. That was what they were supposed to do. This is not that. This is a clear deviation from what this town voted in when the new bylaw was voted in, which was to require the clustering of lots to retain the open space and protect the town and the groundwater and all a huge amount of issues. So I would suggest that, as the previous speaker said, these are significant changes and do not belong in front of this town meeting at this time. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. I think this gentleman in front of me has been stating for a moment, and then we're going to go there and then to the balcony. This gentleman is next. Your name, sir?
Scott Casagrande, Washington Street, also a member of the ZBRC Zoning Review Board. I can give you guys all a little bit more background really on what's going on specifically with this part. The first thing I'd like to point out to you is the charge of the ZBRC as we were appointed by the selectmen. I'll just read this to you real briefly here. The Zoning Bylaw Review Committee, ZBRC, is responsible for reviewing the Duxbury Protective Bylaw and recommending a plan to improve, if necessary, the following elements of the bylaw. We are to review clarity, which everyone has mentioned a few times here, internal consistency, organization, structure and format, permitting requirements and procedures, administration and enforcement procedures, and consistency with statutory changes in case law since the bylaw was adopted in 2003. This article, Article 17, is specifically addressing an issue within our bylaw that deals with the consistency with statutory changes in case law since adopted in 2003. And perhaps our town council can chime in on this too. We don't, sadly, here have tonight our the ZBRC's consultant is not here this evening, who put together a lot of this information as well and can address some of those issues, but again, is not currently here. The changes we're making within Article 17 to 500, specifically 530, is a legal issue for the town. You have to have under, I think the case is Wall Street versus Westwood. And subdivision of land, there has to be an option within the bylaw that allows for by right subdivision of land, regardless of the size of the number of acres or the number of lots that are being created. Our current bylaw provides by right authority if you're doing if it's under 10 acres, and it'll be 5 lots or less. Anything above that, 10 acres or more than 6 lots, both options, the residential conservation cluster and the standard grid, require a special permit. So neither of them are by right. That's what we're trying to address with this article. And Ms. McNabb's comments about the RCC and the way that it was originally established, we had a lot of discussion on that at our meetings. Our meetings have been going on with this committee since July of 2011. They're all public meetings. Many of the originals were very, very well attended. We had quite a few people. We've had less and less as the time has gone on, but they're all public meetings, and we invite anyone to come to them, as well as the planning board. This year, as the articles were presented, these first 3. Next year, there'll be a few more, but there's a lot more that has to do with just clarity coming down the line. But there'll be, the planning board held the hearings on these as well, so a lot of this information that we're now hearing now is the first time coming through. But within our charge, and one of the most important things, and the reason that these are the first couple articles coming through, is that we need to get the legality of our current bylaw in line with where it should be, or we're opened up for all sorts of problems. So that's really what 500 is doing. And again, to Amy's point, as far as the residential conservation clusters, the zoning review board felt that the decision on which should be by right, which the bylaw as rewritten in this amendment would make standard grid subdivision of lots, regardless of their size, into a by right option. And if you wanted to go with a residential conservation cluster, then you would go through all the standard dividing it up and at the same time have to apply for the special permit. The reasoning for that was, and the ZBRC didn't feel that that was a decision that they should be making. That was referred back to the planning board. And the planning board debated this issue and came to the decision that for now, because the residential conservation cluster, as we have it within the bylaw, is confusing, and it needs further clarification as well, and our hope is to do a rewrite of that to have it ready for next year. But for now, to get us out of the legal loophole and to unhandcuff the planning board from the decision right now where everything has to be a conservation cluster, there's really no way to pull it back out if somebody wants a standard grid situation. It's very, very difficult to do the way the bylaw is written for RCC. So to decouple that part and to get us in conformance with the law, the planning board said, well, if we go this year, we just go to the standard grid being the by right. RCC is still available, can be done by special permit. It's not that onerous to have to go that extra step of it, but that would get us around those issues and get us in conformance with state law. So that's really what this article is about. We're not trying to do away with anything, and our plan is for next year through our consultant, who we raised money for at town meeting a year ago, through our consultant, they will help us work with clarifying things within the RCC as well so that we can make that and bring that back as a more viable opportunity. So I hope that provides some clarity as to what we're doing here. But it is one of the charges of this board to deal with the legal issues within the bylaw.
Thank you. Gentleman to my left.
Cap Kane, Harrison Street.
Yep.
Maybe I'm the dumbest guy in the room, but I now have no idea what Mr. Casagrande just told us. And I suspect that's true of anybody who's tried to digest the 30-some-odd pages on these various articles. I don't think the complaint is that these are necessarily bad for the town or good for the town, but I think the honest appeal here, and I hope it's one that most of you embrace, is we don't know how to interpret this. The document merely says what you did. It doesn't say how it compares to what was that we were comfortable with and lived with since 2003. It's incomplete because more changes are apparently forthcoming, and how that will play with what you're proposing here tonight is uncertain. As Sherm Hoyt rightly pointed out, this is not desperate urgency here, and there may be some legal issues, but the town always has legal issues, and it's always a threat somehow held over our heads that if we don't do something right now, you know, the wrath of the Lord is going to rain down upon us. I think it's a very reasonable position to ask the town to come back with comparative documents, to postpone this until next year when we have an opportune time to look at this in the town warrant more than just a week ago when we all received it, and get a chance to make an intelligent decision on what is being proposed. And I hope you will agree with that.
Thank you. Gentleman in the balcony. I'm having a little time. Some people I recognize, some I don't, because it's kind of dark, tough on my eyes, but I believe you're next in the balcony? No, you're giving up to this lady? Okay, yes, ma'am.
He's asked me to come ahead. I'm Nancy Johnson, Screenhouse Lane. I have been on the ZBRC committee since it started, and this issue has been a difficult one because we have kind of been split on this, and I think some of us have been constantly trying to remind the committee that our charge is not to make any policy changes, and some of us do believe that this is a policy change when you take what the current direction of the town is to promote clusters. Now we're promoting the opposite. So, and I understand this is all for the legal issue, and as Scott described to you, we're still working on this issue. I personally was not comfortable with this article the way it stands because I believe that we need to maintain the cluster as put forth as the preferred choice. Although Scott says, and the planning board, they voted, and the planning board now believes, the current planning board believes that the conventional grid is the preferred direction of the town. Some of you might think that this is a substantial change. We still think we need to work on the cluster zoning bylaw. There are different things. It's very difficult. If we were to try to make that the by right, it's very difficult to prescribe everything, and it could not have been done in time for this town meeting. The other option is to try to make cluster zoning more advantageous by offering incentives. That is an option. But right now, what this does is, like Scott says, it strictly deals with the legal issue. It gives you a by right option. So do you want to do that and come back again next year to revisit this zoning bylaw so that we can insert the incentives so that we can try to move the town more towards encouraging clusters as was decided several years ago when the current bylaw we have was voted on? Or do we want to do this now and take care of the legal issues? It's up to you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, are you wishing to speak, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Nicholas Boynton, 47 St. George Street. The current zoning bylaws are illegal, and the proposed amendments were made in meetings that were open to the public and all were welcome to attend. Now, these amendments will bring the zoning bylaws into a state that it will be legal and it will be compliant with federal law. And I think they should pass.
Thank you. Mr. Lampert, maybe we can get to some kind of disposition on this?
James Lampert, 148 Washington Street. You can tell before I am a member of the Fiscal Advisory Committee. I'm not here having anything to do with them tonight, but I also sat on the ZBA for 15 years and chaired it for the vast majority of that time. As I understand what's been said tonight, this is a stopgap. We're going to be revisiting the whole thing next year. I would like to revisit it next year. The decision Mr. Casagrande referred, he tells me it was decided 8 years ago, so we've been living with it for 8 years. My suggestion is that we provide the committee the ability to come back next year, which if you simply defeat this object, they have to wait, as I understand it, 2 years. Is that right, Mr. Town Council?
Yes. 2 years unless the planning board recommends favorable adoption next time.
So to enable them to come back next year, I would move that this article be indefinitely postponed.
It's been moved and seconded to indefinitely postpone Article 17. If you wish to discuss that topic, you may go to the mic and talk about indefinite postponement. If not, we can just vote that and decide what happens. But there's no further debate. I'd like to decide whether or not we're going to IP this or not. Yes, sir. Mr. Holt again? Hoyt?
Mr. Hoyt, yeah.
Yes.
By tabling this, the warrant articles until next year, is that the same thing as indefinitely, or something, the two-year problem?
We do not have a provision for tabling. What we have is indefinite postponement. What it does is it ceases debate on this article and takes it off the warrant for discussion for this year. But what it does is leaves the door open to bring it back next year if they're prepared. That's all it does. If you defeat it, it becomes a two-year ban and you can't come back for 2 years. So that's the difference. So what's in front of us now is a motion for indefinite postponement. Yes, sir. You're next. He's up. Yes, in the balcony, sir.
Brian Glennon, Colonial Drive. I'm also a member of the Planning Board. I would argue that the members of town meeting vote against indefinite postponement for this article. The Planning Board worked pretty hard on this. I realize there's some concern about the role of the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee and how this article got here, but I'd ask town meeting to indulge us just a bit to hear the merits. I know Scott tried to discuss it a little bit, and maybe some of the details are a bit difficult, but I'd ask the town meeting consider the merits, because this is a particularly important article that in a moment I'd like to address, presuming we don't indefinitely postpone. I'd like to address why this is a real concern in town and why this particular bylaw as written caused a problem for the town, in my view, a couple of years ago. And if we defeat, or if we don't vote in favor of indefinite postponement, I'd like to discuss that next. Thank you.
Mr. Casagrande, did you have something you wanted to add? This is the discussion on whether we cease debate or not and vote the article.
Exactly.
Indefinitely postponed till next meeting.
I would echo Mr. Glennon's comments there. This is something legally that's a little bit more important than maybe I'm able to explain as I did, and I would like to see us have maybe a little bit more discussion on it right now, maybe before we go that route.
Thank you. The Town Council, Arthur Krieger, would like to address an issue that was raised on a legality.
Thank you. Art Krieger from Anderson and Krieger Town Council. I just want to clarify what happens if the motion is not indefinitely postponed and the article is defeated, or the motion is defeated. You can come back within the 2 years if the planning board approves coming back. Without planning board approval, it will be a 2-year bar on coming back, but with planning board approval, it can come back sooner.
Thank you. Again, the debate is concerning indefinite postponement. Yes, the gentleman on the lower level. Mike, please.
Turn it on.
Try again.
Is it on?
Yes, now it is.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm in favor of postponing an indefinite postponement, but I'd like to raise the level of consideration of this particular issue from the standpoint of the legalities of it. I'm sure our town council can make sure that our planning board and the zoning boards do not tread into areas that are going to cause the town trouble. And I realize that there's the regulations behind that, and I'm not an expert in this area of law at all. But I would like to raise the view of the issue to the standpoint of, well, we're talking about what the development aspects of the town are going to be. And I have great confidence in the planning board and the other committees in town to be able to look at this from the viewpoint of what our future town is going to look like. But if there's going to be issues related to a small piece in the regulations that are going to impact the water requirements, the safety requirements, et cetera, in the town, then I think it deserves a lot more open discussion and presentation with the context built into what the town is going to look like. And I'm speaking really on behalf of a member of who's been 6 generations participating in the town of Duxbury.
Let's keep our comments to the motion on the floor, which is for indefinite postponement. Yes, sir.
Is it possible to postpone it until the special town meeting in June?
If we do an indefinite postponement, it can come up at the special or at the next annual or whenever people feel comfortable that they're ready to bring it forward to town again. So yes, it could be brought up, but I can't guarantee it would be.
The issue is informing the town. We have less than 1% of the voting public here, and I would wager a good bottle of scotch on how many actually understand this motion and the rest of them. I think it's important to give us a chance to see in writing. We're very grateful for the committee's work. You're good and true citizens. But it's more, doggone it, let's see it in writing and have a chance to understand it and discuss it before we are put to voting on it.
I'd like to try to get to the question of indefinite postponement. If that fails, we'll still be talking about the article. Of course, if it passes, we won't. Mr. Sullivan?
Jim Sullivan, Wadsworth Road. This is germane to the question of whether to indefinitely postpone, and assuming if an indefinite postponement fails, it is also germane to the further discussion. I believe a number of speakers have raised points about understanding the details of what's in the article. I think along with that, a deeper understanding of what the current legal exposure or risk is, how long we've carried that, and the changes that are proposed, how do those mitigate it? Is there a member of the committee or a town official that is able to characterize and or quantify any of that? Thank you.
Is anybody willing to take a shot at that? Well, our town council is willing to give that a shot. Hold on.
As I understand the question, it's the town's legal exposure if the bylaw is not amended. And the answer is that the current bylaw is simply unenforceable. So the planning board or the zoning board could not use 530 and 540. They could not apply that to a new application because in 2008, as Mr. Lampert said, the appeals court ruled that this kind of bylaw, which takes a subdivision that may meet the subdivision rules and still makes it subject to a zoning permit, that kind of bylaw cannot be enforced. So the town has, as was said, been living with that illegality for 8 years. But the answer to your question in particular is I would advise the boards not to attempt to apply the bylaw in its current form because that would give rise to a lawsuit by the developer.
Now, is there anyone else that wishes to address the decision to indefinitely postpone Article 17? All right, no, head is being shaken, so we're ready to vote. We're definitely going to use the electronic hand devices for this. When the light goes on, press 1 for yes. Now this is, you are voting to indefinitely postpone Article 17. No, you don't want to indefinitely postpone it, and we can continue to discuss it, or we will vote the main motion. All right, light please. In favor of indefinite postponement, press 1. Opposed, press 2. You have 20 seconds. Light has been extinguished, and the vote to indefinitely postpone succeeds 105 to 62. Article 18, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town amend Section 560, inclusionary zoning requirements, and Section 718, inclusionary housing requirements, of the town of Duxbury zoning bylaws by moving Section 560 in its entirety to Section 718 and replacing 718 as printed in the warrant.
Valerie Fiorini, our planning board clerk, will now speak. And I'm sorry, did I mispronounce your name? Cynthia. I was thinking of Valerie Massard. My apologies to both of you.
No problem.
Thank you. You're gracious.
After public notice in a newspaper of general circulation, the Duxbury Planning Board scheduled a public hearing on January 25th, 2016 for this proposal to amend the Duxbury Protective Bylaw under Article 500, requirements for certain land divisions, land developments, and inclusionary housing, and Article 700, design standards for planned developments as outlined in the warrant article. At the Planning Board meeting on January 25th, 2016, the proposed article was reviewed, public comment was offered, none was given. At the same meeting, the planning board voted to close the public hearing and then voted unanimously 6-0 to recommend approval of Article 18 as printed in the annual town meeting warrant.
Thank you. Valerie Moussard, our planning director, will address this.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee with respect to the same issue. We have a tie-in with a definitive by-right subdivision plan, which would be required to file a special permit for inclusionary housing. And again, we're asking that we move the inclusionary housing section of the bylaw into the planned development section in order to separate the requirement of a special permit for a by-right subdivision. It's the same principles as the article you just IP'd.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Frank Holden again. For all the reasons that we've heard discussed in the previous warrant article, I would like to move that we indefinitely postpone debate on this article.
It's been moved and seconded to indefinitely postpone Article 18. I think there's you're going to see a rhythm to this, that there's a few articles here in a row that I think a lot of the people in the audience have the same thoughts about concerning their comfort level in voting it. So you'll probably hear this again on 19 unless I'm mistaken. But what's on the floor now is to indefinitely postpone Article 18. You've heard the presentation of the Finance Committee and from Valerie Moussard. Is there any other questions about whether or not you'd like to indefinitely postpone this article? I don't see anybody rising to the microphone, so therefore I'm going to call for a vote. Please pick up your handheld devices. The light, please. 1 for indefinite postponement of Article 18, 2 for no. You can see that. The light is extinguished, the voting window is closed, and the vote for indefinite postponement passes 127 to 35. Article 19, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 19. I move that the town amend the Town of Duxbury zoning bylaws by deleting Section 401.2, non-conforming uses and structures, in its entirety, and replacing it with language as printed in the warrant with the following further clarifications and corrections in proposed Section 401.2. 1. At the beginning of Section 401.2, move the first paragraph under the heading 1, non-conforming uses, to above that heading and revise it to add the underscored language below. Except as herein after provided, this bylaw shall not apply to structures or uses lawfully in existence or lawfully begun, or to a building permit or special permit issued before the first publication of notice of the public hearing on this bylaw or any amendments thereto, but shall apply to any change or substantial extension of such use and to any reconstruction, extension, alteration, or structural change of such structure. 2. In the second and third lines of Section 401.2.3a, and I have no idea what the two little i's in the parentheses mean, but they're there, delete the words resulting structure. And in the 3, in the last line of 401.2.4, replace the reference to 401.2.4 with 401.2.3.
Second.
Yes, we will now hear from Cynthia Fiorini from the Duxbury Planning Board, Clerk of the Board.
After public notice in a newspaper of general circulation, the Duxbury Planning Board scheduled a public hearing on January 25th, 2016 for this proposal to amend the Duxbury Protective Bylaw under Article 400, use, intensity, dimensional, and coverage requirements for all districts, as outlined in the warrant article. At the Planning Board meeting on January 25th, 2016, the proposed article was reviewed, public comment was offered, and the public hearing was continued to February 8th, 2016 for further review of the proposed article language. Due to inclement weather, the February 8th, 2016 Planning Board meeting was rescheduled to February 10th, 2016. Now, at the meeting on February 10th, 2016, the Planning Board reviewed and discussed revised language, and public comment was invited, and none was given. At the same meeting, the Planning Board voted to close the public hearing, and then voted unanimously 6-0 to recommend approval of Article 19 as printed in the annual town meeting warrant.
Thank you. Valerie Broussard, do you wish to speak to this article?
Mr. Casagrande?
Excuse me?
I'm inviting the co-chair of the ZBRC to speak to the article.
Mr. Casagrande?
Make a motion to indefinitely postpone.
All right, Article 19 seems to be catching on the same thing as 17 and 18. We have a motion now for indefinite postponement of Article 19. Does anybody wish to discuss that? Gentleman in the front, Mr. Dixon.
Bill Dixon, 14 Deacon's Path. I think we have to listen to the town council. When the town council says, if you indefinitely postpone, you're leaving the community in a situation where they're subject to legal action by any developer. That doesn't make sense. The planning board has worked for hours, days, weeks to put this information in front of us in a manner that we can understand it. We have the responsibility as citizens to listen to them, to take into account their wisdom, their time. And they're saying that in this particular situation, they're trying to help us. And currently, we're in a very tenuous, according to the town council, situation. That does not make good sense as a community. I suggest that we rethink this.
Excuse me. May I respond to that?
I think Mr. Lampert had risen first. May I have him speak, and then you'll be next?
Oh, okay.
Mr. Lampert.
James Lampert, and this is actually to start off with, this is whether they should be indefinitely postponed, only a question with respect to legalities. I will have considerable to say on this that it is not indefinitely postponed. Is there any legal issue that needs to be resolved with this article?
I'll ask Mr. Town Council to respond to that. Not being an attorney. Art Krieger, Town Council.
There is not the same kind of clear illegality as in the bylaw that was under consideration in Article 17, 530 and 540. There has, however, been significant development in the case law in the area of non-conforming uses and structures, which is the issue, the topic of Article 19, since the current bylaw was adopted in 2003. I would say that there's no simple answer to whether there's a, quote, legal issue. Any application of the current bylaw must conform to current state law, including the case law that has come down. That will require in some cases, interpreting the bylaw differently than people have interpreted it in the past, dealing with ambiguities in the current bylaw to make sure it conforms with case law. It's going to be a fairly nuanced and complex effort to conform a decision under the current bylaw to case law in certain situations. In certain situations, and it may be the majority of them, practice can continue as usual. But there will be some cases that arise where somebody wants to change a non-conforming use or non-conforming structure where it may be that the current bylaw can't be applied the way it's written, or it's very difficult to figure out how to apply it. That's part of the point of the amendment. Does that answer your question, Jim? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, your lady
so
is next.
if I may just add to that, I mean, again, I hate to add to the town council's comments, but this is not like Article 17, which there may be reasons and that we in the town would like to know what those reasons are and perhaps could be persuaded in some context. I mean, this was drafted by somebody who is not even here, who cannot even explain it. But this particular one about non-conforming uses, this is a very, very delicate situation, and it really appears that the language here, proposed here, significantly shifts burdens around. We're talking about special permits. We're talking about non-conforming uses. And the standard now seems to have shifted from the burden of proving the factors necessary from a special permit to, they use this term repeatedly, shall not be substantially more detrimental to the existing non-conforming uses of the neighborhood, whatever that is. But it really does seem to be, as if you read it on its face, a significant change in emphasis, which I don't think the people of the town have spoken to that. And that certainly goes beyond the purview of what the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee was supposed to, was in charge with doing for the town. So this is something very different. This does need to be discussed.
Gentleman to my right.
Hello. Because of the significant changes that have been made to the case law that have been made recently, Article 19 needs to be passed, and we should seriously consider postponing this amendment because of the ambiguity that would be left if it was not gone through.
Thank you. Over here to my left is Mrs. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Judy Barrett. I'm chairman of the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee. I'm sorry I could not be here earlier. I understand there's a motion to indefinitely postpone this article. Am I correct about that, Mr. Moderator?
You are correct, and for your information, both articles before this, 17 and 18, have been indefinitely postponed.
Okay. Well, I'm sure there's been a healthy debate about this, and I don't want to cast aspersions on anybody here. I guess I would just like to point out, if you don't vote this, nothing's going to change as long as you have the current Zoning Board of Appeals and the current building inspector. I was appointed to the Board of Appeals in August of 2008. I do a lot of this work as a consultant, just for everybody's information. And I really hadn't read Section 401.2 much until I got on the Board of Appeals. I really had no reason to. I live on a conforming lot. I suspect that many people in this room do not live on a conforming lot or in a conforming house. I'm seeing faces actually of people who've been before the Board of Appeals in my time on it. I don't think there's anything in the bylaw that affects more people in this town than 401.2. Because ever since zoning was passed in Duxbury, we have gone back from time to time and made more places non-conforming. So a lot of people are affected by the way this is administered. We have heard more complaints about this section of the bylaw than anything else. Certainly on the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee that was appointed a few years ago and did sort of a diagnostic of the bylaw, this was the section we heard the most complaints about. I can only tell you it is riddled with inconsistencies. It is unclear. There are places where it is vague, has led to disputes between the Planning Board and the Board of Appeals. There are problems with the existing section. And so this board, like previous boards, have done their best to try to make it work. And as long as you have the current cast of characters, nothing will change. When you have a new Board of Appeals or a new building inspector, the way this bylaw is written right now, things could change. They probably will change. The other thing I guess I'd like to point out is that I think that as time has gone on, this is also the section of the bylaw that has triggered more applications in this town than anything else because there are so many non-conforming properties. So you can leave it the way it is, but if you really want to help your neighbors or maybe even help yourselves, give the Zoning Board of Appeals a clear bylaw to work with. I don't think it's too much to ask.
Any other questions concerning indefinite postponement of Article 19? Gentleman on the balcony.
I suggest we indefinitely postpone it because these are good examples of why. The explanation has been explicit if we understand the changes that it causes. They've been generalized. We need a chance to understand these things. In the last couple of meetings of your good committee, there was no public present. It's the responsibility, I think, of town government to be sure that the citizens are informed and have a chance to assess the input from the committees who are studying it. So I support indefinite postponement.
Thank you. In front of me, Mrs. Wilson. I believe that
Sarah Wilson, 120 Bay Road. Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I prepared about 3 pages, which I'm not going to go all the way through because I think people are tired of this. But I'm speaking from 15 years on the planning board, many, many years on land use study committees. I'm an attorney. I spent 10 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals. And when I read this article thoroughly, I was appalled. I think we should indefinitely postpone it. It needs a lot of work. The first thing that was appalling, I thought, was that the explanatory material in the warrant and in the clipper and in the materials that I got before the public hearing were very misleading and lacking in notice to the public of what was actually going on in this article. It said that it was just a clarification of the building inspector's role, and he has a very minor role in approving changes to non-conforming dwellings. Only this morning I realized how many deletions there are in the existing zoning bylaw that remove protective language and will have an impact on neighborhoods. The protective language specifically that I am concerned about in 3 respects affects business non-conforming uses and business additions to business structures. Now, non-conforming businesses in this town are not very obvious, but the ones that come to mind quickly are the Windsor House on Washington Street, Long Point Marine off Washington Street, Sun Tavern out on Route 14, and the Milepost on Route 3A. If the protections in the process of approving special permits, which would substitute one non-conforming business use for another different non-conforming business use, there are going to be quite a few changes without the protections. Now, what are those protections? There are 1.5 pages of standards and guidelines for the Board of Appeals to use when they're working toward their decision. The standard has been reduced to a few buzzwords, and they're very non-objective. Different people will see them in different ways, and they may think that substituting a gas station for a restaurant is less detrimental than the restaurant. It's very subjective. The guidelines that have been taken out of the zoning bylaw are comprehensive. They deal with such issues as water and drainage and impacts on neighborhoods and impacts on neighbors. And they are really of great help to the Board of Appeals in working toward its final decision. This is a protection for you. This amendment takes some protection out of the bylaw. I suggest you vote to indefinitely postpone and that some more work be done on this.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 19? None appearing. I'm going to call for a vote. This is for indefinitely postponing Article 19, amend the zoning bylaws, non-conforming uses and structures. Again, electronic devices, please. The light comes on. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light, thank you. 20 seconds. 1 for yes, 2 for no, to indefinitely postpone. The light is extinguished, the window is closed, and the motion to indefinitely postpone carries 138 to 31. Brings us to Article 20. Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town amend the Town of Duxbury zoning bylaws by deleting Section 570, affordable housing, in its entirety, and replacing it with language as printed in the warrant, except as follows. The phrase effective date, where it appears in the warrant in Section 570.4, paragraphs 1 and 2, shall be replaced with March 8, 2008. And further, that substantive changes to the numbering of this bylaw are authorized in order to make numbering conform to the numbering format of the bylaw.
Second.
Cynthia Fiorini, Clerk of the Planning Board.
After public notice in a newspaper of general circulation, the Duxbury Planning Board scheduled a public hearing on January 11th, 2016 for this proposal to amend the Duxbury Protective Bylaw under Article 500, requirements for certain land divisions, land developments, and inclusionary housing, as outlined in the warrant article. At the Planning Board meeting on January 11th, 2016, the proposed article was reviewed, public comment was offered, and the public hearing was continued to January 25th, 2016 to allow time for further review by the Duxbury Affordable Housing Trust. At the public hearing on January 25th, 2016, the Planning Board reviewed revised article language, and public comment was offered by a member of the Duxbury Affordable Housing Trust. The Planning Board voted to continue the public hearing to February 8th, 2016 in order to seek an opinion from Town Council. Due to inclement weather, the February 8th, 2016 Planning Board meeting was rescheduled to February 10th, 2016. At the Planning Board meeting on February 10th, 2016, the Planning Board reviewed and discussed the revised language, and public comment was provided by a member of the Duxbury Affordable Housing Trust. At that same meeting, the Planning Board voted to close the public hearing and then voted unanimously 6-0 to recommend approval of Article number 20 as printed in the annual town meeting warrant.
Thank you. Mr. Holden, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, I would. We were going to propose to put all of these warrant articles on indefinite postponement for all the reasons that have been discussed. It appears that a number of the town residents are concerned that they have not had sufficient time, not that the proposals are not appropriate or correct, but not have had sufficient time to be able to do the analysis and thinking and discussion and get some of their own questions answered in the process. So I would like to move for indefinite postponement of Article 20.
Is there a second for that? Was there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Valerie Massard would like to address motion for indefinite postponement.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article, just for clarification and understanding at town meeting, this article is not related to the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee. This is sponsored by the Duxbury Affordable Housing Trust. And so the discussion that has been previous with respect to the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee does not have any relevance here with respect to this article, and just for clarification.
Mr. Lampert?
James Lampert again. You'll note on this article, as frankly on the one on Article 19 that you just decided indefinitely postponed, that this is another instance in which the proposal is to delete everything we have now and substitute something new without any indication in the warrant of the changes that have been made. And that strikes me as another reason that this, along with the other ones I believe we quite properly have indefinitely postponed, needs to wait so we can be told and shown when we're changing things, what are we changing? I doubt there's a computer, I don't say a computer in town, but I'm sure there are many computers in town that have no difficulty at all in preparing a compare right. And I think that's what town meeting deserves, so it knows what it's actually doing.
I don't see anyone else standing to address the motion for indefinite postponement on Article 20. Therefore, I'll call for a vote. Light, please. Press 1 for yes for indefinite postponement, 2 for no. Window is closed, and the motion to indefinitely postpone Article 20 passes 135 to 30. Brings us to Article 21, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town amend the Town of Duxbury zoning bylaws by amending sections 202.1 and 202.29 as printed in the warrant, with text deleted from said bylaw sections struck through and text added to said bylaw sections underlined, and by deleting, or I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
Even better.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan. I was wondering where we were going when I have it in front of me that it was going to be moved for indefinite postponement, but I was waiting patiently. So the motion from the Finance Committee is to indefinitely postpone Article 21. No other questions? All in favor of indefinite postponement? We'll make this one a quick one because there's no debate. I'll take a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. 22, Mrs. Sullivan. Read the small print
I'm on
now.
a roll. I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
Article 22 concerning amending the zoning bylaws, the demolition delay has been moved for indefinite postponement. I see no discussions, so I'll take another voice vote to make it quick. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Indefinite postponement. Brings us to Article 23.
I move that the town will authorize the transfer of certain parcels of town-owned land purchased as permanent open space, identified as Duxbury Assessors Parcels 1013-500-039, 067-500-012, 012-500-071, 014-500-033, 089-500-002, 089-500-001, 055-500-005, and 055-500-007, to be held in the care and custody of the Conservation Commission for conservation purposes under Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C.
Second.
Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
Mr. Grady, I think, was going to speak to this. Is Mr. Grady in the hall still? Oh, there he is. Mr. Grady. You're hoping I didn't call on you, weren't you? Sorry, Joe. I think an explanation's in order.
Good evening. The request tonight is to insert language in the deeds of these 8 parcels to ensure that these are permanently protected open space in the town of Duxbury. The present way that the deeds are recorded does not afford them the highest level of protection, and we would like to give these pieces the highest level of protection available. All of these pieces were purchased since 2002 for open space purposes and using open space funds.
Any questions concerning Article 23? None appearing. Here comes a question. Yes, sir. Excuse me, wait till the mic comes on.
Hello?
There it is.
Sherm Hoyt, Abrams Hill. Is there going to be any change in the way these parcels are administered?
No, they're presently managed by the Conservation Commission. As I say, it's really just a matter of trying to give them the highest level of protection so that long after we're all gone, we'll know that it's still permanently protected open space.
I don't see any other questions. Please take up your handheld devices. The voting light is on. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting window is closed, and the motion carries 157-3. We now have Article 24, which is the beginning of 3 articles concerning the Community Preservation Committee and their annual funds. Mrs. Sullivan, the motion.
I move that, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, the town appropriate the sum of $29,749 from the Community Preservation Fund, FY 2017, anticipated revenues in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, for expenses and charges for the operations of the Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2016, and ending June 30th, 2017, inclusive, and funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
To address this is Mr. Terry Vos from the CPC.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. The CPC Community Preservation Committee is comprised of 7 members who are representatives of other committees or boards or members at large. The current members are Kathy Palmer, Open Space, Cynthia Ladd Fiorini, Planning Board, Terry Vos, Historical Commission, Siriana Seawald, Member at Large, Tony Kelso, Member at Large and Town Historian, Holly Morris, Conservation Commission, Jim Borisani, Duxbury Housing Authority. To assess our community's needs, the CPC draws information from Duxbury Open Space and Recreation Plan and the recent Open Space Survey. We also draw upon Affordable Housing Production Plan, the local Land Acquisition Task Force report, the Duxbury Bay Management Plan, and the 1999 Comprehensive Plan. We are pleased to see a proposal for updating the Comprehensive Plan. The Community Preservation Act has been adopted by 45% of the state's communities. This is a reflection of how important this program is to many towns and cities. Since 2002, Duxbury voters have allocated more than $21 million in CPA funds for projects. Nearly half of that money comes from state matching funds, and additional $4.8 million has been received in the form of state and federal grants, donations, and donated materials. Volunteers have played such an important role in projects such as the Bluefish River Firehouse, Tar Kiln School, the Island Creek Fish Run, and the Habitat for Humanity's homes. This year, CPC received 3 proposals. However, one did not meet CPC criteria and was withdrawn. One is for expenses associated with the Mary Land acquisition, 17 parcels totaling 267 acres and actively farmed for cranberries. The other request is for the binding and preservation of records in the town clerk's office. In addition, we have 2 annual administrative articles. The CPC recommends approval of these articles. This year, $59,500 will be deposited into each of the reserve accounts, historical, housing, and open space. Our state match received in this fall 2015 was higher than expected at 31%. The undesignated reserve balance is $1,445,500 and can be spent for any of these purposes, including recreation. The estimated CPA surcharge receipts for fiscal year 17 totaled $481,600. The estimated state match, based on a 25% match, is $113,400. The balance on July 1st will be $367,600 for housing, $337,100 for housing, $359,600 for open space. We have sufficient funds for all this year's proposals and no borrowing is needed. The Duxbury CPA expenditures, historically for each of these purposes are open space, $13.6 million, historic preservation, $4.8 million, community housing, $2.2 million, recreation, $0.7 million. The median single-family CPA tax bill for fiscal year 2016 is $64.36. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vos. Are there any questions concerning Article 24? None appearing. Please take your clicker. But the light goes on. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Thank you. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Thank you. Window is closed, and the motion passes 157 to 4. Article 25, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, the town reserve for future appropriation the sum of $178,491 from the Community Preservation Fund, fiscal year 2017, anticipated revenues for the purpose of meeting the requirements of the Community Preservation Act, Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, Section 6, with $59,497 of said amount reserved for open space, $59,497 of said amount reserved for community housing, affordable, and $59,497 of said amount reserved for historic resources preservation.
Second.
Fiscal Finance Committee, Fiscal Advisory probably approved it as well, but Finance Committee approved 5-0.
This article is already addressed by Mr. Vos. This is the annual distribution of the funds into the 3 buckets. Any questions concerning Article 25? None appearing. When the light goes on, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Light, please. Thank you. 1 for yes, 2 for no on your handheld device. Thank you. Windows closed. The motion carries 158 to 5. Article 26, Mrs. Sullivan.
Thank you. I move that upon recommendation. Excuse me?
Yeah.
I move that upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, the town appropriate from the Historic Resources Reserve of the Community Preservation Fund the sum of $2,000 for the purpose of binding volumes of permanent records that must be maintained in hard copy and that are currently stored in paper boxes to be expended under the direction of the town clerk.
Second.
Finance Committee supported 5-0.
Any questions concerning Article 26? Since there's no questions, I'm going to dispense with electronic balloting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Thank you. Next is Article 27, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $8,000 for the purpose of securing professional surveyor services to prepare a street layout of Hall's Corner, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $8,000 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the planning director.
Second.
Finance Committee approved 5-0. Eleanor McKay will speak for the committee.
I believe Valerie Boussard, our planning director, would like to address this article. Oh, the Finance Committee is speaking to it first, please. I apologize. You have the floor.
Hall's Corner. I'm sorry. Hall's Corner is our economic hub. Recognizing the importance of Hall's Corner and the community's economy, and wanting to serve the needs and wants of Duxbury's residents, as well as the business owners in Hall's Corner, the Duxbury Economic Advisory Committee and our town manager requested that the Old Colony Planning Council conduct a study analyzing the market conditions, traffic patterns, parking turnover in Hall's Corner. It was important to consider the connection between economic development and transportation and how they collectively contribute to the success of the business district. Some of the recommended strategies to support and strengthen Hall's Corner is to create a cohesion between Foodies Plaza, the marketplace, and the traffic circle. Lack of this cohesion was cited as one of the key impediments in Hall's Corner. Improving the appearance of Hall's Corner is crucial in building that sought-after cohesiveness and is a way to attract new businesses and stimulate economic development. Some of the initial strategies recommended to enhance the appearance of the area are to incorporate streetscape elements, are you kidding? Yes, this is the survey article. Yes.
Oh, so you're speaking
This,
to survey article?
yes.
Okay, you go, girl.
All right. So,
We have a lot of fun on Tuesday and Thursday night.
Please continue.
because I'll bring this around, I'll close it all up. You have to know to achieve these goals of unifying this whole area and to build its economic growth, you need to incorporate the streetscape elements into this. And examples of this are historic light fixtures, trees, plants, sidewalks, street furniture, and to bury the wires. So the first step is to develop a survey so you know where your property is. And everybody else does as well. Thank you.
Excuse me. Valerie, do you wish to speak to this? Valerie Massard, the Duxbury Town Planner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll be brief. I've arrived, and loud and clearly I've heard that there are concerns with safety and pedestrian safety and vehicular safety at Hall's Corner, and that we want to look at long-term improvements to the streetscape as eloquently stated by the Finance Committee. I'll simply add that I would liken this to doing a survey of your yard. If you were going to landscape it, you need to know where the property lines are, where the utilities are, where the pavement lies, so that you know where the changes can be made and whether or not you're going to encroach upon your neighbor's property. That's what the town needs to do in this instance, and so we're asking for approval for that.
Thank you. Any other questions concerning Article 27, $8,000 for a survey for Hall's Corner? Yes, in the balcony.
Hi, Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. Are we intending on doing this with the other business districts in town as well? And do we have a plan?
Ms. Massard?
Not presently. We would perhaps look at that in the future, and we'd need to look and see if we have survey information on those other intersections before we would proceed with town meeting action.
Okay, and I guess my other question is, I know, and I hate to burden the commercial districts and people trying to run businesses in town, and I know we've not taxed them differently than the residential, but I'm curious, are we intending to do something to help recover these costs from them?
No, however, in this instance, as pointed out in the warrant, we have had the opportunity here to receive an offering of plantings of an equal or higher value from the energy company that's involved with Hall's Corner. And so in this instance, there is an equal or better value. If we are able to do the survey, we will be able to proceed with plantings this year that are more suitable for the intersection at no cost to the town.
Great. And one last question, how is this going to affect the start of the 4th of July parade? I'm just kidding.
I don't think it's going to. Yes, Mrs. Wilson.
Sarah Wilson, 120 Bay Road. It's a delight to speak in favor of something for change. Back in the late 70s, the planning board initiated a study and a revitalization of Hall's Corner. It was the first stage and what we saw as the first step. We spent $175,000, which was a fair amount of money back then, but not a whole lot. We put in the brick sidewalks, planted some trees, put in some street furniture, which the town didn't keep up and maintain or replace when it got broken. And I'm very pleased to see this new initiative coming along. What happened after the first initiative was we put in public money, which we got in grants. After that, so much private money followed, amazing amounts of private money on building new buildings and sprucing up the existing buildings. We were repaid many, many, many times in increased valuations in Hall's Corner. This is just a first step. I hope it's successful, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
There doesn't seem to be any other questions concerning Article 27. Again, in the essence of time, I'll call for a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No. The ayes have it. Motion carries. 28, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $10,000 for the purpose of securing professional planning services to make recommendations on implementation, zoning, and design guidelines for Hall's Corner, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $10,000 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the planning director.
Second.
The Finance Committee did not support this, 0-5. Eleanor will speak to this again.
I promise. Thank you. As in the previous article, our goal is to have a healthy, small downtown, which serves the people and the shop owners. And while we are all in favor of revitalizing Hall's Corner, we have a few concerns with this article at this time. One, it's important to know where the property lines are before we make plans to modify them. We believe that the survey must be done first before any more future studies. Two, we are looking to the stakeholders to be involved in this process, as they may bear the financial burden of these proposed changes. And three, we have two substantial studies. One by Old Colony Planning Council, completed in October 2014, which is on our town website, and another by the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, completed in December 2014. And we need to make sure we have thoroughly addressed those recommendations before we embark on another study. Thank you.
Thank you. Clark Hinckley of the Economic Advisory Committee will now speak.
Good evening. I'm Clark Hinckley of 549 Bay Road, and I'm representing the Economic Advisory Committee. We have proposed Article 28 to fund a $10,000 consulting study to continue the work begun with two grants the town received in 2014 and 2015 to help revitalize the Hall's Corner Business District. The consulting study will build on recommendations from the Old Colony Planning Council received in 2014 and the Metropolitan Area Planning Council in 2015 by reviewing and recommending specific zoning improvements, recommending a framework for revitalization and implementation of the study recommendations, and assist with a design charrette for a possible streetscape. The objective of the Economic Advisory Committee is to have information for best uses of available space, possible rezoning of space for retail and residential usage, and an update of the retail possibilities. In looking at the central areas of other communities with similar demographics, such as Duxbury, such as Hingham, Concord, or Situate, we can see the possibilities of an enhanced Hall's Corner, especially if we could incorporate more residential possibilities into the area. If we could have a comprehensive plan available for developers and investors to see the possibilities in our town, we would be on a path to making Hall's Corner a town treasure. Town Article 27, which was just voted on, does not have anything to do with Article 28. Article 27 will determine what is town property and what is private. This will help us with such items as sidewalks and tree placements. Ideally, both articles will work together to enable a comprehensive plan to move Hall's Corner forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion under Article 28? I'll take a chance and give it a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. The motion carries. Article 29.
I move that the town authorize the Board of Selectmen or the town manager to enter into agreements pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, for the management of the Round Pond Nut Bog and the O'Brien Bog for a term up to 10 years.
Second.
Finance Committee voted to support 7-0.
Anybody from PENCom going to address this, or do we think it's a straightforward renewal of the bog leases? That's
As you
what it
said,
is.
It's a straightforward renewal of the bog leases, and this enables the selectmen to make those agreements with the folks that are going to be working the bogs.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan. A little clarification always helps. I don't see anybody rising to speak to this article, so again, I'll try the voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it, the motion carries. Brings us to number 30.
I move that the town authorize the school committee to negotiate and execute on such terms and conditions as it deems in the best interest of the town, a power purchase agreement and lease or license with a third-party contractor or contractors to design, obtain permits for, construct, operate, maintain, and remove solar photovoltaic systems on public school property for terms not to exceed 22 years, and such other related agreements as may be necessary, and further authorize the Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, and Board of Assessors in consultation with the school committee pursuant to the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 38H, to negotiate and enter into a payment in lieu of tax agreement pilot with the leasee operator of the solar photovoltaic systems to be developed at the Chandler Elementary School property located at 93 Chandler Street and shown on the assessor's map as parcel 045-508-038, upon such terms and conditions as the Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, and Board of Assessors shall deem to be in the best interest of the town.
Second.
The Finance Committee supported 601, one abstention.
Brian Cherry will address this article for us. Mr. Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brian Cherry, Director of Facilities, speaking on behalf of the school committee. Last year, we brought forward same article for the middle high school, and what we're asking for this year is for permission to allow us to engage in the same agreement and to include the Chandler School roof, a portion that we have all vetted to be part of that scope to make it a more lucrative project. So we're just adding Chandler School to the scope of the project.
Any questions concerning Article 30? Yes, we have one to my right. I apologize, didn't see it first.
If I may, how did the previous project work out? Has it been a success?
Are you asking if we went out to bid on this?
No, he asked if
No.
the first project at the other school was considered a success.
The project is in development, but we have asked for proposals, assuming that Chandler would be included in the scope. So we have two separate projects proposed, but of course we have to ask for town meeting's approval to include Chandler. So we did receive multiple responses, and we had a committee vet them, and we're a project in development at this point.
Thank you.
Mrs. McNabb?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a quick question about the tax incentives. It's my understanding that those incentives may not continue through the next year, and I'm just wondering what impact, if any, that has.
Mr. Cherry?
So the program we're hoping to take advantage of is the SREC 2 program, Solar Renewable Energy Credits. Right now, estimated annual tax revenue is in the area of $10,000. What happened was there was a significant portion of the SREC 2 allotment recently eaten up by residential type projects. So the SREC 2 program is sort of at a standstill pending DOER action. We're hoping that they extend that, especially to projects in development, which we are. But we are looking for further action, maybe an SREC 3 program or a continuation of SREC 2. And a lot of our numbers at this point are based on that happening. So that's what we're looking at so far.
Mrs. McNabb?
Thank you. Just to follow up, so if the tax incentives are taken away, will that impact this project moving forward?
Sure, but the tax revenue is maybe 10% of the revenue that we would look at with the program. Or
So
with
it'll just be less of a bang for our buck. We'll just get less.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions on Article 30? Again, we'll try the voice vote. If it works, we won't go to the electronic. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The voice vote carries. Article 31.
I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
Article 31 has been moved for indefinite postponement. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Article is indefinitely postponed. Article 32.
I move that the town authorize the town manager, subject to the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to develop a plan in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 164, Section 134, and in consultation with and approval by the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources, to aggregate the electricity load of the residents and businesses in the town, detailing the process and consequences of said aggregation, and to enter into contracts related thereto and for other related services, independently or in joint action with other municipalities, retaining the right of individual residents and businesses to opt out of the aggregation program.
Second.
Finance Committee voted in favor, 7-0. Tom Sheehan can address for the committee.
Mr. Sheehan?
Tom Sheehan, 2 Rachel's Lane. So I'm actually going to yield to the planning director if there's anything to say on this. As Betsy said, Finance Committee voted 7-0 on this. It's an ability for us to collaborate and purchase electricity in bulk, and it's going to give us a little bit more, being more efficient in buying our electricity.
Ms. Moussard, would you like to speak to this? Before Mr. Lampert, I'll let Valerie Moussard speak. Planning Director.
Jim Lampert.
Mr. Lampert, I'm asking her to speak first,
Okay.
and then you go. Thank you.
I have a question for hers.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. While there's a great deal of technical language in this article, it simply offers the town the opportunity to participate in exploring this option further. So there are 13 out of 17 communities, at least, in the Old Colony Planning Council who are looking at the possibility of aggregating the purchases of electricity for the communities that are involved, meaning that they would be able to buy in bulk and therefore reduce the bills to the individual residents or businesses within the community that choose to select this option. There will be, today there were hearings held at the Old Colony Planning Council in which I participated, where we interviewed the professional consultants who would be asked to provide a great deal of information and answer any and all questions from the town of Duxbury. Should we choose to participate or not, they would answer all of the questions that would be raised in looking at this. This does not obligate the town in any way to enter into contracts, but will enable us to explore the question.
Thank you. Mr. Lampert?
Just a question. As I look at this article, it seems to have 2 or 3 steps. There's one step that basically says, let's look into this, let's get all our recommendations, et cetera, and it then moves to entering into contracts. And my question is there a stop after the first and before the second so that the town can get a look at, okay, what is the picture before anybody starts signing contracts?
Ms. Boussard?
Yes, that's a very good question, and the answer is that there will be an intensive public outreach campaign by the consultant that would be selected by Old Colony Planning Council through the media, through the cable, through holding a series of public meetings, and through specific outreach and mailings to all individuals and all businesses within the community. In addition, any recommended interest groups that we might have, such as the Council on Aging or other groups that might have a specific interest in specific questions, we would all participate with enabling meetings at specific locations throughout the community to answer those questions. And we would have consultants at our selectmen's meeting while we digest and consider this question.
Thank you. Any further questions under Article 32? None appearing. We'll try a voice vote again. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? They were loud, but maybe we'll just do the electronic ballot just to be safe. Article 32, we are now going to use the electronic button. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. 20 seconds. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Window is closed, and the motion carries 144 to 13. From here, it seemed louder than that. Apologize. Article 33.
I move that the town accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 139C, to waive the annual dog license fees for any person aged 70 years or older as of the first day of the year, which is in which the license is to be obtained.
Second.
Finance Committee supported 4-1.
So we're basically waiving the dog license fee for citizens over 70. I'll try a voice vote. All in favor, please. Oh, here comes a question. Mr. Sullivan?
Oh, Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, not Mrs. Back here, Mike?
Jim Sullivan, Carriage Lane. To have a waiver of a fee, this sounds very selective. If I'm a dog owner, I get a fee reduction, and if I'm not a dog owner, I do not get a comparable fee reduction. I'm finding it a little bit selective on fee reduction. 70 or not, 65 or not. It's a very selective fee reduction in the town. The next question would be, can we reduce the real estate taxes by 5% for all people over 70? And now we know the answer to that. Again, a non-selective versus selective. I find it a little bit strange that, only a dog merits me a reduction in the fee. Again, the other statement, the funds will be recovered by pursuing fees that aren't being pursued at the moment. I'm simply asking, why wouldn't we just pursue those fees regardless of this article? My recommendation would be to defeat the article.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Gentleman on my left, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you. John Russenack.
Mike
John
on?
Russenack, Crescent Street. My question is somewhat of a segue to his last comment about the 1,200 people who, as is mentioned, as is listed here, who fail to license their dogs on an annual basis. Just to be fair, it seems like if some people are doing it voluntarily, why are these other 1,200 allowed to skirt the fee? And secondly, what techniques will be taken to quote, pursue the approximately 1,200 people who are not paying now?
Thank you. The town clerk will speak to this. It was her article.
In speaking to the first question, I'm not suggesting we adopt a fee that's not available. It is a Mass General Law chapter that is available. If a town accepts it, then licenses can be given free of charge to those who own dogs and are over 70 years old. With respect to pursuing those who have not been licensed, historically that is not something that's been actively done. And we have begun to take steps to contact owners of dogs that have not been licensed to encourage them to come in. And also animal control is available for further enforcement, whether it be by citation if it goes that far, or just working with him to reach out to those owners to make sure their dogs are licensed. It is Mass General Law to license a dog over 6 months, so we're well within the right to pursue those people.
Thank you. Yes, a gentleman to my left. No, lady, I'm sorry, it's kind of dark in here and I can't see. Who is speaking?
I am.
Thank you. And your name is?
Janice Scammell, 140
I apologize, I couldn't see from here.
That's okay. What is the fee? How much is it to license a dog?
Okay. Fair question?
Sorry. Licensing a dog is $12 if the dog is spayed or neutered, and $17 if it's intact. And also, so you understand, vets are required to send us a rabies certificate when they provide a booster. So based on that information, we know that we have almost 3,000 dogs in town, which is how I've come up with the number that are not licensed. So we know who owns them and contact them, as we are able to do so.
Okay, yes, Mr. Friedman.
Hi, folks. Last thing I thought I'd be talking about tonight was this. All day Saturday we heard about our seniors, and I think we all agree this is a tough town to live in. It's expensive. Here we're just trying to give them a break. We're just trying to cut them some slack with our dog license fee. I'm not sure why we're even talking about it.
Are we prepared to vote Article 13? I don't see anybody else. Oh, yes, sir. Mic on, please, the lower level.
Nicholas Boynton, 47 St. George Street. I would strongly encourage passing this article, as dog licenses are mainly a logistical fee which can cause unneeded court litigation as it stacks up and you have to go to court on a later date because you just have a dog license. And for people over the age of 70, they could have an issue where $12, it's less of a money thing, more of just get them in the door and register the dog. I think there's no reason this shouldn't pass.
Thank you. Okay, well, are we ready to vote on Article 33? I believe so. Try a voice vote. If not, we'll go to electronic. All in favor of our... Aye. I didn't say it yet. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Article 34, animal control.
I move that the town amend Section 7.1 of the general bylaws entitled Animal Control as printed in the warrant.
Second.
This was approved by Finance Committee 5-0. It entails a calendar change that would be going to calendar year January through December, as opposed to fiscal year or other licensing deadlines as may be done now.
So we're not changing the licensing law, just the dates that the year runs. It'll be a calendar year rather than an offset year, such as a fiscal year. Any questions? Are you coming to the mic? Yes, you are.
I am. Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. I'm curious why we want to change this. Right now, I come in, I get my clamming license. I know everyone else does it online. Clamming license, my dump license, my beach permit. I'm curious why we're changing this. I'm gonna be out of 3 months illegal.
Sue Kelly, our town clerk.
I'm asking that this be changed because we send out the dog license renewals with the census at the end of December, beginning of January. So at this point, we have already written 900 licenses for a license year that doesn't begin until March. So this is a time when January, February, our office is a little less busy. It makes sense for us to do the licenses as they come in January.
So it's an accommodation to the clerk's office to help the paper flow. Any further questions on Article 34? None appearing. We'll try the voice vote again. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Article 35.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the purpose of updating the comprehensive master plan, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $25,000 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the planning director.
Second.
Finance Committee supported 5-0. I will defer to the planning director, but we supported based on the fact that of her pointing out quite accurately that ours was dated. It was not an asset when we were looking to fund grants, as it was information that was not as recent as other towns, and our demographics have changed, which would necessitate a relook.
Any questions concerning Article 35? $25,000 to update our comprehensive master plan. All those in favor, voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The motion carries. We're now on to Article 36.
I move that the town amend the historic district's map dated March 10th, 2012, on file with the town clerk, to create the Bayview Road Local Historic District and add the property comprised of .58 acres, more or less, and the buildings located at 91 Bayview Road, known as Assessor Parcel 2025-024 on Assessor's Map 110, dated January 1st, 2015, effective March 12th, 2016.
Second.
Finance Committee did not support this article, 0-5, and Nathaniel Taylor will speak to the article.
Mr. Taylor?
Good evening. We all want to preserve the historical integrity of Duxbury. I believe in 2011 the town had adopted the local historic district bylaw, which was created to aid in the preservation and protection of the distinctive characteristics and architecture of buildings and places significant in the history of the town. With that comes a list of provisions that historical homes must meet. Because those restrictions are uniform for many different types of properties, are people going to be looking for changes to the individual restrictions to match their own properties? While the Historic District Commission creates and accepts those provisions, if these articles are voted in favor of, who's going to enforce those provisions that are required to preserve and maintain historical homes? I think currently Municipal Services does that, but if more homes become historic, we feel the town would have to increase funding for this, or in the end, possibly even create a new department. We feel the town is not in a position to manage or enforce this concept of preservation. The Finance Committee voted not to recommend this article, as well as the following 3 articles. Thank you.
Now, is there a representative from the local historic district to speak to this article? That is they were the sponsors of the article. Is the individual homeowner here who would like to discuss it? You want to speak on behalf of the local historic commission?
I want to speak in favor of.
It's your property, sir?
Somebody doesn't.
You can speak next. All right. You yield to Mr. Sean Dowland.
Hello. I understand the Finance Committee's concern about, as more and more of these historic homes go into an historic district, but I think we have an opportunity to encourage people to put these into historic preservation and to deed restrict them. It's an individual decision on a case-by-case basis. And I really don't think there's an argument that this is going to create another job for the town to do. Keep in mind that we have an historic commission who administers the entire demolition delay bylaw with no help. We have we have all sorts of volunteer committees, the Board of Appeals, the Conservation Commission, all that have minimal require minimal services by the town of Duxbury. So I think that if these individual people would like to preserve their home and put this restriction on it, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't encourage them to do so. And I support this article.
Thank you. Sir, do you wish to speak? No, you're happy with that, all right. Any other questions concerning Article 36?
Yes.
To my left?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
251 Harrison Street. More a question. I think it's great that people take this initiative. Our house on Harrison Street has a historic preservation restriction on it put on by the prior owner with our consent. My question is simply, will this voluntary restriction incur for the owner any tax reduction benefits on their assessments, and therefore will it be a potential burden on the town in that regard? If there are no granted incentives, then I can't see that it will be a burden. So I would vote in favor of this.
Valerie Massard, would you like to answer that? Oh, the town assessor perhaps would be rising to the occasion? Or would you like to talk to it as well? This is our town assessor.
Director of Assessing Steve Dunn, that would be a no.
Pretty straightforward. I like a good answer like that. Valerie Massard, would you like to speak to this article?
I just want to offer a point of clarification that this process does not include a deed restriction. This process creates a historic district in the town.
All right. Any further questions concerning Article 36? Oh, we have one here.
Alex Chin, Plantation Drive. I just had a question if these homes would be eligible for CPA funding going forward?
Who would like to take a shot at answering that question? Would CPC funds be available for these homes? Holly Morris, would you come to the mic, please?
Maybe.
I'm Holly Morris. I'm the chair of the CPC. If these are privately held homes, I do not see how CPA money could be used for that purpose.
Thank you. Any other questions concerning, yes, gentleman to my left.
John Heinstad, 46 Blodgett Avenue. Are there any criteria about the historic qualities of the house, or is it simply the homeowner's desire to have their home designated historic, whether it was built yesterday or 200 years ago?
Understood. Ms. Boussard.
So we have received, we've done an inventory here in the community of the various historic homes that are here, and a great deal of research has been done. And in this case, we have people who are volunteering homes that fall within those studies have been found to be historic. In addition to that, those studies were then presented to the state's Historic District Commission, who has recommended in favor. They agree that these are significantly historic and should be appropriated as historic districts if the town so deems it.
Thank you. In the balcony, to my left.
My name is Renee Merzieski, and I'm on the Local Historic District Commission. I'm an alternate on that committee. But we have spoken with Scott Lambiesi's office, and they've agreed to administer this. All of the homes in these districts are volunteers. They are all historic. And as of now, with these articles, each district will be comprised of only one home. So it doesn't really impact others around these houses. It's just individuals who have volunteered their properties.
Thank you. Mrs. Sheehan?
Susanna Sheehan, Powder Point Ave. I have a really quick question. Once a historic district is enacted, is there any way to reverse it?
Once in, can you get out? Again, Valerie Boussard, our planning director.
I believe by a similar process of a vote of town meeting, we can amend the historic district map. So that would be the process under which it would be changed. As we add it, we could also take away. There's also the opportunity for someone to take the question to the courts if they felt that there was a future owner who felt that there was a conflict with it being an individual home listed as a historic district.
All right. Yes, again, one more.
One simple question. Is age a criterion for being historic? Age of the house?
Yeah, not the owner, right? Thank you.
Not the owner.
Understood. Mr. Vos, can you answer that question?
That's a good question. I'm an alternate on the Local Historic District Committee, and 50 years old or older. So my wife and I put our house in the Local Historic District. We live in a 1799 barn with the only King Caesar ship shed stuck on the end of it, 1770. So why would we want anybody ever to change that? The exterior walls, so any of the walls that you can see from the street, so 3 sides are protected. You can make additions out at the back, but we're actually going to put further restrictions on the ship shed since it's the only one left that no one can touch the exterior walls of this building. So it's a way of preserving the really great houses in the town for basically forever. Thank you.
Any further questions concerning Article 36? Yes, sir. To my left.
Yeah. Matthew Walsh, 24 Standish Road. Just as a point of perspective on this, the current bylaw that governs this district does have a component with respect to new construction. So if you're in the district and there's a lot that's subdivided and you're applying for a building permit, you do have to have a certificate of approval for new construction within the district, which I think is a great thing. I think that a town of our great rich history needs a bylaw that preserves our historic buildings, and this is the only one in town that actually has the ability to preserve structures. So I support this, and I urge everyone to support this.
Thank you. I think that, are you running to the mic? I think she is.
Mary Lynn Carson, 21 Washington. I just had a question. One of the speakers said there was a deed restriction, and another speaker said there was not a deed restriction that went with this.
Clarification on the deed restriction.
I believe when Mr. Dolan spoke of the combination of a deed restriction and the historic district was with respect to Mr. Vos's home only, where he actually just explained that he's going to add some preservations on his own, separate from the vote of town meeting, to further restrict his own property. However, there are no deed restrictions incorporated in the vote of town meeting with respect to creating a historic district.
This is just to allow them to be in the district? Okay. Thank you. I think that I don't see any other questions, so we'll give the voice vote a whirl and see if we can do this. Article 36, amend the historic district map to include 91 Bayview Road. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion carries. 37.
I move that the town amend the historic districts map dated March 10th, 2012, on file with the town clerk, to create the Bay Road Local Historic District and to add the property comprised of 0.47 acres, more or less, and the buildings located upon it at 120 Bay Road, known as Assessor's Parcel 025-036 on Assessor's Map 111, dated January 1, 2015, effective March 12, 2016.
Second.
Finance Committee did not support 05 for the previously discussed reasons.
This is a similar vote to the previous article, number 36. This is residence, however, is at 120 Bay Road. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. The motion carries. 38, please.
I move that the town amend the historic districts map dated March 10th, 2012, on file with the town clerk, to create the Powder Point Avenue Local Historic District and add the property comprised of 1.32 acres, more or less, and the buildings located upon it at 233 Powder Point Avenue, known as Assessor's Parcel 102-003 on Assessor Map 134 dated January 1st, 2015, effective March 12th, 2016.
Second.
Same as before.
This article, again, is the same as the two previous. This is Mr. Vosa's home, who spoke to it eloquently before. Any questions? None appearing. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. The motion carries. 39, please.
I move that the town amend the Historic Districts map dated March 10th, 2012, on file with the town clerk to create the Millbrook Local Historic District and add the property comprised of .90 acres, more or less, and the buildings located upon it at 1250 Tremont Street, known as Assessor's Parcel 044-001 on Assessor Map 090 dated January 1st, 2015, effective March 12th, 2016.
Second.
Same as before.
This is the fourth of 4 articles regarding the same issue. I see no questions, so we'll try the voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Article 40. Excuse me, is there?
Just one moment, please. There was some discussion as to whether this article would be indefinitely postponed. I wanted to.
News to me.
Yeah.
Betsy.
Oh, yes. Okay.
We are going forward with Article 40.
We are. I move that the town. Sorry.
Thank you.
I move that the town authorize the selectmen to accept on such terms and conditions as the selectmen shall determine non-exclusive easements within the towns of Duxbury and Marshfield, shown more or less on a plan entitled Webster Point Village Definitive Subdivision Plan, Duxbury and Marshfield, Massachusetts, prepared by Civic Environmental, dated April 10th, 2014, on file with the town clerk and the building department for the purposes as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Who's going to speak to the article?
I believe town council is going to speak to the article.
Arthur? Town Council, Art Krieger.
Thank you. The explanation in the warrant is accurate and I think gives a fair picture. There is a Chapter 40B affordable housing project called Webster Point, which spans the Duxbury and Marshfield town lines, half of the project in each. A modified comprehensive permit was issued by the Zoning Board of Appeals last summer with a number of conditions. One of those conditions, or a group of them, is that the developer grant the town easements to maintain the site distances for traffic safety exiting onto Route 3A, to reach stormwater facilities for repair and maintenance, and the same for water lines for repair and maintenance purposes. Pursuant to those conditions, Webster Point, that is the developer, has drafted easements to the town. They are not in final form. We are currently negotiating them, and they will be made acceptable to us as council as well as to the selectmen before anything is signed. So the motion is to authorize the selectmen to accept on such terms and conditions as they shall determine, i.e. with our advice, to accept those easements. If the town does not accept the easements, Webster Point will have satisfied the conditions of the comprehensive permit by tendering them, if they're put in acceptable form. But what happens if the town doesn't accept them is the town doesn't have the right, doesn't have as many enforcement rights to make sure that the pipes, the water and sewer lines are maintained and that the site distances are maintained. It becomes more cumbersome to enforce those. So I'm not the proponent of the article, but my recommendation is that since Webster Point is fulfilling conditions of the comprehensive permit, that the town accept these easements in order to have the rights granted in the easements that I've described when and if the selectmen are satisfied with the terms, that they will protect the town's best interests.
Mr. Lampert?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A question that I was asked to ask on behalf of a resident in that area, specifically relating to the particular plan that is identified here. What I have been told is that the only plan that actually exists is one that was drafted in connection with the application for the project, and in substance, does this plan that's actually identified here actually exist?
As far as I know, this reference to Sitex plan dated April 10, 2014 is the correct updated plan. The comprehensive permit refers to plans that were submitted and grants the permit based on certain plans. I haven't double-checked that this is the right reference, but as far as I know, it is.
To be perfectly honest, I have not checked either, but I think it's important that we know that, in fact, we do have the right plan to go forward.
Someone from the planning board? Let me get back to the mic.
It would be the zoning board.
Is someone representing the zoning board able to come and testify that, in fact, they have received this plan? Or perhaps Mr. Lambiase, our inspectional services officer? Mr.
Scott
Lambiase?
Lambiase, Director of Municipal Services. We do have the final plan in our possession. Without having it with me, I don't know the exact date that's on it, but there have been other plans submitted, reviewed, and consistent with the comprehensive permit.
So it does exist. We don't have it in front of us, that's all. Any other questions concerning Article 40? Not appearing. We'll try a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? You're loud enough. Let's give it a whirl. One more time. Electronic balloting, please. Your handheld devices, the light's on. 20 seconds. 1 for yes, 2 for no. You don't know the comfort this gives me on some voice votes. You got to understand that. The light is extinguished, the voting window is closed, and the article passes 102 to 26. That concludes the articles for the town meeting. I will entertain a motion to adjourn, sine die.
So moved.
Is it seconded?
Business.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more person here at the mic. Yes, sir.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that the assembled multitude give a warm round of applause and thank you to our retiring moderator, Friend Weiler.
Thank you very much. I'll gavel that one. No, thank you. The pleasure was mine, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do this. Thank you. Has the motion been made and seconded? Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor of adjournment, sine die, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? For the last time, we are adjourned, sine die. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much for your time and effort.